Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Florida versus Donna Adelson. We are in day 9, closing arguments and verdict watch. And we have a judge, so I'm going to take us right over there so we don't miss anything. Let's get right to it. Not sure why we don't have audio yet, but hang with us just a moment. Let me just double check that we don't have audio.
In which the principal instruction is proposed as it applies to intent. 777.011 requires that the intent to commit the crime, it's in the plain language. Let me start over. So in other words, in order to be a principal, Ms. Adelson had to have a conscious intent that the criminal act be done and that she did some act or said something intended to and did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person to commit the crime. Removing the intent to commit murder, we believe, in the proposed instructions runs counter to that. So specifically,
well, as it relates to the intent to commit the crime, but there does not have to be an intent that a death occurred with either second-degree murder or manslaughter.
I think the way it's written, Your Honor, is confusing. That's my concern with the jury.
Mr. Evans, Ms. Ketterland.
Your Honor, I don't believe that it is. For second-degree murder, it's, I think, because this is from standard instructions, as I recall.
This is.
And so I think it's sufficiently covered because it is not saying that the state doesn't have to prove that the person intended the act. It's simply not necessary the state prove that they intended the death to result from the act. And so I don't think anybody's going to be arguing that. I think the instruction is clear. The standard is clear on it.
I think specifically as to that portion of this matter, Mr. Zellman, that does crystallize the issue. The state must argue there was intent that the crime be committed, but as far as there being an intent that the victim of the crime actually died, that is not required by second-degree murder as a standalone crime or as a principal matter. The same would apply to manslaughter as well. As to any objection that you wish to raise, I'll allow you to make it known.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. Fulfer is explaining what I'm about to make, what I'm about to request to make sure that our client agrees with that. Your Honor, given the court's ruling on that, we would ask that second degree and manslaughter not be given.
On what basis?
Your Honor, look at the charging document briefly. As I indicated previously, Your Honor, it's our position that the two sentences at the end of the principal instruction, specifically for second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Dan Markel. For manslaughter, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Daniel Markel. As I indicated, it's a question of intent, and the principal instruction, the main portion, defendant intended the crime to occur. I just think it's confusing. I understand the state's position, but under the circumstances, we would request that the court not give those two lessers.
Moment.
As I'm understanding, they're requesting just for count one simply to be guilty of first-degree murder or not guilty?
No, Mr. Evans, to omit the lines pertaining to second-degree murder and manslaughter in the 3.5 sub A instruction.
Mr. Evans' understanding of our request is accurate. We're asking that the two lessers for count one not be given, and that would eliminate the necessity for those two sentences in the principal instruction.
What is the state's position?
You're talking at the phone, Judge. We're fine with doing away with the lessers on count one.
On this matter, I will need to take a call away from the defendant. Ms. Adelson, please rise, raise your right hand, be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can lower your hand. Ms. Adelson, you understand that lesser included crimes are something that is available depending on what is charged as a crime.
I understand that, Your Honor.
Do you also understand as well, if you waive your ability for the jury to make this finding, they can only make a finding as to what is charged first-degree murder?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In consulting with your attorneys, you understand the strategy of waiving all lesser-included crimes.
I do, Your Honor.
Is there anything that you need to consult with them further about concerning this matter?
No, there is, Your Honor.
Then you may be seated. As to the jury instructions, I will remove second-degree murder and manslaughter as options.
Given that, Your Honor, I believe moving the two principal instructions directly after count one would also be appropriate.
Removing any reference from second-degree murder and manslaughter in the principal instruction as well.
You get through with that, Judge. I did have one slide to change that thing that I'd like you to consider. On principal instructions, the last line.
Give me one moment.
Judge, before moving the two principal instructions after count one, Mr. Evans raised a good point.
Give me one moment. Right, concerning the principal instructions, Mr. Evans.
Your Honor, the last line is both principal instructions where it says this instruction, currently says this instruction does not apply to count two. We would suggest that it be changed. This instruction applies only to count 1 and 3. It does not apply to count 2 in both areas.
Defense would concur.
Make the requested change. Let me repeat it once again, so this reflects what is requested. This instruction only applies to counts 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2.
Yes, Your Honor. And Given that principle applies to count 3, I'll withdraw the request to move principle after count 1. So it seems more, it would be more consistent with the fact that principle applies to count 3.
The positioning of the instructions will be after, it will be introduction to homicide, count 1, count 2, count 3, principle 3.5 sub A, principles 3.5 sub B, intent, and then moving on to plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof.
Yes, sir, and I see you have added 10, the language that was agreed to by both sides.
Yes. Right, as to the defense's request to move in certain portions of the 2023 and 2024 calendars under the rule of completeness, after reviewing this matter, the rule and cases associated with it last night, at this time, that is going to be denied, specifically as to the 2014 and 2023 calendars. These are not what the court would deem as a unified recording or writing. The calendars specifically are broken into separate documents by date. The 2014 calendar, any discussion of planning a party in no way connects with the license plate information that has been entered into evidence, which was done by a witness who authenticated that page, the handwriting, and other matters to reach the admissibility threshold, as that would go to hearsay without an exception or a witness testifying on the matter that will not be admitted. As to the 2023 calendar, these are not united by time or would otherwise lend context between the entries themselves. Again, if there is a witness who would testify to these matters, that would change the analysis. However, that has not occurred. As to those 2 items, they will be made court exhibits if necessary for any future review.
May I be heard on the 2014, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
One of the pages that the state included in, I believe it's 59A, the first page actually refers to the party. And in the state's demonstrative that was used through Sergeant Corbett, they actually highlighted that language. If I can approach...
Demonstrative, though, is not evidence.
No. In the presentation that they had with Corbett after the document was admitted into evidence, so the document itself is admitted, during his presentation, they highlighted language about the party. So I think that changed the analysis. If I can approach and grab the exhibit, Your Honor.
Please do.
One was the one with the tag number. I don't see that here, Your Honor.
May I show?
Exhibit 142, Your Honor. And the reference is on the Friday, June 13th. It's pretty much in the middle of the page.
As to this particular page, making any arguments as to what's been admitted is certainly permitted. How are the other separate pages, which are separate writings, in any way connected to this as completeness?
It's all about the birthday party. That using admission of that page alone creates a misleading impression.
Again, the court's ruling remains the same. For the item that has been admitted, you can make all arguments that can be reasonably inferred from this admitted item concerning the birthday party. Beyond that, the writings are not connected. This is not an issue of completeness as the court finds.
May we use the calendars as demonstratives during our closing?
You certainly may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are there any other issues that we need to raise at this time by either party?
Oh, yes. The verdict form, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Evans and I discussed on count 2 to conform to the indictment. We would ask that the count 2, we the jury find as follows as count 2 of the indictment: conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and additionally the conforming word in A.
Let me bring up the indictment. So you wish for it to read conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
Yes, please.
As to the solicitation, do you wish for that to read the same as well?
Yes, Your Honor. Okay. Thank you. I believe that stays with the evidence. Any further issues concerning the jury instructions that need to be addressed?
Covered A. Your Honor, I just want to make sure you under subsection which says the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit, you did add first-degree murder there.
The verdicts will read count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment. First-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. The defendant is not guilty as to count 1. Count 2, we, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is not guilty as to count 2. Count 3, we, the jury, find as follows as to count 3 of the... change that to indictment, not information. Count 3 of the indictment. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is not guilty as to count 3.
Yes, sir.
Any further issues to raise concerning the jury instructions?
No.
None on that, Your Honor.
Any other issues to raise?
I'd like to renew our motion for judgment of acquittal, same arguments, as well as all previous motions and objections.
Very well. As to the renewed motion for judgment of acquittal, the court has the same ruling in taking the evidence introduced throughout the trial in the light most favorable to the state. The state has met its burden to present all 3 counts to the jury. As to any review on this matter, the issue is preserved.
Thank you. And the last issue, Your Honor, we had discussions yesterday concerning a corrections officer at the Leon County Detention Center. We were able to get her served. An investigator was able to track her down. Ms. Kessler, my paralegal, spoke with her afterwards. The information that she provided is our position that anything Officer Franklin would have to offer is not admissible, and that is why we did not seek to call her prior to arresting.
Well, parties can briefly approach.
All right. Well, let's just get to it. So Mr. Zellman was talking about the intent to commit the crime. There's 2 sentences about manslaughter and the intent to delete Dan. Judge asked Donna to rise, take the oath. So he asked her, the lesser included crimes are available depending on what is charged. She understands that. She waives the ability for the jury to make this finding as to what is charged. I'll be honest, I really don't know. I can't give you any more than just that. I didn't quite understand what was going on there. The principal instruction, it doesn't apply to count 2. So they want it to be changed to only apply to counts 1 and 3. So it only applies to counts 1 and 3. Principal only applies to count 2. And then defense brings up something about the birthday party. I guess that was that email about Harvey's birthday party. The court's ruling remains the same. The writings aren't connected, he decides. Defense asked to use the calendars as demonstratives, and that is approved. They talk about the verdict form, count 2. Defense raises the judgment of acquittal. The judge acknowledges that, of course denies it. And then finally, correction officer Franklin was tracked down and served, but any information she would provide would not be admissible. That's why they didn't call her, and that's why they arrested. That's why they arrested. All right. Lori, did they say they were only going for first degree, other charges dropped? Your guess is as good as mine. It's really hard to know what they're talking about when I don't have the form in front of me. So I really can't offer any insight there. We'll have to see what happens. Michelle, Donna is up there in the sidebar. Red Snap, sitting here watching the chat. You people are right. Tracy, I don't understand the defense can remove charges. I wish I could give you an answer on that. There are still 3 charges, but lessers were dropped. The lesser included crimes are available depending on what is charged. She waives the ability for jury to make the finding as to what is charged, first degree. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what they, when he reads the instructions, which should be coming up momentarily. Elizabeth, second degree and manslaughter are the lessers to first degree. They were not the charges. Right, we get that. So the lesser included crime, waive the ability for the jury to make this finding as to what is charged. Yeah, I really don't know. I'm just as confused as you are, Brenda, right now. So, all right. Well, we'll find out when he reads the instructions, I guess. Ultimately, when he reads the instructions, we'll find out.
Before we bring the jurors in, we will have a brief break to allow the parties to get set any demonstratives and presentations that they will need for closing arguments. Please inform the jurors that we will bring them out about 9:25. Until then, the parties may do what they need to do to set up to get ready. I will print the copies of the instructions. If anyone needs to stretch their legs, use the bathroom, please do so. As to all observers for the closing arguments today, and this is very important, once again, you are not to make any gestures. You're not to make any facial movements. You're not to any way indicate to the jurors that you agree or disagree with what is being argued or what is being said. Phones need to be put away and placed on silent or turned off. Does anyone have any questions? Given what was brought up yesterday, that there was either murmuring or some sort of improper influencing or attempt to improperly influence the jury, that is not going to be permitted. You will be removed and also subject to contempt. Please raise your hands now if you have any questions. Otherwise, I expect you to conduct yourselves accordingly. We will resume at 9:25. The parties are to prepare for the closings at this point, or all presentations and demonstrations.
All right, so we have 25 minutes or so. So Judge 9:25 jurors will come out. Observers, you are not to make any gestures or facial movements. No murmuring, or you will be removed and found in contempt. So, do not breathe, do not blink, Psychosaurus says. Yes, exactly. Sit there like stone statues that you are. No facial movements, CJ says. Yeah. JMS, it's this clown show of defense causing all this mess. Paula, 9:25. No, let's get this show on the road. Anyone know who the guy with the state is? Yes, we do. He was in the Henry Segura. He spoke with Henry Segura as well. His name is, hold on a sec. I had his name. Assistant State Attorney Eddie Evans. And we rewatched the Henry Segura. Sarah Dugan was on Henry Segura too. If you guys were with us for Henry Segura, we did a rewatch of him, and Sarah Dugan was one of the prosecutors. She wasn't the lead, but she was one of the prosecutors. And Henry Segura, the judge for the first Catherine trial, he was, I think, Hankinson, that guy. He was he as well. He was the judge. So there was, and then obviously it took place in Tallahassee. So it's interesting that a lot of, let's see, that's three players: the judge, Sarah Dugan, and now Mr. Eddie Evans. Let me see if I can find. Hold on a sec. Let me see if I can find. It was his retrial as well. It was Henry Segura's retrial. If you guys were with us then, you'll remember. Let me see if I can find. Because he came on towards the end. He may have been in sentencing. Let me see here. Let me just do a quick little, because we have time, right? Let me see if I can find him. Okay, it's not that guy. Okay, that was the main prosecutor. It could have been penalty phase. Let me check this out. Okay, here it is. All right, so this is the guy that's talking for the state right now. He did the penalty phase for Henry Segura. So let me get this for you guys because we have time. I'll just show you a brief, quick little. So this is the guy that's talking. This was Henry Segura. All right, so this is the guy that's talking for the state right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my responsibility to present the state's case for the penalty phase. The state of Florida is going to ask you at the conclusion of this phase that you impose the death penalty for the murders of Brandy Peters, Tamaya Peters, Tanaya Peters, Javante Segura. The evidence of the guilt phase that we went through can be considered by you as evidence in the penalty phase. And the state will primarily rely on it to prove the aggravating circumstances that are alleged to be present in this case.
So the guy that's been talking to the guy that's on the state side, who's been dealing with all these jury instructions, I'm pretty sure that this is the guy. He was in the Henry Segura trial. His name is Eddie Evans. He's the assistant state attorney. So I'm pretty sure that this is the same guy. So I just wanted to play that for you guys just so you could see it. So. All right, I see it's confusing you guys, so I'll stop playing that. I just wanted to, you guys were wondering who that guy is talking. It's not Sarah Dugan. It's not Georgia Kappelman. It's a new person. His name is Eddie Evans, and he was in the Henry Segura. He was in the Henry Segura trial. So. Good morning, Ellen. How are you? Good to see you. Amanda, thank you for joining us. Sinbad, Eddie Evans is the assistant state attorney. Mallory, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Snowcatish, good to see you. When the judge told the jury the witness and evidence portion had concluded, the window to testify was closed. Sherry says, I remember this. No, I don't think you are the dumbest people ever. Cross-examination. Who is doing the closing arguments? Good question, because Miss Dugan did the openings, right? It was not Georgia Kappelman. We thought it was going to be Georgia, but it was not Georgia Kappelman, right? It was Miss Dugan. So it was Sarah Dugan. She did 55 minutes. So they have 2 hours. Both sides have 2 hours. So if they start at 9:30, let's think this through. If they start at 9:30 with jury instructions, I'll give them an hour to get through jury instructions, right? So that gets us to 10:30. And then the state has 2 hours. They're going to do 1 hour, and then they're going to let the defense go. Then they're going to do 1 hour for rebuttal. So all right, so they start at 9:30, an hour for jury instructions. That gets us to 10:30. And then 11:30, they'd be done with the state. And then the defense has 2 hours. So they'll probably take a break for lunch. So they'll come back at, say, 12:30, quarter to 1, start, say, 1 o'clock. That gets us to 3. And then the state goes again till 4. So to me, it looks like they probably won't get this until 4. They probably won't get this till 4. So we took a poll yesterday, and let's see, what was the poll about? When do you think we will have a verdict? So 60% of you said Friday, which is tomorrow. 18% said Thursday, which is today. 19% said next week, and 2% said never, hung jury. So I don't see them coming back with a verdict today. It could. I mean, they very well could if they get it at if they get the they go back to deliberate at 4. They have at least an hour to hour and a half to deliberate. So usually it takes about an hour just to go through the verdict form. Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see how long this verdict form is. We'll have to see how long this verdict form is because some verdict forms are like 30 lines. They have to go through it. It didn't sound like there were that many lines on this one. Like they didn't say yesterday, they weren't saying 1, 2, 3, 4. They were just kind of going through them. And it didn't seem like it was too long. So Sinbad with less is off the table. We need a new poll. Sure, always up for a new poll. About how long they'll take, you think? About how long you think they'll? Should we do another poll? Do you think they'll get to it today? Leslie, I hope Georgia does the closing arguments or rebuttal and finishes up. I hope so too. They may take turns. They may, yeah. Sarah may do one and Georgia may do the other. Cheryl, good morning to you. Good to see you from Wyoming. Tammy, yes, they each have 2 hours. Let's see. I hope not. So I don't miss it. Michelle says I can listen to any part of closings I missed tonight. Sherry, how long can they stay? We talked about that yesterday. Court, I think, the judge said this is a 9 to 5:30 trial. So if they stay later, they have to get permission from his boss, basically, and then they have to, keep the court open, the courtroom open, the courthouse open. They have to make sure the bailiffs are there, the resources are there. So they can stay later, just like Sarah Boone. They stayed late for Sarah Boone. So they could stay later. They just have to make sure their resources are. They have to make sure their resources are set up. Petunia, do we know what happened to Sarah? Sarah Dugan? I don't think anything happened to her. She was there. What are you asking specifically? Yeah, she was there, right? She was at sidebar. Let me just rewind. Yeah, Sarah Dugan was there. So I think she's okay. Caffeinated teacher, poll on how many hours it takes to return a verdict. All right, we could definitely do that. We well, it's really funny because we have multiple polls. If it goes longer, like we'll do. Yeah, Sarah's there. She's sitting. Yep. Poll could be whose witness were more effective. All right, let's. I like that first. Let's do that first because we definitely have time. So let's see here. All right. So has the state met their burden and is Donna guilty beyond reasonable doubt? That would be on all charges. Oh, wait, hold on. All right, so has the state met their burden and is Donna guilty beyond reasonable doubt? That would be for all charges. I should just say guilty all charges. I'll say guilty all charges. Not guilty all charges. Guilty on only one charge, and I'm not sure which one, so we'll just say guilty on only one charge. So that would be a hung jury. We'll go with hung on that. All right. All right, has the state met their burden and is Donna guilty on all charges, not guilty on all charges, or guilty of only one charge, which would make them a hung jury? All right, so let's check that one out first. Because she does have 3. Let's go with that. We'll go with that poll for now, and then we can get to how long it will take to come back with a verdict. So we'll do that one first. Sinbad, love the weekly trial graphics. I'm downloading and having posters made of all favorite trials. I'm making garage trial decor. Nice. Sarah has applied to file a vacated seat in the Judicial Circuit Court. Oh, Sarah has applied to fill a vacated. I gotcha. Interesting. Hey, Kate, good to see you. Mel, if Donna is found not guilty, I'm going on strike, right? Arwen, I can't even imagine the defense closing. Yeah, right. So that's a good point. I want to. Mel, I answered the poll immediately. Guilty of one charge, she goes to prison, not hung. All right. I messed that up again. Let me kill that. Let me end the poll and let me do another one because I was wrong. All right, let's start a new poll. Let's see. Did the state meet their burden? All right, we'll keep this real simple. Guilty, not guilty, hung jury. No, you know what? I'm not even going to do that. Did the state meet their burden? Is Donna guilty or not guilty? So let's just go with that. All right, new poll for you guys. All right. Let's see what's going on. Hey, Donna, good morning to you. Amanda, Wendi or Harvey next? I would go with, if we had to guess and play that game, Harvey was shown that he knew afterwards because he's the one that booked the tickets, right? Harvey booked the tickets to Vietnam. So he had to know. Oh, and then also he met with Charlie, and there's texts between Charlie and Donna about Donna telling Dad everything. He knows everything now. So if Harvey didn't know before, Harvey definitely knew after. So that makes him, in my opinion, complicit. Somehow he somehow has to have some kind of culpability with that. And then with Wendi, Wendy's always been a unindicted co-conspirator. So she's always been on the table. So who would be next? I don't know. It's a toss-up. That's really a toss-up. That's definitely a toss-up. On the table. I think either one, right? Psychosaurus Rex. Everyone give a big old boop on the like for our fearless peanut leaders. The squeegee and squeegis. Nice. Brenda, hoping Wendi is next. Kathy, Wendi is the core of the peeled onion. She started it, then ignored the players to make herself look clean. Yeah. Kate Cormanick. Cats go in. Cats go out. Cats go in. Cats go out. Yes. Yes, they do. JMS, Charlie was found guilty in about 3 hours. I'm thinking the same or a little less for Donna. Leslie says, I hope Wendi faces justice after this. Kate, Wendi has 2 modes, sugary flirt and terrible liar. What time is court today? Shirley asks. Tammy, I think Harvey is clueless. He's just doing what Donna told him to do. Oh, Mallory, thank you so much. Something's wrong. Just want to say hi. Oh, I think you're good. I can tag you. Think something's wrong with your chatting? Let me see. There. Okay. Can pull you up there. So thank you. Thank you, Mallory. Let me see. I don't see anywhere else either. Shay says, you think Wendi is going out of town after the jury starts deliberating because the cops may be waiting to arrest her after Donna's verdict? Well, she may already be out of town, to be quite honest. Lori, Wendi may be next. They are just waiting to see how this trial rolls out. I agree with that. If Donna's found guilty, definitely Wendi and Harvey should be lawyer. Well, Wendy's already lawyered up. Harvey probably is as well. Nomad Living, good to see you. Sinbad, we all have to be the butter gallery today, just melting in the background. Nice. Oh, stand for the truth. Thank you. Let's see. Thank you for the $4.99. Appreciate that. Agent 333, is Harvey's dance card filling up? Are the Florida widows lurking to see what happens? Right. Psychosaurus Rex, hopefully the cops are waiting at the airport. C. Gilmore, I think they're watching Wendi like a hawk. I would think so too. Or Harvey is the low man on the totem pole here. Yeah. Well, I think what they can, like I said, he talked to Charlie afterwards. Mom says, Donna says, I talked to Dad. He knows everything. He booked the flights. Is that enough to find him guilty of conspiracy, of aiding and abetting? Maybe he could be pulled up maybe for aiding and abetting, because those are two that, if that's a big if Donna is convicted, that would be two criminals that he talked to, and then he knew everything, and then you know what? Those are two criminals, convicted criminals that he talked to. He knows everything, and he booked tickets to Vietnam to flee the country. So if a jury finds Donna guilty of that, then where does that leave Harvey? Right? Where does that leave Harvey then? Does that mean Harvey then was aiding and abetting? Was he trying to help a criminal flee? Where does that leave him? JRN, I think if Wendi was going to be charged, it would have happened already. I agree, but I also disagree, JRN, only because I think they needed her testimony. Would her testimony be more impactful out of, being tried or not being tried? So if she was convicted, would she may not cooperate. So that's why I'm thinking maybe they're saying, hey, testify. We want your cooperation and testify. You know what I'm saying? So if they had charged her and she was found guilty, she may not be testifying right now. So then they wouldn't have been able to get Charlie. They wouldn't have been able to get Donna. Although I think with Charlie, I think it was Catherine's testimony. I think that's what threw it over the edge for me, was Catherine's testimony. I don't think it was Wendy's testimony per se. Babalu, keep in mind, Wendi was given immunity for her testimony. They would need evidence to charge her. I don't think they will. Every time that Wendy's gotten on the stand, except this last time, Babalu, I would counter with this. Ms. Kappelman has said, yes, you have immunity for just what you're testifying here. That doesn't mean that you won't be tried down the road. She has said that, maybe not in so many words, but she has said that. Basically, you have immunity now while you're testifying, and it can't be used against you, but that doesn't mean you can't be charged with something at a later date. So, then there's that. And Joanne, is Wendi in our chat pretending to be Jim? Your Honor, I plead confusing or confused. Yeah, aiding and abetting, right, Sinbad? That's what I'm, if Donna's found guilty, where does that leave Harvey with buying tickets for a criminal? Right? Betty, wasn't Charlie was talking through the grid to the security guards? Wasn't Charlie was talking through the grid? When? On his ride over, or when? Cross-examnesia. Could they have held off on arresting Wendi as they needed her to testify in the trials of her mom and brother? That's what I'm thinking. And she may have said, no, I'm not. If she had been convicted, she may be like, yeah, I'm not going to testify against them. Who knows? I don't know. Elizabeth, Harvey can't be charged as accessory after the fact. Under Florida law, family members can't be charged? Serious? So if my wife deletes somebody, I can't be charged? If she comes to me and says, wow, that's astonishing if that's true, Elizabeth. So if my wife deletes somebody and then comes to me afterwards and says, I did this, I can't be charged if I say, hey, let's go to Vietnam? That's amazing. Michelle, Harvey aiding and abetting and harboring a criminal, not to mention the money laundering via the dental practice. There you go. But he'll claim he didn't know because Donna signed the checks, wrote the checks and signed the checks. JRN makes so much sense. Red Snap, Harvey is by no means totally innocent. He is involved somehow. Richard, that is correct. So if your wife or husband or son or daughter, mother commits a crime and tells you afterwards you can't be held responsible if you wow, that blows my mind, you guys. Is Charlie back in South Dakota? I'm not sure. I'm not sure where he is right now. Hey, buddy. I'm not sure where he is. Mallory, 50 degrees where you are. Nice. Here comes the judge. Do you think bringing Charlie here was just to give him a change of scenery? A little how I spent my summer vacation? Maybe. Mel, Wendi was given limited immunity. Stand for truth. I listened to Georgia dealing with that smirky attorney yesterday, and I think she hit a home run with the jury. $80,000, no big deal. Did you notice she had no tooth in the lower? I did see that. Love the passion. I did see that. Psychosaurus Rex. Wendy's testimony has been very unincriminating for her personally, which is interesting. Wendi always attempts to distance herself anytime she testifies, so plenty of evidence left to use. Let's see. Valeria. Harvey knew exactly what was going on. He knew money was taken from the account. Bella, good morning to you. Allie B, it's 45 where you are. Nice. That is chilly. And saying good morning. No worries. Spouses do not have to testify against each other. That I knew, but I'm really confused as to that. That just makes no sense to me whatsoever. But if that's the law, that's the law. Thank you. Thank you so much for your 10 pounds. Cross-examnesia. I love that name too. Love the channel. Great content and host. Thank you. Appreciate that. They don't have to testify against each other, but can be charged if they had a part in it. Well, I think the question was not that they had a part in it, but if something happens and then they come to you and then they explain everything and then you book a ticket to Vietnam, how can you not be held accountable for that? JP Rabbit, Ford is whack. I live here, I know. Hey Mona, Harvey knew everything. He watched every dollar go in and out. He met with Charlie and Donna during the bump and gave Katie his car. Nancy, hello to you. Good morning to you, I should say. Green-eyed cat. Thank you. You guys make it all worthwhile. Vivith, if I didn't know the planning, he knew about the murder the night of his party. Mel, the entire case is the Adelson case. I know, Woke. What happened in 925? More defense shenanigans? Possibly. Kathy, just because money is missing does not mean anything other than someone took it. Hey, you should, yeah. See lots of kitties. Yeah, two of them playing on that. And that cat tower, if you guys don't know, that came from Psychosaurus Rex. So again, thank you for that. Nomad, still hot in Oregon. Wow. 95. That's like Florida. Oof. Of course, spouses can be charged for the same crime. Deviant, hello. How are you? Old and angry. Unfortunately, chance of hung jury. Old and angry. You sound like me. All right, Richard, facilitating escape to avoid prosecution, a separate charge. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's the whole thing. I don't think Harvey, I don't know. There's no really direct evidence that Harvey was a part of the planning, but there is direct evidence that he knew afterwards because he was told. Because Donna says Dad knows everything. Charlie met with him at the sushi restaurant. The checks were coming out of his business. So that's where I'm saying. So that's where I'm, yeah. Oh, Jenny, thank you. Yeah. We're at 14,023. So thank you guys. Appreciate that, Jenny. Did I miss Golden Girl? member for 6 months. Thank you for all your great coverage. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Michelle, lick the like button. Well, let's not go that far. Lick the like button. That's really funny. Cat's on the tree. Yep. Yes, Psychosaurus Rex. It was a good one. He is responsible for his dental practice and what is happening, even if he didn't write the checks, Michelle says. I agree. Kevin, did Wendi get immunity or a proper to testify? She has immunity. She's had immunity from the get-go to testify, but it's limited, and she can still be charged for crimes afterwards. Amy, congrats on 14K. Thank you. Ed, the squeezeologist, one who studies note-taking for trials. Nice. Leslie, I'm waiting. It's past 9:25. I know. Although I don't think they get in too big of a hurry this early in the day. I think he wasn't told until after the bump. They had no choice but to tell him. That's kind of where I'm leaning. I'm not seeing direct evidence that he was involved with the planning, right? I haven't seen, other than, they drove, so Donna drove to Charlie's the night of, and she texted Charlie, I'm outside your house. So that theoretically is when she gave the money to Charlie. So was Harvey with them? I think Harvey's phone pinged as well, right? So that means he was with them dropping off money the night of the murder. So that still there's still no direct evidence that he knew beforehand, right? There's no evidence that says he was a part of, although the TV, he did make the appointment for the TV because it said like love dad or from dad or something like that. He told Wendi in an email that the Geek Squad was going to be there between 8 and noon on that Friday, and he either signed it love dad or from dad or something like that. So that's the only, let me see, I think it was love dad. That's the only, okay. So he emailed Wendi, here's the work order for the TV repair on Friday, July 18th between 8 and 12, love dad. So that's the only direct evidence linking him to the day of. And then the day after, when Donna goes to Charlie and says, text, I'm here, was that, or I'm outside. What was it? I'm outside. I think she texts. I can't find it. So Donna texts Charlie at 8:59 outside your house. So was Harvey? Yeah, then they go to Orlando after that. So Harvey was with her. So, and then it all happens after that where Charlie meets with him at the sushi restaurant. Donna says, I told Dad everything. So Harvey definitely is wrapped up in this. Harvey's definitely wrapped up in this. Michelle, maybe Donna wrote love dad to pull him into it too. Yeah. Yep. It was a joint account. That is true. Harvey knew all, Hellwriter says. Sharon, Donna could have sent it. Yep, that is true. That is absolutely true. Okay, so you take that out of the equation, then Donna drives to Charlie's house, gives him the money, then they drive up to Orlando, then they drive to Tallahassee. So then there's that. Fanny, good morning to you. JMS, unless they have other evidence showing Harvey was more involved and haven't made it public, I don't see any evidence of him being directly involved. Nancy says Harvey is the silent but deadly type. Yeah, definitely pillow talk. Yeah, yep, all of that. Ellen, so many details in this family. So many details in this case. This family is nuts. Snow Caddish, they don't need Wendi to get Harvey. Wendi is no longer useful, and I believe she's next. That's kind of what I'm thinking, especially if Donna's found guilty. There's Wendi would be, I would think Wendi would be next up. I would think Wendi. Cross-examnesia. I got to say that right. Harvey was smarter than the average Adelson. Allie, if Donna was signing the checks, he may not have known that. I mean, he was the dentist, not the office manager. My husband doesn't have a clue about our finances, and that's day-to-day stuff. Yeah, it happens. It happens a lot. My mom kept the books. You know, she wrote the checks. My dad, went out and made the money. Mom stayed at home, and that's just the way it was back then. I don't, my dad invested a lot. My dad had a lot of investments. But I don't know if my mom was a part of those investments or not. So I don't know if my dad did the investments, but my mom took care of like the groceries and electric and water and all that stuff. So I'm not quite sure how they split that up. But I remember my mom writing checks, just like Rob said about Donna, sitting at the kitchen table writing checks. I remember my mom absolutely doing that. And my dad, I don't remember my dad ever writing a check. So yeah, totally deviant cat action in the background. They are being little silly ones up there. They're enjoying the sunshine. See if I can. Let's see. I'll get out of the way a little bit. Yep. Let's see up there, and then Fed is way up there. Can you see him? Yep, he's up there. Wink. Our little cheddar fedder, Roger cheddar fedder. Jennifer, what's the delay? I know. I have to leave and take Dad to the doctors. I'll check back later. I don't know, Jennifer. Something's going on. They were supposed to be back now 15 minutes ago, basically. Wasn't Harvey scammed out of a large sum of money? Yes. No, he was. JMS, Rob was the smart one. The word investments turns my brain functioning right off. That and taxes, I know. Yeah, Agent, he was scammed out. We looked that up. It was in the 90s. Hold on. Harvey Adelson scam, 1990s, something like that. There was a Ponzi scheme, $4 billion Ponzi scheme that made suckers out of Harvey. So I guess it was a Ponzi scheme. Some kind of Ponzi scheme. He was scammed out of his family's savings, I guess. Something along those lines. I don't know the exact details, but it was something about that. Willow Johnson, beautiful cat tree. Thank you. Psychosaurus Rex sent that to us. Fed is always on the top. Even when their eyes weren't even open, he was crawling on top of the kitten pile. Yeah. And then he's one that climbs up, and we have a live oak, which is about 70, 80 feet tall. He gets up about 30 feet. I'm going to try and get a video of him. Cheese on top. Bella, nice. Joanne says, yeah, Agent, he was scammed by Ponzi. Willow, perfect place for the tree, too. Thank you. Something is happening. Maybe Donna feigned passing out to delay, Michelle says. Leslie loved the cats. Thank you. Here comes the judge. Donna has changed her mind and wants to testify now. What do you call a lazy kangaroo? A pouch potato. Nice, Cross. Nice. Poor jury has to wait yet again. Yeah, this is throwing off my, they're going to get to start deliberating by 4. Because remember, both sides have 2 hours. That's 4 hours right there. So, Judge, I'm going to go with an hour for jury instructions. So we're looking at 5 hours plus an hour break for lunch. That's 6 hours. I mean, you're already looking at 4 o'clock here. So, Jaron, wait a dang minute. Chud's climbing a 30-foot tall tree, and Jaron is not okay with that. Well, the tree itself is probably like 75 feet, but then he gets up 15, 20, he gets up about 25 feet. Yeah. I'll get a video next time he does it. I'll get a video. Cajun Bayou Queen. This is a strange, evil family. Hellrider, sad that happened to him. Always somebody talking about someone money. Yeah. Aussie, proud to represent the Peanut Gallery in Oz. Red Snap, they are growing up. They are definitely growing up. Psychosaurus Rex, oh, that just sends me thinking of Little Fed all the way up in the tree. Oh, I know. Trust me. And then he has to get down. It took him, so he's gotten up there. Let's see, who else has gotten up there? Riker has tried, and she only gets up about 6 or 7 feet. Sid has gotten up there, and she couldn't figure out how to get back down. So there's like a the trunk is it's really big trunk, and then it splits like that, right? So and that's probably about 15 feet. So she got to there, and she couldn't figure out how to get down. So she kind of climbed down a little, and then she jumped into my arms. But now Fed has gotten up there enough times that he goes up, and then he comes back down. And now he's even testing it. He'll go up like 7 or 8 feet, and then he'll crawl back down. So he's sorted it out. He has sorted it out. Richard, I once got a call on patrol to get a cat out of the tree. I nearly broke my neck. Kid was happy though. Yep. It cuts down oak tree. No, we can't cut down the tree. Donna is writing closings for them. Wait, is she writing what they tell her, or are they saying what she wrote? Nice. Patsy, you have an orange cat? Orange Cat's doing orange cat things. Aaron's part of a Facebook group, I think it's called that. Orange Cat's doing orange cat things. Shay says, I missed everything. I'm missing everything. How dare my closing deals get in the way? You're really not missing anything, to be quite honest. Psychosaurus Rex, sweet Sid. Fed is a smart little monkey. Yes. Yeah, all three of them have been in the tree, quote unquote, in the tree, meaning, and this trunk is big. I mean, this trunk is, I cannot put my arms around the trunk. I mean, it's a big trunk. I can't even get halfway around the trunk. It's huge. And Polly's been up there. Rafa's been up there when they were kids. No problem. All right, Aaron sent me the All right, hold on, Aaron. All right, hold on. Okay. All right, here's Polly coming down the tree. Hold on a sec. All right, so there's the oak tree, right? So it's a live oak. So this is Polly coming down the tree. So you see that crook, you see how it kind of splits? That's about 15 feet up. So just so you know. So here's Polly coming down the tree. So Aaron's trying to find Polly. She's in there somewhere. Oh, there she is. All right, you can see her coming down. So yeah, little Fed gets up there that high. So there she is. So that little crease right where she is right about now is about 15 feet. See how it kind of splits? So that's about 15 feet. And here she comes. Yeah, that's about 15 feet right there. 15 to 20. And then they turn around and then they scuttle their way down. So Fed has figured that out. Sid did not. She just jumped from there. She just flew and she jumped into my arms. Yeah. So there you go. So that's Polly. That's the tree. It's a big tree. It's a big tree. So Sid couldn't figure it out. I had to actually. So one time, the first time Sid couldn't figure it out, and she just jumped into my arms. And then the other time I had to get a ladder and I had to go rescue her. So, but Fed's figured it out. He's gone up there a couple times. It's Bella, it's fun, but it's also very scary when they get up there. Oh, it's so scary when they get up there. If you give them enough time, they learn. Crazy how they can climb. I know, Dee, it is. Kathy, magnificent tree, love it. Oh, thank you. Shirley, Lucky also climbs to the top of doors and falls asleep. And Sharon, it is. It's raining cats. Oh, Abby, thank you. Beautiful property. Nomad, beautiful tree. It is. It is. That's why we don't want to. Yeah, we don't want to cut it down. Cross-examination. Action kitty. And Jaren, I would be Sid. Yeah. Well, if they get up there, they have to figure out how to get back down, right? So Mom taught them how to climb a tree and get down. No, not really, because they did it on their own, and she would just sit there. She just sits there and she looks up at them, and they have to figure it out. They have to figure it out. Psychosaurus Rex, she looked like a big jungle cat up on a branch, but then so small on the ground. Cats are the best, right? Crazy Mary Jo, I used to call on Tropicana in Bradenton. Sinbad, my kitties chase the squirrels up our 400-year-old live oak. Nice. Let's see. ATT, I've never known a cat to figure out how to turn around. Their claws are only shaped for climbing up. They sort it out. They've sorted it out.
Very quickly, yes.
All right. I just heard him, and then I heard. Yeah. Kittens are fine. Trust that they have natural instincts. Yeah. Agent, I could never be a cat. I'm terrified of heights. Trust me, when they're up there, I'm like, because he'll go up on these little like branches that are like my finger. He's climbing up on them. I'm like, oh my God. He figures it out. He figures it out. Red Snap, my yard is full of huge live oaks. This happened once in one of my trials before closing. A plea deal was made, Richard says. Yeah. Allie, your land looks peaceful. It's nice. Yeah, it's nice. That majestic tree comes from a tiny acorn, Mel says. Yep. Sherry, something must be going on in the courtroom. This is ridiculous. Emily is streaming. Court is on. We are live. We are live. We are live as live as can be. Yep. Check your trees. Fungus means they're dying. Yeah, I've heard that as well. Woke, they have to do jury instructions and then closing arguments. Pammy, good to see you with your grandsons. Aw, nice. I don't think we're frozen. Let me go check another feed. I think we're... Let me go to where we normally go to. Let's see here. Let me double check. Oh, yeah. So Emily, yeah, no, I mean, they're not. Allie says Emily's feed is behind. She is in curtain. Yeah. I think she does that so she can zoom, she does her commentary, then she zooms forward. I think that's why she does it. I mean, I don't know, but. Cajun, yeah, I bet you, yeah, the Spanish moss for sure. Yeah. I love it. I love it as well. Snow Caddish, yep. EDB starts late so she can fast forward through the breaks. JRN, you're coming up to get me, right? Love the moss. Yeah, it's cool. Oh, here we go.
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury. Good morning. Before we get started with the instructions on the law and the closing arguments by the attorneys, I will have a stipulation to read to you. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is that Patricia Byrd was not listed by the current or previous defense counsel as a potential witness in this case. Does each juror have a copy of the jury instructions in their seats? Please raise your hands. For the record, each juror has been provided with a copy of the instructions. I'm going to read these instructions out loud to you. You may follow along by reading as I read them out loud, or you may listen. The important thing is that you pay careful attention to the instruction on the law. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I am about to give you. Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case, has been accused of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Donna Adelson is accused of first-degree murder in count 1 of the indictment. If you find Daniel Markel was killed by Donna Adelson, you must then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing and deciding if the killing was first-degree murder. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Donna Adelson may be found guilty of first-degree murder. Count 1. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1, Daniel Markel is dead. Element 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Donna Adelson. Element 3, there was a premeditated killing of Daniel Markel. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Count 2. To prove the crime of criminal conspiracy, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1. The intent of Donna Adelson was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed. Element 2. In order to carry out the intent, Donna Adelson agreed, conspired, combined, or confederated with Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanois or other persons to cause first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them or by some other person. It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, or confederation to commit first-degree murder be expressed in any particular words or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. Count 3. To prove the crime of criminal solicitation, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1. Donna Adelson solicited Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanois or other persons to commit first-degree murder. Element 2. During the solicitation, Donna Adelson commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanois or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense solicited. The crime of first-degree murder has been previously defined in these instructions. To solicit means to ask earnestly or to try to induce another person to engage in specific conduct. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt: 1. The defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2. The defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed or attempted. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Daniel Markel occur. This instruction only applies to count 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2. If the defendant paid or promised to pay another person or persons to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all of the things the person who was promised or received the money did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt: 1. The defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2. She made or promised the payment in exchange for the commission or promise to commit the crime or to help commit the crime, and 3. The crime was committed by the other person. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. This instruction only applies to count 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2. The intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence, like any other fact in a case. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Has the witness been convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor involving dishonesty? Was the witness present in the courtroom during the testimony of another witness or other witnesses? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Check on what's happening in the hallway. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. You must consider the testimony of some witnesses with more caution than others. For example, a witness who claims to have helped the defendant commit a crime or hopes to gain more favorable treatment in his or her own case may have a reason to make a false statement in order to strike a good bargain with the state. This is particularly true when there is no other evidence tending to agree with what the witness says about the defendant. So while a witness of that kind may be entirely truthful when testifying, you should consider her testimony with more caution than the testimony of other witnesses. However, if the testimony of such a witness convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt, or the other evidence in the case does so, then you should find the defendant guilty. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything. Nor is the defendant required to prove her innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by her decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. There are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. Number 1. You must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. Number 2. This case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and these instructions. Number 3. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Number 4. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Number 5. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Number 6. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Number 7. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. A separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crimes charged. You may find the defendant guilty as charged, or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify, or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous, that is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to the crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. There is only one verdict form, which I am in possession of right now, but I will read to you all of the options that are available on the verdict form. State of Florida versus Donna Adelson, defendant, case number 2023 CF 3226. Verdict, count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 1. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 2. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 3. And then the verdict form is to be signed and dated by the individual who will serve as the foreperson. Both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Is the state prepared to proceed with its closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court. Counsel. Good morning. Well, this is Dan Markel. He's the victim in this case. A son, a brother, a colleague, a mentor, a professor, a friend, but most of all, a father, an Abba, a dad. A dedicated and loving father whose downfall was brought about by the fact that his number one priority was maximizing his time with those little boys in the wake of a bitter divorce from their mother. Defense called witnesses to come in here and give you an expert opinion that his divorce and the subsequent litigation was not contentious. Not contentious to whom? It was contentious to Dan Markel. It was contentious to Wendi Adelson, and it was contentious to this defendant. And then after telling you what a great guy Dan Markel was in opening statements, they called witnesses to tell you what a pain in the butt he was. And he was a pain in the butt to those people, those awful lawyers that can't even admit that divorces are emotionally charged. He was a pain in their butts. He was a pain in Wendy's butt, and he was a pain in Donna's butt. Why? Because this was his life we were talking about. Dan Markel was not a file on some lawyer's desk. He was a real person who cared passionately about every scrap of paper in that divorce file. He wasn't some bumbling idiot. He was a Harvard-educated law professor. And yeah, he was making it as difficult as possible for this defendant to get her non-negotiable, which just also happened to be Dan Markel's non-negotiable, those two little boys. You have learned about this conspiracy and how it has unraveled over the last 11 years since Dan Markel's death. The defendants in this case have all attempted to point fingers at each other. They have argued that the state's theory is right. It's right. You got it right. With everybody except for me. I didn't do it. Garcia's defense was that Charlie went directly to Rivera to arrange the hit on Dan Markel. Catherine Magbanua testified in her trial and said she had no knowledge of this murder. Charlie must have gone around her directly to Garcia. In Charlie's trial, he said Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera all got together to kill Dan Markel without any direction from any Adelson family member. Each defendant characterized himself or herself as another victim in this case. A victim in this situation, a victim of their co-defendants, setting them up, or the appearance of evidence that seemed to implicate them but wasn't what it appeared to be. But despite their efforts to insulate themselves and to distance themselves from their co-conspirators, they made enough mistakes to get themselves caught and held accountable for their respective roles in this conspiracy. And today is Donna Adelson's turn. Despite their efforts to play victims, Dan Markel is still the only victim in this case. And the only thing he was guilty of was fighting like hell for those little boys. And he lost. He lost everything. This is what he looked like before this defendant conspired to hire a hitman to have him killed, and this is what he looked like after. Evidence has shown that on July 18th, 2014, this brilliant, accomplished, beloved man was gunned down in cold blood in his own garage. And this horrific death ultimately set the police down two separate paths, following the two most promising leads that they had. The first lead was to chase down that Prius that, thank God, Mr. Geiger caught a glimpse of pulling out of the driveway that morning. And the second path was to ask, as we would with any murder investigation, who had a motive to want him dead? And within 1 hour of the shooting, well before Professor Markel had even been pronounced dead, this path was already pointing to the defendant when Wendi Adelson revealed to officers that her parents had more reason to dislike her ex than anyone else. And what offense had Mr. Markel committed against Donna Adelson and her family, refusing to let his children be taken away from him? Objecting to her telling his kids that he's stupid? The evidence has shown that Donna Adelson was all about psychological warfare, and when all else failed, she was willing to do whatever it took to accomplish her non-negotiable, to get a win. In order for you to render a verdict of guilty, the state must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that these crimes were committed and that this defendant is the person who committed the crimes, or in this case, one of the persons who committed the crimes. It is undisputed that these crimes were committed. This was a first-degree murder. No doubt about that. But who did it? The only issue left is identification, or what we call ID. The defense told you in openings, motive doesn't really matter. Don't pay attention to all the motive. Don't pay attention to all the emails. But motive can be compelling proof of who done it. Identification. And thus, critical to your determination of the defendant as one of the persons that committed this crime. Despite some of the testimony that you heard, it is clear that the divorce between Wendi and Dan was contentious. Except the person who cared most about Wendi's divorce, and relocation specifically, wasn't Wendi. It was her mother. Charlie Adelson solicited Catherine McBanoa to kill Dan Markel, but why? Who solicited Charlie? Because Charlie didn't care about the Adelson family getting a win against Dan Markel. He didn't care about relocation. He didn't care about Wendi's divorce. He cared about go-karts and jet skis and pretty girls. But he also cared about getting things done for the number one woman in his life, and that was his mother. She managed Charlie's life for him, and in return, he solved problems for her. That pattern is seen throughout this case. He talks to Wendi on the defendant's behalf to get her to pull the plug on the Tallahassee house, to date Dave and invite him to Mother's Day, to pursue a medical malpractice job, even though that's not even her area of the law, and on and on and on. She micromanaged Wendi's life. Charlie knows how to manage Wendi in a way that Donna can't, or knows how to talk to her in a way that Donna can't. And Wendi needs their help, right? Because according to them, she doesn't even have enough of a brain in her head to run her own life without their help. Donna decides what's best for everyone, and if she runs into any problems making that happen, Charlie is her go-to guy to get it done. He is the problem solver. And what was the biggest problem that Donna Adelson had in 2014? Dan Markel. Wendi filed her petition for divorce on September 10th of 2012, and the defendant was right in the middle of it. In the fall of 2012, the defendant told her son, Rob Adelson, that she had been in Tallahassee for several months, renting a new place for Wendi. She used her own maiden name to do that, to disguise the identity of who was renting it, arranging for movers, moving money around, and getting things set up for Wendi to leave Dan. Then Wendi calls Dan Markel and delivers the news that she's leaving him. How does she do it? She tells him she and the boys are moving out of the marital home, and the defendant gleefully, that was Rob's word, reported to Rob, her son, that she and Wendi strategically planned to deliver that news to Mr. Markel so that he would get this bomb dropped on him right as he's about to take the stage to deliver this lecture. According to Mr. Markel in one of his filings, quote, while the husband was away on a short business trip, the wife left the husband in the marital home, taking with her the children's furniture, clothing, toys, and whatever assets, both marital and non-marital, she desired. The evidence has shown that from the start, this defendant was very involved in managing Wendi's divorce. In October of 2012, defendant writes an email entitled, Things to Discuss at Your Mediation to Make Sure You Have in Writing for a Settlement, in which she refers to Wendi as a hostage and a prisoner in Tallahassee. That's what she believed. The email also includes the suggestion that Wendi pursue a restraining order against Dan Markel, that Wendi should go for 100% full custody of those two kids and relocation, and the threat of this conversion to Christianity. Quote, if he leaves you in Tallahassee, the children will not be attending Hebrew day school. That's not a threat, just a warning. A warning that her friend, Miss Cunningham, on the stand dismissed. Oh, that was just a foolish thing to say, right? But the characterization of these threats as, just something that was a one-off heat of passion thing has been completely destroyed by the evidence in this case, because she repeats it. She plans it with a lot of specificity. Wendi even admitted that her mom was serious about planning a baptism for these kids to change their religion as a ruse to try to strong-arm Dan Markel into giving up those kids. This is an example of the defendant operating with the emotional subterfuge as described by her daughter, Wendi Adelson. Also remember how her son Rob described her. She has rigid and fixed ideas of what she wants. And as long as you comply, things are fine. But when you don't comply, things are not fine. Wendi even admitted that if Dan had relented and moved to South Florida, or at least allowed her to move there, they might have co-parented happily ever after. But Dan did not comply, so things were definitely not fine. The defendant ends this email with, quote, "We will help you in any way possible for you to come here." In October, this defendant drafted language for Wendi's petition to relocate, including allegations that Wendi had been upset about having to live in Tallahassee since 2005, and a mention of putting the boys in a Christian school and on a non-kosher diet. Again, that's not a threat, just a reality. And the suggestion that the boys live in South Florida with Wendi and Dan just fly back and forth to see his kids. He can just come see them every other weekend by airplane. Doesn't that sound like an amicable, equal time sharing that the lawyers for the defense described was going on here? Wendi's lawyer says she had no knowledge of Wendi's mom being involved in her divorce, but the evidence shows she absolutely was. Wendi sends the proposed petition for relocation from her lawyer to the defendant with a note that says, "Here it is, let's edit." And the defendant responds the next day with detailed feedback, including an argument that Dan Markel is incapable of taking care of his own children and that Wendi should seek 100% custody. Arguments which Wendi forwarded to her lawyer as her own. And upon receiving the lawyer's answer, she sends the lawyer's answer back to the defendant. That's in evidence. Defendant's thoughts about Wendi's earning potential and her work environment in Tallahassee. Arguments about she'd be better off with this other job that's higher paying in Miami. And defendant says she's been living in Tallahassee, that she, the defendant, has been living in Tallahassee since the petition was filed to help Wendi with the boys. In January of 2013, the defendant advises Wendi on her amended petition to relocate. And this is where the argument is raised about the job as a major bargaining chip in the divorce. The defendant writes here that Dan needs to know that there's no way in hell Wendi is going to stay at FSU. On January 14th, Wendi files an amended petition with request to relocate, which you can read and see. The petition contains many of the defendant's arguments. She couches this relocation in terms of not only important, but like a matter of life and death. Look at these quotes. It will create a major negative change in our lives. It will ruin your entire life. The rest of all our lives. Mine, Dad's, and even Charlie's will be affected by how well she can perform and act before July 31st to try to get this relocation thing turned around. Donna has even started pre-screening men for Wendi to date in the Miami area. In February, Dan files his response to Wendi's motion to relocate, alleging Wendi took his stuff when she left. The sole reason for relocation is to be close to her mother and family in South Florida, and that contrary to what Wendi put in her pleading, he was not seeking to leave FSU. He wasn't trying to move. Wendi failed to comply with their Skype agreement, that Wendi exhibited deceitful behavior, made false statements, showed a lack of integrity, and had unclean hands. Those are some pretty nasty words. Maybe not the worst thing that the defense experts ever seen, but pretty nasty. Dan Markel requests sole decision-making authority for these kids regarding education, medical, and religious matters. The defense lawyer witnesses said, oh, that was never going to work. Maybe that's true. But these were concerns that Dan Markel took seriously. There's tons of discussions in evidence in these binders before you, in the pleadings and in the emails, about Dan Markel's desire to raise these boys in accordance with his faith and his concerns that his wishes were going to go right out the window as soon as the boys went over to be with Wendi or her mother. And defendant took this matter seriously too. She made it crystal clear in these emails that she had no respect for these boys' fathers' wishes for them regarding religious practices. In this email, defendant says she's sitting at Wendi's kitchen table working on Wendi's response to the filing we just talked about that Dan Markel made. So much for her having no involvement in her daughter's divorce. She says in this email to a friend, all Wendi wants out of this is to relocate to South Florida, where she has us and Charlie. Danny is making it very difficult. On March 5th, 2013, defendant sends a long email in response to every paragraph of Dan Markel's arguments against relocation, including that Dan's religious practices are fanatical and dangerous to the boys, and that Dan Markel is psychologically unfit to have custody of his children. It's not sounding very amicable, is it? In opening statements, the defendant's attorney acknowledged that Dan Markel was an intelligent, accomplished professor and a dedicated father, and the state could not agree more. But the evidence has shown that her client didn't agree with that. Donna Adelson repeatedly paints Dan Markel as a self-important idiot who's not fit to care for his own children. On March 6, 2013, Dan Markel sends Wendi an email threatening to take her to court over her failure to cooperate with the Skype thing. That comes up repeatedly. Here he says, you've made zero efforts to facilitate that when you or your mother could have easily done so. I don't want conflict or tension. I desperately want peace and joy. Please let that happen, but do not mistake my politeness or desire for cooperation as a lack of firmness. I will not tolerate failures on your part to keep our agreements. They did have a Skype agreement, and she was violating it, and he was furious about it. This email was forwarded by Wendi to this defendant, so she knows about all this stuff. Dan Markel sent Wendi an email in December, which was pretty personal, and in which he is kind of a mea culpa. He apologizes for things that went wrong in the marriage and takes some accountability for what he views as his mistakes in the marriage. And Wendi forwards this email to her mother. Then Donna responds to this personal email and goes through Dan Markel's writings paragraph by paragraph, suggesting how Wendi can manipulate his words against him. Oh, look, he's admitting this here. This will help you in the divorce. And she does it in Wendi's voice. It's weird. Look at it. So although sometimes Wendi seems to be complaining about her mom overstepping, she's trampling my autonomy, it's like she's also inviting her mother into her business and wants her help, but also don't trample my autonomy. In fact, Wendi thanked her mom for the thoughts that she gave on this letter Dan Markel wrote. She also wrote that she never would have left Dan Markel without her mom's support. In May of 2013, the defendant refers to one of Dan Markel's responses as a, quote, 23-page rant. Then she doubles down on relocation as the most important and non-negotiable part of Wendi's divorce. I mean, how many times does she have to tell y'all it's important, but somehow the defense is still it wasn't important, or it was over. It didn't matter. She notes here that Dan Markel threatened Wendi with federal kidnapping charges. He threatened her daughter with federal kidnapping charges for taking those kids without telling him where she was going when she left. The defendant signs off, I'm too angry to write anymore. And the evidence has shown that this nice, normal, sweet little grandma certainly was angry. to support the argument that Wendi should be able to relocate because Dan was always traveling on work trips, the defendant sends Wendi this email. And it contains every date, like the date ranges that Dan Markel has been out of town traveling for work since the birth of their first child. That's 4 years. She is able to go back and send to Wendi, he was out of town this date to this date, this date to this date. It's a little shocking that she recorded that information, but we know she is a very detailed person. She keeps these extremely detailed day planners. But Dan Markel's travel schedule is of particular interest, in fact, in light of the fact that the hitmen knew that Dan Markel had to be killed on July 18th because he was going out of town the next day. The question is, how'd they get that information? Who had that information? Then the next day, Dan Markel files a memo of law asking for the attorney's fees and saying that, quote, if costs are not awarded, then the wife and her affluent parents who are bankrolling the wife's litigation so they can enjoy closer access to the grandchildren will persist in vexatious and groundless litigation. Dan Markel knew that Wendi's parents and their considerable resources were a big part of why this divorce litigation was dragging on. They thought he was filing frivolous stuff to drag out the divorce and the proceedings, and he thought the same thing about them. On June 21st, the court issued the order denying relocation. When Wendi was on the stand, the defense made a big deal out of, oh, you didn't tell mom it was final, did you? You stipulated to it, didn't you? Which we later learned was because the judge had already ruled at sidebar that it wasn't going to happen. But basically, you know, you kept your poor mom in the dark and she thought this was still something that was viable and you didn't tell her it wasn't. But on redirect, it was proven that that was not true. Defendant did know that the order was final and she expressed this in an email to her friends. Poor mom wasn't kept in the dark on anything in this family. In fact, the defendant recognized perfectly well that this order meant she wasn't going to get relocation through the courts. She wasn't going to get what she wanted through the legal system, but that wasn't the only way to skin a cat, was it? She wasn't deterred by a loss in court. Instead, she started looking into other options to get a win for the Adelson family. There was testimony offered that everyone knew that there was a slim chance of Wendi winning relocation. Maybe everyone knew that on the lawyer's side, but the defendant didn't know that. She was not happy about this loss in court. Here she laments, unfortunately, after paying a lawyer $600 an hour for 10 months of case preparation, the judge listened to Wendi for 1 hour and made up her mind. Outrageous. So at the moment, we will not be allowed to relocate. Note the phrase, at the moment. Jibbers had not beaten the Adelson family yet. Defendant concludes this email, anyway, if I sound angry, it's because I am. We're all very upset and cannot believe the outcome. She couldn't believe relocation was denied. When Wendi expresses defeat over the court's order, the defendant isn't having it. She encourages Wendi to never, never, never give up, to take control, to not let Jibbers think he's won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee, and to show this fucker what will make him absolutely miserable. How amicable. Then defendant solicits Wendi to put on the performance of her life because Jibbers hadn't beaten the Adelson family yet. And this is where defendant reveals her plan of action, including having her Jewish grandsons baptized and offering $1 million to Dan Markel to facilitate this relocation. Control is a theme that's featured prominently throughout this email and throughout this case. There is evidence that the defendant controlled Wendi, she controlled Harvey, and she controlled Charlie. But she could not control Dan Markel. He wasn't going to give her a win. As long as you went along with her rigid, fixed ideas, things were fine. But if you didn't, things were not fine. Defendant continues to react to relocation being denied and Wendy's inclination to give up on the matter, including, everyone has a price. Now is the time to start. You said this divorce is not about winning and losing, and it's not a competition. You've already lost relocation according to the legal system. Well, it is about winning and losing. We're trying to get a win. You deserve it. You deserve so much more than a life without family, teaching in Tallahassee. Life is tough. If you don't stand up and take a chance, you don't stand a chance. Please, Wendi, do your part and stand up to him. Make an effort to do this so that our group offer will stand a better chance of being accepted. Don't let this temporary move to Tallahassee ruin your entire life. Fight for yourself, Wendi. We'll be there to help you. Just don't tell us that what you need to do is move forward with a sense of peace. Can't have that, can we? That's giving up. Giving up on relocation was not an option for Donna Adelson. Neither was losing. Throughout the trial, the defense tried to distance themselves from these emails. One of the ways they did that was by trying to put them off on Harvey. They pointed out, hey, this is a joint email account. One of these is signed Mom and Dad. And there's a few that are signed Mom and Dad, but it's clear that the defendant is the author of these emails and that she's the one driving the bus on this relocation effort. And during the presentation, we highlighted all the dad and I language, all the indications in there that Donna is the author as opposed to Harvey being the author. According to her own daughter, Wendi, she's the dominant force in that household. And according to her son, Rob, she is a controlling person as opposed to the more passive, go-with-the-flow type of personality that the dad, Harvey, has. In opening, the defense attorney told you that this defendant was a normal person, and you don't have to decide she's not a normal person. You're the judge of the facts, right? Was a crime committed? Is this the person that committed the crime? But in this email, she suggests that dressing her Jewish grandchildren up in Hitler youth uniforms would be acceptable. That would accomplish her goals. The ends justify the means for her, people. That is illustrated here, and it sums up this entire case. The defendant wanted this done because that was the only way left to get a win. If he had submitted, if he'd let her take those kids, he'd be alive. If he'd moved to South Florida himself, he'd be alive. But he would not submit. She could not get that win. He was a huge problem, and she made it Charlie's problem. To Charlie, who liked the idea of being a tough guy, who had connections to people on the wrong side of the tracks, the price of Dan Markel's life was worth the reward of pleasing his mother and easing her diarrhea and getting her to finally shut up about Wendi's divorce. In the mind of this defendant, all their lives depended on the success of this relocation effort. She tells you as much herself in these emails. Listen to her. And as such, any and all means were justified. Because not everything one has to do in life is comfortable or easy. Sometimes it's ridiculously hard. This is what passes for normal in this family. I said the defendant made Wendi's divorce Charlie's problem, and the evidence shows that the defendant did keep Charlie in the loop every step of the way. Here's a July 10th email that states, just to catch you up on what's happening with Wendi, and discusses who should be involved in the bribe that the family wants to offer to Dan Markel. On July 19th, the defendant requests and Wendi sends her copies of the motions, responses, orders, and transcripts from her divorce so far. That same day, Dan Markel makes a settlement offer that this defendant encourages Wendi to reject, saying the answer is no to all of this. Please, Wendi, we've been with you from day one. Do not accept or sign anything without the two of us reviewing and discussing all of this with you. Screwing him financially is what will aggravate him. But ultimately, a settlement is reached, and you all have heard about this date, July 31st, 2013. But contrary to what the defense has told you, the fighting did continue. On October 12th of 2013, 3 months after the divorce was final, the defendant forwards an email to Charlie Adelson, which Dan Markel had sent Wendi. And the defendant adds the note, "This is what this fucker is sending your sister on a regular basis. He is absolutely crazy. Impossible." Does it sound like everything was over? This was the amicable divorce over? Not contentious at all, right? This is fall of 2013, the same time frame in which Wendi starts dating Jeff Lacoste and Charlie starts dating Catherine Magbanawa. On October 13, 2013, the defendant texts Charlie Adelson, quote, "Horrible evening for your sister." The pattern of this defendant getting worked up about Wendi's divorce and then forwarding it on to Charlie is seen over and over again. Which brings us to Halloween 2013. Several important events in the case occur on Halloween 2013. One, Wendi officially takes Dan Markel back to court, filing her motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement. So she's alleging he violated it, and she's asking to hold him in contempt of court, alleging that he's not paid the agreed upon fees that he was supposed to pay by a certain deadline. Wendi backs out of the contract that she had signed to buy a house in Tallahassee on Halloween 2013. Charlie later brags to the defendant that he talked Wendi out of buying the house, and the defendant calls him a miracle worker for having convinced Wendi not to buy the house in Tallahassee. Also, Charlie meets up with Catherine Magbanawa on Lincoln Road on Halloween 2013, the same day Wendi pulled the plug on the house, and broaches the subject with her for the first time of, "Hey, do you know anybody that I could hire to harm someone?" And she did. Charlie sends this picture of himself and Catherine Magbanawa together to Wendi that night, October 31st, 2013. First night, he solicited Catherine Magbanawa to be a part of a murder, or a part of what would become a murder. Mid-November, Jeff Lacoste meets the defendant for the first time. Remember Jeff? He was Wendi's boyfriend that testified. He said he would meet her 6 to 7 other times in addition to that first time during the course of his relationship with Wendi. Sometimes just in passing, picking Wendi up for a date. Other times more substantially, including taking the boys to the circus. And that becomes maybe important later. Meanwhile, the fighting continues into December. We're in December of 2013 by now. On December 16th, Dan Markel emails Wendi and the parenting coordinator that was assigned to help them try to navigate these issues about the defendant, Donna Adelson, disparaging him to his kids. In this email, he introduces what he calls a major issue. The headline on this concern is not buried, guys. Like he says, I'm introducing a major issue. He very plainly gives a preview of the grandma motion, which will ultimately be filed in March of the next year. And here he says that on November 8th, one of the boys announced at a Markel family dinner that grandma, referring to this defendant, says you're stupid. Grandma says you're stupid. Then the following Monday, on November 11th, when Dan Markel was buckling the boys in at the park, they both tell him that grandma says you're stupid. When asked why, they say because you're trying to take her sunshines away from her. When asked who are her sunshines, the boys answer they are her sunshines. Then again on November 30th, while playing with the older child, that child repeated the statements to Dan Markel, grandma says you're stupid. And again when asked why, the child repeated that the defendant said that Dan Markel was stupid because he was trying to take grandma's sunshines away from her. Markel implores Wendi to address the situation as he would like to avoid a hearing in which his kids are going to be primary witnesses against their grandmother. He assures her that he will, though, if necessary, seek judicial relief that prevents contact between the children and their grandmother. This lawyer that testified said, oh, that wasn't going to work. Well, he didn't think so. Oh, well, that's no big deal. I've seen much worse than that in my career. Well, yeah, Dan Markel hadn't seen much worse than that. Dan Markel had a big problem with grandma saying he was stupid, and he wanted to take it up and address it with the judge if necessary. Dan Markel emphasizes that this is a matter he takes very seriously and says that the defendant's actions could lead to the termination of Wendi's parental rights. Is that true or not? Doesn't matter. He thought it was true. He threatened it. And those are fighting words. I'm going to terminate your parental rights. Wendi forwards the email to the defendant the next day, December 17th. And what's the response? Wow. That's a response we see from the defendant quite a bit. She's usually more verbose. That's true. But why is the defense working so hard to say that their client didn't see this email and didn't know about these allegations? I mean, isn't it clear that Wendi is sharing all the issues relating to her divorce with her mother? Wendi communicated with her mother on all these filings, and this one pertained directly to her mother. Of course they discussed it. Are you really to conclude that nobody was fighting anymore prior to Dan Markel's murder when the evidence leads you to conclude the exact opposite? This was a pressure cooker, and it was being turned up hotter and hotter with each passing day. Not only is this a situation that's escalating between the actual parties to the litigation, but now the defendant has moved from working behind the scenes, helping Wendi with the divorce, to actually being the subject of the pleadings that are before the court. There was supposed to be a hearing on that issue. One thing Dan Markel wrote in this email is, quote, "I fear that the children's best interests are not being pursued so much as what grandma wants." If he only knew how legitimate that fear really was. Those weren't just some ugly, foul words thrown around in the heat of the moment, folks. They continued well past the finalization of the divorce. Here on January 10th, 2014, so now we're into the year where Dan Markel is killed. 6 months after the divorce is final, defendant says of Dan Markel, wow, is he on drugs? Is he also going to pay $70K plus the legal fees and interest that bastard owes you? So the bad blood is going strong here 6 months before the murder, and the divorce wasn't really final anyway, in the sense that we're continuing to have pleadings get filed back and forth. In February of 2014, Dan Markel emails Wendi threatening to file motions, exposing her for what he said was hiding assets, $200,000 worth of assets from the court, and giving false testimony under oath. And also to accuse her attorney of misconduct. Her lawyer witnesses say none of that's a big deal, none of that was going to be successful, but he thought it was going to be successful. To him, it's a lot of money. To him, it's a big deal. The next day, on February 15th, 2014, we see a text from the defendant to Charlie. Wendi's totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one. She will probably have to go through another depot. Outrageous. Rob Adelson testified that his mother told him they were, quote, depoting Wendi to death. But then their expert witness got up there and said Wendi was never deposed. I guess they didn't provide her with that information or any of these emails or text messages post July 31st, because this thing was not over on July 31st. In this text, defendant accuses Dan Markel of stalking Wendi, and Charlie agrees. The defendant tells Charlie to keep the conversation with Wendi light and don't bring up the divorce drama, which kind of implies there was divorce drama going on. There's a sense in this email and elsewhere in the evidence that defendant and Charlie have to tiptoe around Wendi, like she's this damsel in distress that needs the two of them to step in and help her handle her business. On February 17th, 2024, defendant again reports to Charlie how Wendi's hearing went and talks about how there are plans to seek to have Dan Markel forced to submit to psychological testing. Here, defendant is 7 months after the divorce and just 5 months before the murder, responding to Dan Markel's filing a request to produce, and she says it's time to give it to him. Let's aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you. And what can your attorney do to be proactive to give him some grief? Can't you meet with her and work out a plan of attack? Something has to be done with this asshole. This is 5 months before the murder. Here, defendant texts Charlie about Wendi yet again. If you speak to Wendi today, tread lightly. Don't ask questions about the depot, her lawyer, etc. Tough time, and she's really stressed out. The asshole showed up at soccer yesterday, and she goes into a story about, he showed up at soccer and they got into it. And then she ends with such a fucker. Super amicable. Then we have this text on March 4th, switching gears. This is about the birthday gift. Defendant texts Charlie that she's going to call him from the bathroom in Gainesville where she can have some privacy. Please pick up because I will have very limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it. Then the defendant says, we'll speak privately about Dad's birthday gift. So erase after reading. You might think, well, maybe she was just trying to keep the birthday gift a surprise, but why does Charlie need to erase it? Harvey's not with Charlie, Harvey's with Donna. And according to Rob, there were no birthday gifts for Harvey unless the murder was supposed to be the birthday gift. Plus, in the text, Donna wants Charlie to delete after reading the text that doesn't mention the birthday. She doesn't say anything about deleting the one that does mention the birthday. Rob Adelson was present at the birthday party, which did take place between the two trips that the hitmen took to Tallahassee. And there were no birthday gifts, according to him. The defense suggests that the friends coming to the party was part of the surprise, but then they also suggest that Harvey sent the Evite, so I don't think they can have it both ways. He can't send the invitations and be surprised by the friends. The next week, Jeff Lacoste, Wendi Adelson, Catherine Magbano, and Charlie Adelson all go out to dinner. That's the first meeting between Wendi and Jeff and Catherine Magbano. At dinner, Magbanowa mentions her ex having several run-ins with law enforcement. That stuck out to Mr. Lacoste. After dinner in the hot tub, Charlie bragged about having connections to people on the wrong side of the tracks. Notable in the same time frame, March 21st, 2014, the defendant signs a lease on a condo in South Beach, a condo where Wendi, after Dan's killed, would move in with her kids. They say, oh, that was a weekend place, so it's pretty convenient timing. You just happen to get this other house and have it set up for Wendi to move into after her ex-husband's murdered, and she's able to relocate. 3/26/14, this is when Dan Markel officially files the grandma motion, which takes aim at the defendant, raising more allegations about failure to comply with the Skype thing, Wendi leaving the boys with her parents rather than giving him the right of first refusal. And he says by flouting the right of first refusal, the former wife creates conditions for Mr. Markel to be disparaged in the presence of the children by their maternal grandmother. Dan Markel then alleges all the same allegations about the defendant disparaging him to the kids that he outlined in that previous email in December. Contrary to what the defense said in court, in his prayer for relief, the remedy Markel was seeking was to have the court order this defendant to have no contact with those boys unless she was supervised, because he didn't want her disparaging him to the boys, and because it was a violation of the right of first refusal, in his opinion, for Wendi to leave the boys all the time with her mom and not give him a chance to have them if Wendi wasn't going to keep them. How do you think Donna took this information? She refers to those kids as hers. She was the one sacrificing her time at the office to be up here in Tallahassee doing for those boys. She had invested so much of her own time in this fight against Dan Markel to try to get a win for the family. And after all that investment in those kids and all the money spent on the attorneys and all that time spent at the kitchen table working on those divorce filings, Donna Adelson was losing. The boys and Wendi were stuck in Tallahassee. Wendi wasn't working at the law firm in South Florida, raking in a bunch of money and dating some new guy that she pre-screened for her. And Grandma's sunshines weren't in South Florida. That's where they belonged. That's what was best for them. They had lost in court. Wendi wouldn't comply with Donna's plan of action, and Dan Markel apparently wouldn't take a bribe or be strong-armed to allow his kids to come to South Florida. But, as it turns out, Jibbers still had not beaten the Adelson family, because there was still another option, the option of hiring the hitman. Charlie joked about hiring a hitman, but he had also been actively pursuing that option at least since Halloween of 2013. Over the last several months, Charlie had several conversations with Catherine Magbanowa about this job, which started as a request to harm and then eventually revealed itself as a murder for hire. Recall that Magbanowa said that often when she and Charlie would discuss the murder and the pressing need to get it done, he would emphasize to her that the toll that Wendi's situation was taking on his parents emotionally and physically, as they were stressed to the point of being physically ill. So he would often tell her that's the motive. That's why we need to get this done. It's like stressing out my mom. On May 16, 2014, 2 months before the murder, Wendi was added as a resident to that condo in South Florida. On May 30th, 2014, Donna sends Charlie the text, quote, "Horrible morning with Danny. Tough conversation with her." This text was sent less than 2 months before the murder. The drama is continuing. Everyone's still fighting. It's contentious. Prior to the June trip, Charlie had prepared an envelope containing the murder instructions. He told Catherine Magbanowa that he used gloves when handling the paperwork inside, that he printed it not on any printer that can be connected to him, and that she was not to touch the contents of what was inside. She was to deliver the envelope to Sigfredo Garcia. She followed these instructions. In early June, she came back to Charlie asking for travel expenses for the hitmen. She got a couple $100 to give them to rent a car to come up here. They came, well, let's back up just a little bit. They rented the car June 2nd, 2014. Magbanowa drops Garcia off at the rental car place, and then Magbanowa calls Charlie on the way home from the rental car place. And you saw the evidence of this in Sergeant Corbett's presentation. Charlie immediately calls Donna on the landline after hanging up with Magbanowa. How do we know that he talked to his mother and not his dad, since it was the landline? Well, because a few minutes after that call, he talks to Dad on his cell. So probably didn't talk to Dad on the landline, and then a few minutes later talked to him on the cell. Garcia and Rivera traveled to Tallahassee. This is June 4th, 2014. Rivera notes that Garcia is in possession of a piece of paper. Paper has a photo on it and some information. This information allowed them to locate and follow Dan Markel's vehicle, a black Honda Accord with the tag number 534YBM. Information that the defendant had written in her 2014 planner. Wendi and Jeff Lacoste have their coffee date, at which she cancels their planned trip to California on July 11th through the 17th. She offers no real explanation for why she's canceling, except to say that she's real worried about being able to pick up the boys on the 18th. The 18th, of course, ends up being the day that Dan Markel is killed. Later that night, Jeff Lacoste goes to Wendi's, and she's a nervous wreck. She won't tell him what's wrong, but her stomach's upset, and he goes and gets her Pepto-Bismol. The killers are in town when that happens. The hitmen spend a day and a half following Dan Markel around Tallahassee. Here they are near the park there by his residence. They scope out his residence. And although Rivera had already purchased the murder weapon, a revolver that he got on the streets for the express purpose of killing Dan Markel, they lost him, or he was with the kids, or for whatever reason they did not get the job completed on the June trip. After the hitmen failed to get the job done, Charlie tells Donna on June 7th of 2014 that he's still working on Dad's birthday present. And she says, "I know you'll come through." Sometime around June 11th, Jeff Lacoste went over to Wendy's residence and observed her living room TV to have some impact damage. This was the same TV that Charlie got Wendi as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman. The location and damage to the set did not appear consistent with something the kids could have caused, at least to Jeff. Note that this is over a month before the murder that Jeff observes this damage, so it was hung out there for a while. June 13th, the defendant has a note in her calendar to consider canceling Harvey's birthday party if that's what he wants to do. Now, this is between the June and July trips that there's a note to herself to talk to Harvey about whether or not he wants to cancel the party. Rob Adelson testified that there was no illness or anything going on in the family that he knew of that would potentially result in the canceling of Dad's party. This note may be contemplating that if the murder had happened on the June trip, that Harvey might decide it's not appropriate to go through with the party and we need to cancel these invitations. Wendi took a photo with Catherine Magbanowa on the beach 2 days after that note to self in the planner. Here she is in front of the South Beach condo, pictured with Catherine Magbanowa. That photo was taken June 15th of 2014. Wendi sends Rob a text with a picture of her and Jeff Lacoste. This is June 28th of 2014. She includes a request to her brother Rob not to tell her parents about her relationship with Jeff. This suggestion of a secret boyfriend later prompted Rob to suggest Jeff as a potential suspect to the FBI, a secret boyfriend. This was also a little odd that she sent this because Wendi never talked to Rob about her boyfriends, and also because Jeff had already met her parents several times. June 30th of 2014, the defendant comes and gets Wendi and the boys from Tallahassee to take them down to Miami. Remember how she doesn't let Wendi drive with the boys to Miami. She rents a car and comes here and picks them up and drives them to Miami herself. And I think Harvey comes with her. Wendi was to be in South Florida for 2 weeks. In the time between the June and the July trip, Charlie begins to put more pressure on Catherine Magbanowa to get the murder done. On several occasions when he and Magbanowa were discussing the murder, Charlie would step out of the room to call his mother and then return and advise her that the murder needed to get done as soon as possible because his parents were so stressed and worried about Wendi's situation. Charlie painted Dan Markel as an awful person to Catherine Magbanowa. He was making Wendi's life hell. He was stressing out her parents. Katie knew somebody who could get this thing done, and he wanted it done. Magbanowa understood that the murder was needed urgently to relieve the stress on Charlie's mother. July 1st, 2014, we have a single call from Garcia to Harvey Adelson. This call did not connect. Appears like it went to voicemail. And we would later learn from Magbanowa that this was after an incident in which her two love interests, Charlie Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia, had a little bit of a run-in. Garcia was angry and jealous about Magbanowa dating Charlie and tried to confront Charlie. After this attempted confrontation, it's believed that Garcia was trying to call Charlie, but ended up getting Harvey. And that was that one hang-up call, but it ended up being important because it showed up on the tower dump, Garcia's number, and then when we cross-referenced it with all the Adelson numbers, that was the first match that gave us Sigfredo Garcia's name. We would later learn that the real connection between the Adelsons and the killers was Catherine Magbanowa and her relationship with Charlie Adelson. The text messages found in Charlie's iCloud corroborate what Magbanowa says about the interactions and the call made the day before. So here she's saying, basically, Garcia's being ridiculous and childish. Harvey's birthday Evite goes out on July 3rd of 2014. The Evite addresses the boys by the last name Adelson. Their name was Markel. This is 2 weeks before the murder of Dan Markel. even though the Evite says hosted by Donna and the party was for Harvey, the defense has suggested that it was Harvey and not Donna that sent the Evites. The evidence showed otherwise, and Corbett told you there was some follow-up from Donna with the Evite people. She sent that email. A text is sent from Wendy's phone to Dan Markel on July 6th of 2014. At the time this text was sent, the phone was present at the South Beach condo where the defendant lived. Dan Markel confirms, yes, I'm going to be in town to get murdered. Not specifically, but he's asked, are you going to be in town July 14th or the 18th? Those are the dates the killers were here. And this, despite the fact that the schedule for that week had already been decided way before this text. And Wendi was already scheduled to have the boys on that Wednesday, which is what she's asking about. She doesn't ask about the whole week that he's got the kids. She only asks about the 14th through the 18th. And I think the killers ended up coming to Tallahassee on the 15th through the 18th. Obviously, Dan Markel was killed on the 18th. July 11th, 2014, the defendant comes back to Tallahassee to bring Wendi and the boys home. Okay, so bringing her home from the Harvey birthday party. That same day, both Harvey Adelson and the defendant separately, 8 minutes apart, email Wendi Adelson about her TV repair appointment that's going to happen on the day of the murder. July 13th, Wendi and Lacasse meet at Wendi's house, and she's an emotional wreck again for no apparent reason. Lacasse impeached her regarding some statements that she made during a discussion of their relationship that evening in the context of, you know, you got to get past this moving to Miami thing. I mean, you're not going to be able to move to Miami. And she says, you know, yeah, it's not an issue unless something happens to Dan. And she says, can I tell you something in confidence? And she makes the chilling statement at that time that her brother, besides joking about hiring a hitman because it was buying a TV because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman, he also, in fact, had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel. This conversation occurred just 5 days before the murder. July 15th, the Prius is rented. July 16th, Rivera and Garcia traveled to Tallahassee. July 17th, Rivera and Garcia followed Dan Markel around Tallahassee. July 18th, murder day. You guys okay? Anybody need a break? Okay. July 18th, 8:11 a.m., the defendant texts Wendi about the TV repair appointment. The TV repair appointment was planned for between 8 a.m. and noon that day. And she says, they are on their way over now to help you with the TV sets in your living room. In case she didn't know which TV set it was. This is the TV that Charlie bought as a divorce present because it's cheaper than hiring a hitman. Could it be a coincidence that this TV is also the alibi for Wendi on the day of the murder? While he's being murdered by a hitman? And then, as we know, the defendant later uses TV as code when she's speaking on those wiretap calls. 8:20 a.m., Wendi texts Charlie, "This is so sweet." We don't know what it means, but she's texted him that, and then she deleted it sometime between the time it was sent, 8:20 a.m., and the time that her phone was cell-brighted or downloaded at the police station later that day. 9:04 a.m., Dan Markel leaves a voicemail for Wendi telling her he's headed to the gym and wants to know if it's okay for him to pick up the boys early and take them swimming that afternoon. Wendi says no, he cannot take the boys swimming after school that day. Meanwhile, what's going on across town? The Prius is following Dan Markel into the gym parking lot. There it is at 9:16 a.m. 9:19 a.m. to 9:37 a.m., Charlie and Wendi talk for 18 minutes. Wendi and Dan argue back and forth a bit about him wanting to take the boys swimming, but after getting off the phone with Charlie, Wendi concedes the argument with Dan and says, okay, you can pick him up and bring him back to me when you're done swimming. But of course the swimming plan didn't happen because Dan Markel was killed. 10:38 a.m., the Prius follows Mr. Markel out of the gym parking lot. 10:45 a.m., Mr. Markel is shot twice in the head, in his vehicle, in his garage. 10:51, the Prius is captured fleeing the scene on a city bus camera. 11:01, Mr. Geiger calls 911. 11:15, law enforcement arrives at the scene and sets up a perimeter. Dan Markel is rushed to the hospital. He's treated, but the damage is catastrophic. It's not survivable. And he passes away about 14 hours later. 12:30, the hitmen, now headed back south, turn their phones on. They had turned them off for the homicide. They turn them back on. The first phone call that either one of them makes is Sigfredo Garcia to Catherine Magbanowa. They want their money. Where is Magbanowa getting the money? From Charlie. 12:45, so while the killers are calling Magbanowa and heading south, Wendi goes out of her way to visit the crime scene, encounters a roadblock and crime scene tape. Per the officer at the roadblock, she would have been able to clearly see the police activity at her former residence. The residence where her children currently lived half the time and where they woke up that morning. Yet she abruptly turns around and leaves. She does not make contact with the officer to ask what's going on. She does not call the police to inquire. She does not call Dan Markel to say, are you okay? There's a bunch of cops at the house. She does not call the daycare to make sure her children arrive that morning and are okay. Instead, she proceeds to the ABC Liquors, purchases her Bullet Bourbon at 12:49. She's later approached by law enforcement at lunch and gives a law enforcement interview in which she says, my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else. This echoes Rob Adelson's testimony that his mother hated Dan Markel at the time of his murder. And even from the periphery, it was known to Ryan Fitzpatrick as Charlie's friend that his mother did not like Dan Markel. In her law enforcement interview, Wendi suggests her mother as someone who was very angry at Dan Markel. She suggests Charlie when asked if someone might do this on her behalf. She calls her mom, and the defense has put that call into evidence. 7:04 p.m., she tells her mom that there's been a shooting, and afterwards, Wendi expresses relief that they sounded surprised. 8:59, defendant arrives at Charlie's with the murder money. How do we know she went there and that they aren't just old people that drive really slow? Well, there's a text message outside your house. I guess we're going to find out what that means, but I guess it's not going to be outside your house. And he says 10 men. Guess we're going to find out what that means, but apparently it doesn't mean I'll be there in 10 minutes and meet you there and get the money. About 10 o'clock, Catherine Magbanowa joins Charlie at the house. Here they are making plans for that meeting. Next slide, please. Charlie answers the door with a gun in his hand. He's extremely amped up. He tells Magbanowa, my parents just left. They both end up taking Xanax and sleeping over there for the night. The next morning, July 19th, 2014. So this is early morning hours, 1:25 a.m. I think we need the next slide. Yeah, 1:25 a.m. Donna and Harvey arrive at their Orlando hotel. In the morning, Charlie puts the money in Catherine Magbanowa's trunk. She's seen at 9:33 a.m. approximately, heading south toward Rivera's house, where she's going to meet up ultimately with Rivera and Garcia and give them the money. Garcia takes the money out of the trunk where Charlie Adelson put it and divides it up between the three of them. Magbanowa says she did not count her cut, but we know she put some of it in the bank, creating the largest monthly cash spike of any of the records we examined for her bank. This cash spike also occurs at a time when Magbanowa was not employed. Rivera says his understanding was the job paid $100,000 total to be split between the three, and that the cut that he received was roughly a third of that at $35,000. We don't know the amount of Garcia's cut, but we know he got at least enough to buy a car and a motorcycle. All right, so July 20th, the defendant and Harvey Adelson take Wendi and the boys back to South Florida. 2 days after, not even 48 hours after Dan Markel is shot. They're gone. Relocation granted. On the way, Wendi receives a call from Detective Isom. She tells him that the call's breaking up, and she hangs up, afterwards referring him to her lawyer. Catherine Magbanowa that day, or thereabouts, opens her Ziploc bag of money and finds her cut to be $100 bills stapled together in $1,000 stacks. How we know Charlie keeps his money. She also notes that her cut is damp and moldy. She mentions this to Charlie, and he tells her that his mother washed the money. Not like laundered, like washed. Rob Adelson gets a call from Donna Adelson advising him not to talk to the FBI. What? Rob Adelson gets a call from this defendant advising him not to talk to the FBI, just in case they call. He says, well, I already did. She says, well, you don't know anything anyway, and hangs up. July 24th, 2014, Dan Markel was laid to rest in Canada. His children were not in attendance. August of 2014, the defendant registers the older child for flag football under the last name Adelson. His name is Markel. This is 1 month after their father was killed, and already he's being erased from their lives. Within 1 year, their names would be legally changed to Adelson. (9/12/14). The defendant refers to the younger child by the last name Adelson. 9/17/14. The first check is written to Catherine Magbanowa, signed by this defendant. This is the murder money. Even though Charlie has signing authority on this account, he could write these checks. He chooses to connect his elderly mother to a murder payment? If she wasn't involved, there is no reason in the world why she would write these checks. The defense said in opening that Charlie told Donna to write the checks because it was his business. But half of these checks were written after the business was sold back to Harvey on October 2nd, 2015. Regardless of who owned the business.
That's not an evidence.
Rule, members of the jury, you are relying on your memory of the evidence in this case. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. And regardless of who owned the business at the time, all the Adelsons had an interest in the Adelson Institute. All three of them had signing authority on that checkbook. But the defendant is the one that wrote that check. September 17, 2014, and the 43 checks that followed. Is that consistent with what we've heard? That she would just write the checks and not ask any questions? We've heard that she is assertive, she's controlling, she's a details person. She ran that business and those people's lives. She ran a tight ship. We've seen her weekly planners where she plans out every detail of her own life, making meticulous notes. She kept detailed information about Dan Markel and lots of other things. Rob Adelson testified that she's not the type of person who's just going to do something someone tells her to do. She's going to be asking questions. And we heard that Charlie testified that he told his mother about extortion. He says he was being extorted, right? All right, let's fast forward to October of 2015. Charlie's had a couple girlfriends since the murder and is now dating June Mchinda. Remember her? June, one of Charlie's girlfriends that testified, she said they were enjoying a fairy tale relationship in October of 15. During her relationship with Charlie, June observes that Charlie packages his money in an unusual way. $100 bills stapled into $1,000 stacks. June also observes the defendant to be in control of the family and super involved with the grandchildren. However, she found it odd that nobody in the family seemed curious about who killed Dan Markel, nor did they seem upset about the murder. Rob Adelson also noted a complete lack of curiosity on the part of his mother about this murder in the family. When he asked what the defendant thought happened to Danny, she said, quote, "I don't know and I don't care. It doesn't concern me." As someone who liked details and who always stayed on top of everything, her total lack of interest in who killed her former son-in-law, her grandchildren's father, is totally out of character. From July of 14 to April of 16, Donna Adelson got everything she wanted. Wendi and the kids were in South Florida where she could drop them off and pick them up, manage their schoolwork, their tennis, their piano lessons, and have her sunshines with her every day. All the while, she's steady paying for the murder of their father. Everyone is living their best life, thinking they've gotten away with murder until the bump. Everything changed on April 19, 2016, when the bump occurred. The undercover approaches Donna and hands her a piece of paper. The most human reaction in the world is to look at the paper. Uh-oh. I think we got one more. There we go. The defense told you in opening that this defendant is a normal person just like you and me. There is nothing normal about the way she conducts herself in the minutes, hours, and days after the undercover approaches her with that paper. The bump and the wire were designed to expose the co-conspirators and their roles in this conspiracy, and it did. Here, we're just 10 minutes later. There's only one thing a normal person would do if approached on the street by a stranger who appears to be threatening harm to them in some way. A normal, or maybe I should say an innocent person would, 1, look at the paper. She didn't do that. 2, get to safety. Get help, contact law enforcement or your husband or somebody that's going to come help you. Get somewhere safe. What you would not do is lead the bad guy right to the grandchildren. The last thing a normal, innocent person would do is go get her little grandchildren and walk right back down the same block with them where this stranger just approached her. But that is exactly what she does. Then she gets on the phone with Charlie and says absolutely nothing about Dan Markel. His picture's on the paper. What she does say on the wire, which by the way is direct evidence, I know y'all like that, some direct evidence. When Charlie asked Donna on State's 99 call A,
what's that?
Does it involve me or other people? Well, probably both of us. That is direct evidence. If anyone in that jury room wants to acquit her, make them tell you how that is not a confession. In call B, Charlie calls back because he can't stand it. And he asks his mother, will you send me a picture of the bump flyer?
Yeah, let me do this. Do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me a second?
No, I don't want to do that. Well, why not? Why not? Normal, nice little old lady who knows nothing about this murder and has nothing to do with it. If Charlie's the one making you write the checks and Charlie's the one that knows something about it, send him a picture of it. He's asking for it. She doesn't want to do that. Why not? Call C, Charlie calls back to say, don't talk about things in the apartment. Oh, obviously. Obviously, we can't talk about things in the apartment. What's obvious? Is it obvious to you?
What is it? How do you ask what they ask for? TV is probably like 5.
This TV was probably about 5. She's the original code talker. This TV, and look what he says. Oh, they asked you for $5,000. He decodes it. He's not the one talking in code. He's decoding it and saying what he's picking up what she's putting down. There's no TV mentioned by the undercover operative that approached Donna Adelson on the street. A couple big takeaways for you, please. Innocent people do not talk in code. Second big takeaway, TV is code for the murder throughout this case. You got Charlie's joke, Wendy's chilling statement to Jeff Lacasse, the alibi of the TV, and now here we've got this TV again. A TV that's the alibi for Wendi. It sat broken for over a month so that a repairman could come out to be her alibi on the morning of the murder. An appointment that her parents set up for her, which was pointless because the TV was smashed and of course could not be repaired. Then she claimed she had an 18-minute phone call with Charlie about the fact that a smashed TV can't be fixed before she got in her car and went to the crime scene, where she did not get out of her car or make any phone calls or make any inquiries about what was going on at the house where her kids lived. Then Donna says that the undercover mentioned an ex-girlfriend.
Yeah,
Whereby, without knowing which ex-girlfriend, Charlie calls not his most recent ex-girlfriend, not the one before that. He only calls one, Catherine Magbanowa, because that's the only one he did a murder with. Because he probably did have a general idea what his mother was talking about. When Charlie brings up going to the police, his mother says, that's not a good idea. Why not? Then instead of notifying the police, Charlie and the defendant leave the safety of her very secure building and meet at a marina just 300 yards from where she was approached by the undercover. They were observed speaking very intensely to each other in low tones. After that meeting, Charlie goes to Dolce Vita This is the restaurant where he meets up with Catherine McBanoa, and we are able to capture some of that conversation that was had there. In that recording, we hear Charlie make statements that are not only incriminating, but that also are totally inconsistent with the defense that he would later offer at trial. Pause on the wiretap here for a moment just to go to what his defense was and what we've learned about that defense. I told you earlier that he said that McBanoa, Garcia, and Rivera acted alone. They just came to Tallahassee and killed Dan Markel, kind of in the hopes that they would get paid. There are several pieces of evidence that Charlie had to explain, and he designed a defense that he thought would do that. First, he had to explain that he's got this close connection between his girlfriend and the hitman. So the obvious defense there is, she heard me griping about Markel and she thought she was doing me a favor, so she did it on her own. Well, the problem with that is, normally you're not going to have your extortionist spend the night with you. You're not going to have the woman that has murdered your former brother-in-law spend the night with you. You're not going to inquire about her plans to go to the pool the next morning if she's just murdered your ex-brother-in-law. So to explain these messages, he testified that he did not believe she was a part of it. She wasn't one of the extortionists. I was extorted by the killers. I had nothing to do with it. No one in my family had anything to do with it. But I thought that McBanoa was just a victim of the hitmen too. She was a go-between for them. She was protecting him from them. All the money he and his mom were paying her, cash and checks, were going to the hitmen, not for the benefit of Catherine McBanoa. Even the checks that were being deposited into her bank account, he said he believed she was taking out and giving the money to the killers. It was just funneling through her account so she could get insurance for her kids. So Charlie testified that he had previously mentioned to McBanoa the $1 million offer that his family was going to give Dan Markel, and from that she deduced, he's got a bunch of money. So she ran her mouth to her associates, and her associates took it upon themselves somehow to figure out who Dan Markel is and where he was and kill him on their own. Per Charlie, it was Katie alone that came to him on the night of the murder and demanded money on behalf of the hitmen, with the threat that if he didn't pay, they would kill him or other members of his family. Since he didn't have that much money, McBanoa then negotiated a layaway plan with the hitmen for him to pay her monthly to go toward this amount of money that the hitmen were demanding. He agreed. He opened up his safe, not at gunpoint or anything, and gave her all the money that was in there. And because she needed to show proof of employment to get insurance, that's why that money was funneling through her account. It was all for the extortionist. The problem for Charlie with that was that he had already agreed to put McBanoa on the payroll between the two trips. You see here in June, he hadn't done it yet, but he says, no problem. Okay, so he'd already agreed to do it before she allegedly extorted him. Even though he had signing authority, it's this defendant that wrote those 44 checks. So if he's being extorted, why doesn't he write the checks? It's this extortion theory that we're saying that the defendant adopted when she heard Charlie's testimony and texted everyone she knew that what he just said on the witness stand was the truth. There's a concept in the law known as adoptive admissions. That's when one party makes a statement and the statement is adopted as the truth by another person. So when Charlie says in those first couple wire calls, if there's a threat, you go to the police, it's of interest that Donna doesn't say, what do you mean if there's a threat? We've been extorted for 2 years. There's been a threat for 2 years. Charlie did tell his best friend Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump. So what I want to highlight here is the difference between their conduct during this alleged extortion that was going on for 2 years versus the way they act after the bump, which we know was a ruse, but was supposed to be like a blackmail effort. So Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump. He also tells him about the confrontation with Garcia in the roadway on July 1st, 2014. But he never previously confided in Ryan Fitzpatrick about, even though it's his best friend, about being extorted for 2 years by this girlfriend of his or her associates. Ryan also noted a major change in Charlie's demeanor around the time of the bump. He was displaying a level of stress and anxiety that was not present before the bump, evidencing that his story about being extorted the whole time is false. June Mchinda noticed these changes in Charlie's behavior as well, but she also noted a major change in this defendant's demeanor after the bump. Although she didn't know about the bump, around this time she observed the defendant to be a mess. She had a swollen face, was crying, and said she was on painkillers for stress. On the balcony of the Icon, which I'm not sure this is the right balcony, but some high-rise, the defendant told June Mchinda she felt Danny was haunting her from the grave. Why would she make that statement unless she felt guilty about having wronged Dan Markel? So keeping that all in mind, let's see if the other evidence in the case makes sense with this Charlie version of events that this defendant has adopted. Starting with his statements to Catherine McBanoa at the Dolce Vita restaurant. Charlie says to Catherine McBanoa, if they had evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. Even if they bug your phone, you're still not talking about any of this. Like his mother, Charlie emphasizes that the co-conspirators should not talk about what they know on the phone. The cops would only bug your phone to get information about the murder, right? I mean, why are we not talking on the phone if we had nothing to do with it? Why are we not talking on the phone if we're being extorted and we're the victims here? Why are we not reporting it to the police if we're being extorted and we're the victims here? If the cops are listening, we're not reporting it to the cops because we're afraid they'll come kill us if we do that. Well, talk about it on the phone. If they're listening, they'll hear and they'll know you're being extorted, but they don't do that because it's bull. Discussion about how he's going to start arming himself. So Charlie says at Dolce Vita, I'm going to start, I don't remember his words exactly, but he's going to start carrying a gun and he's prepared to shoot. And he goes through a scenario where, he might have to kill somebody in his driveway and the cops will not ask any questions because he's a dentist. If he's been an extortion victim for 2 years, why is he just now starting to carry a gun? And then he says, if somebody comes up to me asking for money in my house, he's going to shoot them. This is the same guy that's been too paralyzed by fear over the last 2 years to report his victimization to the police or to anyone. This is a guy of considerable resources that could, get some muscle or some help or something. Not just roll over and open his safe and give all his money to some girl that's not even armed. This is a tough guy that would never tolerate somebody coming up to him at his house and asking for money. But he's talking to the woman who supposedly did that exact thing, came into his house and asked him for money. He doesn't mention, well, I gave you the money, but I'm not giving this guy any money. It's like they don't mention this extortion. So you see the problem. But this defendant doesn't see the problem. She says that that's the truth. The truth is out, thank goodness. The truth is out after we remained silent for so long. The defense does not have to prove anything, but through cross-examination and the witnesses they called, they chose to kind of suggest, maybe Charlie was involved, maybe Wendi was involved. But there's no connection to our client. But Charlie's story was that he and his mom were involved in the sense that they were extorted by Catherine McBanoa, so they knew who did the killing. They just didn't speak up because they were scared, because they were being extorted. Donna Adelson calls Charlie's story the truth when it suits her to support her son and proclaim his innocence during his trial, but now she kind of wants to distance herself from that because it's a ridiculous story. It's not the truth. The truth wasn't out. Don't let her distance herself. She adopted that statement as the truth. She stuck with it.
Please approach. I'll take you to the jury room.
Yeah, leave everything right there on the chairs, please.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Fulford, you may argue what you're seeking to raise.
Thank you, Judge. The comments being made in the closing argument of the state, and I don't like to interrupt closing, so I apologize for that. But there have been several comments that have been made that are burden shifting and commenting on my client's right to remain silent. She's stood before this jury and said that the defense has some other version. She said this in a text, but now they're saying something different. We don't have an obligation to answer any of this. She's insinuating to the jury that we're going to come up there and provide her version of events. She chose not to testify.
Mr. Kappelman, any argument concerning this?
Ms. Adelson has made adoptive admissions and has suggested other alternative theories that have been developed through cross-examination. I'm entitled to comment on those theories.
Concerning this, Ms. Fulford, as I've heard the closing argument and the evidence, my recall of it and my notes as well as to what occurred during the trial, there were adoptive admissions as it relates to statements that occurred during Charlie Adelson's trial. While she has not testified, the prosecutor has not made any direct comment on her not testifying in this trial. Also, as well, it is clear she has no burden to prove anything. The state is entitled to argue reasonable inferences from the evidence in the record. We will take a break at this time. If the defendant needs to use the restroom, bailiffs, please take her. If anyone else needs to, please stretch your legs or use the restroom at this point as well. Ms. Kappelman, on my clock, you have 35 minutes remaining.
Your clock is flexible.
You need it.
All right, so they're just taking a quick break, and you heard that. Judge Everett said the state has 35 minutes remaining. Ooh. All right. So she started at 10:18, and then I have her being stopped at 11:49. And the reason that Ms. Fulford stopped it was that, of course, she apologizes, but she says they're burden shifting and they're playing up Donna's right to not testify. So, and what they're saying is we're going to come up there and we're going to provide her versions of events. And the state said, well, these were adopted admissions. These were adopted admissions. During cross. So it's fair game. And to which judge said, yeah, these were adopted admissions during Charlie's trial. The state hasn't said anything specific. The state can argue reasonable inference. So 35 minutes left. So it was 10:18 to 11:18 is 1 hour, 11:18, 18, 28, 38, 48 is an hour and 30 minutes. He's saying she has about 35 minutes left. All right. I thought she's got 30 minutes left, but he's giving her 35 minutes. So, all right. Mo Freedom. Someone in chat says George is doing terrible. Someone needs to take Harvey's phone away. Yeah. Okay. Let me close our poll. Where are we at here? Let me end our poll. So 195 votes. Good job, guys. 195 votes. And 195 votes. How is Georgia doing in states closing? 61% said magnificent, 10 out of 10. 30% said really solid, 8 out of 10. So 91% of you give her an 8 out of 10 or higher. 7% said pretty good, 5 out of 10. 1% said terrible. So that's about 2 people or so. 1 to 2 people said 1 out of 10 terrible. So that's pretty funny. Betty, I thought state were splitting their time. They will. They are. And again, for rebuttal, how much time do you need for rebuttal? 15 minutes, 20 minutes? I mean, she does. Caffeinated teacher judge does say the clock is flexible if needed. No, it is not lunch break. They're just they're stretching their legs, using the restroom. Will they come back for 10 minutes, then go to lunch? Probably. Yeah, Lily Wayne. They need a break after this. There's no way that they're not going to have lunch after this. Because then they're going to have to sit through 2 hours of Zellman, or it sounds like Fulford, because she's one that's objecting. There's no way they're going to make the jury sit through till 2 o'clock. Just no way. They'll take a break after this for sure. Lunch break, I should say. Troll vote 2%. Green-eyed cat, be right back. And rebuttal won't be long. Yeah, you're rebutting what the defense says. So defense is going to get up there. It's going to probably be Miss Fulford, because she's the one that's objecting. She'll get up there. She'll do her spiel for 2 hours, and then state will come back in, and they'll be like, then they rebut. They rebut what they said. So 15, 20 minutes. She'll probably wrap it up, I'd say, if she has 35 minutes left, I'd say 15 to 20, because she's almost at the end, right? She's gone through everything. She's gone through the timeline. She's talked about the money laundering. She's talked about, she's obviously talked about the conspiracy, shooting Dan. Now she's into Charlie and his testimony, him getting convicted. So we're pretty much like, what more? She's talked about the bump. Trying to think what else can she say? Rebuttal will be Georgia just laughing, right? Joanne says, what else is there? What else is there in the grand scheme of things? She's talked about setting it up. She's talked about the shooting. She's talked about, Polly has a lizard. All right, hold on. Well, looks like the cats have a lizard to chase after now. Holly and her lizards. She goes out, she hunts these lizards, she comes back in, she brings them in. Yeah, there's at least 2 now. One's like a skink, right? They're beautiful. They have these blue tails. They're really pretty. I think they're called skinks. Yeah, it's a skink. They're really pretty. They have like these blue tails at the end, bright blue tails. They're really, really pretty. She brings them in all the time, kills them, sometimes doesn't. Anyway, so now we have 2 lizards loose in the office. All right. What was I talking about? Rebuttal. She's got 35 minutes. yeah, I see her wrapping this up within 15 minutes, I would say, and then that gives her about 15 minutes for rebuttal. I would say that. Let's see. A skink. Neighbor Eric would be proud. Santa Clarita Diet. I haven't watched that in a long time. I got to rewatch that. We were talking about that the other day, Psychosaurus. That is a great series. We finished the Son of Sam, David Berkowitz documentary yesterday, so we might go back to Santa Clarita. That's funny. It is a free toy. Yep, that is true, Agent. It is a free toy. Yep, the lizard's hiding now. It's over by the tree. It's by the tree house over there. So expect a lot of activity over there. They'll figure it out. They'll sort it out. All right, caffeinated teacher. If we have to listen to 2 hours of Jackie, the video in the corner of the cats is going to need to be a lot bigger, right? The blue-tailed lizard. All of ours are tailless now. Kiki loves them, Sinbad says. Janet, she also wrote the script with Charlie's story. That is true. Let's see. Should we start thinking of names for the lizards now? No, they don't last that long. They do not last that long. ATT, my nephew's cat lives next door, comes and catches mice in my yard and takes them to my niece as gifts. She hates it, right? And it's a gift for the family. Free the lizard. Hashtag free the lizard. Boxes, bottle caps, and skinks. Who needs Amazon? All right. I guess I could start to go through. All right. So how is Georgia's doing in state's closing? So we went through that. She went through. Oh, did the state meet their burden, and is Donna guilty or not guilty? 240 votes, 95% of you thought she's guilty, 4% thought not guilty. So the judge goes through his instructions. Donna's accused of first-degree TV. So we're going to now start to say TV instead of deletion or unaliving, right? So that's going to be the new thing. I think Brat came up with that one. Visas, Vietnam. Is that what I was talking about? I don't know. She broke up George's closing. Not a good look. Defense is incredulous. Yeah. Iowa. I love the little lizards in Florida. They are everywhere. Yeah, they are. Depending on where you are. Totally. And Snow Caddish, yeah. Drew Barrymore is in it. It's really good. It's really good series. Oh, yes. Oh, right. That's what okay. What more can they show? Thank you, guys. Yes. Yes. Her searching for, the emergency visa. Yeah. That is true. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. All right. Let's see. So Judge Everett goes over instructions at the beginning of this, and then we get into Georgia Kappelman's closing. I'm trying to think, was there anything in here in his... So count one, Dan was TV'd. Then let's see. So count one, you have to, you look at that and then you consider the circumstances. So the circumstances are for count one, Dan is no longer with us. That was caused by Donna and that it was premeditated. So count two is the conspiracy. And they have to prove two things. The state has to prove two things. The intent of first degree would be committed, and then by somebody else, and then it was agreed and conspired, or Donna agreed and conspired with Charles, Catherine, or others to be committed by them. So that's the conspiracy. And then count 3 is the solicitation. The solicitation, they have 2 points they have to prove. Solicited Charlie or Catherine is number 1. Then number 2, Donna commanded Charlie or Catherine to engage in conduct which would constitute first degree. Oh, Ossie Gardner, thank you so much for the Trial TV Live gifted membership. Appreciate that. So then, let's see. They talked about the principal. Donna was the principal. That's what they were arguing, that I wasn't sure what the heck they were arguing about at the very beginning. Remember, they were saying principal, and I wasn't quite sure what they were arguing about. So they were arguing that Donna was the principal. So the first degree, the state must prove Donna intended that. They must prove Donna paid for the crime, and the crime was committed. Doesn't have to be present to be the principal, and that only applies to counts 1 and 3. That's what they were arguing about yesterday and today, about counts 1 and 3. I finally figured that out. Remember, we were really lost, at least I was really lost in the whole principal instruction. So that's what that was all about, that Donna doesn't have to be present to be the principal, and it only applies to counts 1 and 3, which was first degree and solicitation. So conspiracy didn't apply to that. So first degree, she doesn't have to be present to be the principal for first degree and for solicitation. So now that makes sense. I was really lost there at the very, very beginning before the jury came in, and they were arguing about this principal instruction. And it sounds like they took off the lesser includeds of second degree and manslaughter. I didn't hear that at all. So they took those off. So she's either just going to be straight up guilty or not guilty. So then the verdict form is first degree, A and B. A is guilty, B is not guilty. Count 2, conspiracy to commit first degree. A is guilty, B is not guilty. Count 3, solicitation to commit first degree. A is guilty, B is not guilty. So there was no mention of manslaughter or second degree, right? I did not hear anything about lesser offenses or anything like that. No, they're on a break because Ms. Fulford had an issue with how they were characterizing Donna and Charlie's testimony, so they're on a little break. So they're on a little break. All right, so then we get into state's closing. So Georgia straight up shows Dan's photo. So the first priority was maximizing his time with his boys in the middle of a bitter custody battle. Defense brought in an expert that said it wasn't contentious. Defense spent time saying what a great guy Dan was in their opening, and then they spent the whole trial saying what a pain in the butt he was. That's true, right? That is so true. And we caught that. Some of you guys in chat caught that. Oh, Aaron made Burberry rubbed chicken. So Aaron made I think Al, you were asking, Aaron made a Burberry, which is a spice blend from Morocco, I think, or Africa. Let's see, Burberry. It's Ethiopian. Burberry is an Ethiopian spice blend. It has chili peppers, fenugreek, garlic, ginger, cinnamon, cardamom. So it's Ethiopian. That's Burberry. It's Berbere, Burberry. So it's good. It's good spice. We showed that spice before? Yeah, it's good. It sounds delicious. Oh yeah, we did show this before. Yep, here it is. Here, hold on. Ethiopian Burberry. Yeah. This is not a plug for this. So, Burberry, flavor of East Africa. So here's some of the spices. Oop. So there you go. So that's what Erin made. She rubbed that on some chicken. It smells good. Even though I don't eat chicken, it does smell good. All right. Moving on. Why did they remove the lesser includeds, Donna asks. Good question. They were arguing about that at the beginning of the day. And I don't know. They were arguing about that. That's what they came in. That's what they came in and they were arguing. Lesser included crimes are available depending on what is charged. So she waived the ability for the jury to make this finding.
You can be seated. The objection is overruled. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue with your argument.
When the bump happens, you get to observe this defendant and her son in action working the problem. Neither of them would ever just lay down and let themselves get victimized by anyone. The bump is an actual recorded example of how these two act when they're threatened by an extortionist, in this case a blackmailer, and it's the complete opposite of how they say they've been acting before in the previous extortion. Several other things to note about this. Let's just compare like the two extortions, the prior one and the one with the bump. So when the bump happens, they resist, right? They don't open their safe up. It's only $5,000 compared to thousands and thousands of dollars they've been paying. $5,000, they don't pay. They resist. They take action. There are in-person meetings between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, and eventually with Dad too, about the bump and what to do about it. The defendant eventually downloads a recording app and records a call to the would-be blackmailer. So she records this call, an action that wasn't taken in the 2 years that they were being extorted previously. Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump, although he never mentioned being extorted over the previous 2 years to Ryan Fitzpatrick. They investigate the bump. This defendant questions every aspect of the undercover. His look, his words, his behavior. You know, it's done like that, it's not done like that. Charlie enlists Catherine Magbanua to find out who it is and to handle it, right? Charlie says he's not going to take it lying down. He threatens Nazi shit if they mess with his family. Katie, I don't care what I spend. You'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it. Now these guys want an extra $5,000. You're going to kill him when you've been paying, I don't know how many, $100 and some odd thousand over the past 2 years. You weren't killing anybody then. They don't pay the money. If Mrs. Adelson has been blindly writing these checks every 2 weeks for 2 years, and her son has been paying additional monies each month on the layaway plan to the extortionist, and they've done nothing to investigate it, nothing to report it, nothing to stop it, but now they're going to launch a full-scale investigation over $5,000 more dollars? They don't call out Catherine Magbanua. According to Charlie and this defendant, they've been paying Magbanua now for 2 years, or at least funneling money through her. And here Charlie is talking to the person that's been collecting that money over all those months. But at no point does he acknowledge in that Dolce Vita recording or even allude to this long history of payments he's been making to her. This long history of extortion that's been ongoing through her. While they're still in the restaurant, Charlie gives Magbanua instructions. Say my friends have no idea what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't know what you're talking about, but the name sounds familiar of who's incarcerated. So I'm going to give you something as charity to help the less fortunate, but do not contact these people again or they're going to the police. The whole time you're talking, just say, I don't know what's going on, and only use the words help and charity. Charlie proceeds to give Magbanua a whole lecture on blackmail, which is pretty ironic in light of the fact that his defense is she was blackmailing me or extorting him. And these are just a selection of the incriminating quotes from the Dolce Vita recording that you all heard. After the meeting with Magbanua at Dolce Vita, Charlie calls the defendant in call F and tells her he had coffee with a friend and gave her some good relationship advice. Well, at this time, Catherine Magbanua is living with Sigfredo Garcia. Relationship advice. This means he talked to Katie and she's going to talk to Garcia and they're going to handle it and deal with the problem. Donna seems to understand this from the use of the term relationship advice. In call G, she's less sure than Charlie that this is the police. That's his theory. She's worried it might not be accurate. She says she has a different theory. He assures her repeatedly it's being handled, there's nothing to worry about, don't freak out. Magbanua does not want to make that phone call though, and neither does Garcia. And you hear him pretty emphatic on that wire that he's not making that phone call. But everybody starts lying to each other about having called it because everybody wants to reassure the co-conspirator up the chain that it's all good, I'm handling it, it's not going to come back on us. Charlie expresses concern that if they pay the money, they'll create a monster that will demand more and more and more money. And the defendant replies to that exactly. So these calls go up and down the train cars, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Donna to Charlie to Katie to Garcia and back, over and over again. In call R, Charlie is telling Magbanua that he has a very nice gift for Garcia's birthday. So if we think about his defense, the defense that this guy is extorting him after he, on his own, went and killed the ex-brother-in-law, he's gonna buy a birthday gift for the guy? The man that he knows killed Dan Markel? And Donna says this is the truth. The truth is out. Once Charlie and the defendant finally decide for sure that the bump is an undercover as opposed to a real gang member, bad guy, you have never seen two people so happy to be under investigation for first-degree murder in your whole entire life. They convince themselves that they're untouchable. It's just the FBI fishing. They don't have anything on us. If they had anything on us, we'd already be at the airport. They're thrilled about it. Even on the call that the defendant staged and recorded to the undercover where she's proclaiming her innocence, it's pretty interesting the words that she chooses. For example, she says, "I'm out of the loop." How odd is that statement? It implies she knows there's a loop and she's not in it. The evidence has shown that the co-conspirators in this case were all on a need-to-know basis for their own protection. That's why Catherine Magbanua wasn't shown the murder instructions. That's why no Adelson had any contact with the hitmen. And that's why the defendant didn't attend the murder meetings with Charlie Adelson and his mother. They were insulating each other. She was out of the loop on the stuff that the undercover was talking about. You know, my brother in Broward, Luis Rivera, she didn't know anything about Luis Rivera. She was out of the loop on that. But she was in the loop on Catherine Magbanua. She knew an ex-girlfriend met Catherine Magbanua. She knew that Catherine Magbanua needed to give relationship advice to deal with the problem with her baby daddy. She was in the loop on paying for this murder, and she was in the loop with Charlie to get a win for the Adelson family. In May of 2016, after the bump, the defendant stops writing checks. Stops the bad guy comes up to you and wants more money, so what do? You stop writing the checks you've been writing for 2 years under some threat? She's still not going to the police, but apparently she's not scared anymore. She's going to stand up to him and stop writing the checks, okay? Why? Isn't it because she's gotten spooked, because she's figured out this is law enforcement and they're getting close? In May and June of 2016, Garcia and Rivera are arrested. The news of this makes it all the way to Rob Adelson's operating room. When Rob next speaks to his mother, he says, "Hey, they got the guys. They arrested the guy that shot Danny." Getting no response, he brings up the matter again, like, "Did you hear they got the guys that killed Danny?" And she responds, "I've got to go," and she hangs up. That is the last time that Rob Adelson has talked to his mother. Because he knew, and she knew he knew. A couple other problems for the defense that I want to point out as far as this whole Charlie story goes. These are kind of mind benders, so bear with me. In 2016, after the arrest of Garcia and Rivera, but before the arrest of Magbanowa, there's a text indicating, this is Charlie to Donna. Charlie says, basically that his lawyer was meeting with Garcia's lawyer. If Garcia acted alone and then extorted Charlie, why is Charlie's lawyer meeting with Garcia's lawyer? This is your extortionist. In fact, regardless of whatever the defense is, why are the two of them meeting? Unless they have common interests. And while Charlie's lawyer is at this meeting, he runs into Magbanowa. Magbanowa hasn't been arrested yet. She's up there seeing Garcia's lawyer. Well, why is she doing that? According to Charlie's story that this defendant adopted, Magbanowa is not in on it. She's a victim too of Garcia, her baby daddy, who's a bad dude. Why is she up at his lawyer's office? And when they learn that Magbanowa was up there, Charlie says, "Oh, my lawyer ran into Magbanowa while he was up there. He said she's nice and pretty," and Donna says, "Just like all your girlfriends." Well, why isn't she saying, "What do you mean? Why is she up there? I thought she was a victim of Garcia, just like us." All right, so here's another text. This one's from August of 16. In this one, Charlie and the defendant are discussing a newspaper article in the Tallahassee Democrat, which talks about a drug dealer that the killers had contact with when they were here in Tallahassee from Miami. And somehow Charlie deduces this drug dealer is going to be the state's star witness, and they're basically spitballing alternative defenses. This is August of 2016. They've known, supposedly, who the killer was. The truth came out that the killer was Garcia and that they knew about it since the time of the killing. But here they are saying, well, maybe a drug dealer killed Danny and a drug deal gone bad. And this is because the extortion thing hadn't been invented yet. The extortion thing didn't get invented until right before Charlie's trial in 2023, when he's trying to think of what he's going to say from that witness stand to explain all the evidence against him. Rivera gives a proffer. That's on September 30th of 2016. Magbanowa gets arrested October 1st, 2016. You would think that if Charlie's story was the truth, he would be sleeping well for the first time in a long time, knowing that these folks that were taking his money and taking his mother's checks were off the streets and behind bars. But to the contrary, you've heard evidence that he started freaking out around that time, and so did the defendant. Right? His behavior became erratic. He became angry, paranoid, stressed. Per June, he got a second phone. He started sleeping with a bag of clothes by the bed. He started communicating with her via WhatsApp. In April of 2022, Charlie gets arrested. in that Dolce Vita restaurant recording, he repeatedly refers to the bump as a blackmail attempt. He uses the word blackmail on the Dolce Vita recording. But in trial, he switches that up to extortion, claiming that he and his mom have been extorted by the hitman. That was going on since 2014. But interestingly, in October 16th of 2023, so just 7 days before Charlie's trial started, this defendant, Donna Adelson, Googled the difference between blackmail and extortion. And the difference is that blackmail is the threat to expose some dirt on somebody. I know something about you, and if you don't pay up, I'm going to expose the dirt. Whereas extortion is the threat to harm somebody. You don't pay up, I'm going to harm you. Obviously, when they developed this defense in preparation for Charlie's trial, they realized the term blackmail was not a good word for them because it indicates they were somehow involved. You got to have some dirt. Okay, it needs to be extortion, threat of harm. We're totally innocent. They did this on their own. They came to us. They extorted us. The defendant doubles down on this. So yeah, she said the truth is out, the truth is out. What does that really mean? Well, she doubles down on it when she writes that script for the witness, Drina Bernhardt, who she solicited to come in here and perjure herself to you all. What does she write in the script? Extort, underlined. This script is Charlie's story. She's again adopting it by writing it out for her witness that she's trying to recruit to come in and deliver it to y'all, which of course backfires. And according to the defense investigator who interviewed Bird, her first story involved the word extort. It's pretty unusual. Regardless of what you think of Drina and Bird, it's clear what the defendant was trying to do with them. I mean, when Drina Bernhardt had that script, and it read exactly like Charlie's whole story, with the exception of the part where he told his mom, it was in the defendant's handwriting. That was very compelling evidence that this defendant was trying to buy herself some witnesses. I do want to talk about one more piece that has to be dealt with regarding this whole story of the extortion. And that's that Wendi wasn't in on it. Okay, there's a text November 1st of 2023. So this is after the truth comes out. This defendant texts Wendi Adelson, her daughter, and acknowledges that Wendi doesn't know anything about all this extortion stuff. And like, sorry, we had to keep it from you for so long kind of thing. If Charlie's defense was the truth, and Charlie and this defendant knew there was a threat to Wendi and her kids from the people that killed Dan, it's a little shocking that they failed to mention it to her. Instead, they let her and the boys move to Miami, where the bad guys were, and, walk up and down the street without any extra protection or even knowing that the killers knew who they were and had threatened their lives and lived there in Miami. The defendant also acknowledges in this November 1st text, at the bottom there, next one, previous one maybe. Okay, on that text, which is in evidence, it says, get the quote, "You know I'm next." This is the defendant to Wendi Adelson. "You know I'm next, but that won't happen. I'll take care of that." An important insight into her state of mind when you're considering this evidence about her flight to Vietnam. All right, 11/6/23, Charlie's jury is deliberating. The defendant gets angry about Wendi sending prayer hands. I guess, your brother's on trial for his life and you're sending prayer hands, an emoji. She says, protected his sister for years. Protected her? Protected her from what? Would he need to protect her from the knowledge That they were being extorted? Or does it make more sense that the protection that's referred to is the murder, and the fact that this defendant is a little angry that Wendi doesn't seem to appreciate what she views as a huge sacrifice that her brother has made for her and her benefit? Wendi's not charged. This was all for her. 11/6/2023, Charlie is convicted. Nothing about the extortion defense adds up for Charlie, and it doesn't add up for Donna Adelson either. It's true that she did not pull the trigger. She's guilty of first degree murder as a principle, which we talked about at jury selection, about how a party who assists in the murder can be charged and convicted the same as the person that pulled the trigger, even if they're not physically present when the trigger is pulled, which is not disputed that she was not. And you all agreed to follow that law, even if you ended up not liking it, right? I don't know if anyone admitted to not liking it, but you don't really know if you're going to like it or not until you have to make a decision. If you don't like it, you still must apply it. I know that I can trust you to do that. We talked in jury selection about the difference between direct and circumstantial evidence, and it's true that this is largely a circumstantial case. You might recall my powdered donuts example. Had direct evidence that it was the kid not covered in powdered donuts, but we agreed that being covered in the powdered donuts was pretty good evidence that that's the child that ate the donuts. This case is not entirely circumstantial. I mean, she's covered in powdered donuts, don't get me wrong. But there is direct evidence as well, and I want to go over those. To Rob, when told that he'd already spoken to the police, she says, "Will, you don't know anything anyway." That's direct evidence. You can consider that as direct evidence. To Charlie, after being handed an article about Dan Markel's murder, it involves both of us. It involves the two of us. Number 3, 44 checks to the killer, signed by Donna Adelson. Catherine McBanoa admits she was in a plot to kill Dan Markel. And she got 44 checks, and they were all signed by this woman. Next, that license plate number. She had the car, make, model, and license plate in her 2014 planner. Her statements to Bird, she admitted she did what she was accused of. The script written by this defendant in this defendant's handwriting for Drina Bernhardt to come in here and deliver to y'all about stuff that wasn't true. She also speaks in code. Innocent people do not speak in code, ladies and gentlemen. And consider the things she didn't do. She didn't want to talk on the phone. She didn't want to talk in the apartment. She did not want to send a picture of the bump flyer to Charlie. She didn't say the name of Dan Markel. Anywhere on that wire, she did not say his name. Dan, Danny, Gibbers, that asshole, nothing. Why not? And she didn't go to the police. Nice, normal, Jewish grandmother approached on the street about a murder and an extortion attempt. She didn't go to the police? Why not? After Charlie's found guilty, the defendant sends this text to Wendi Adelson. "Your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Your lawyer took very good care of you. You can bury me in the dress that I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah." Does not sound at that moment as if she's totally committed to attending the bar mitzvah. You heard that open line call where she's making plans to either flee or kill herself. She is distraught over the verdict. And she's distraught over the knowledge that she's next. The defense has tried to sell you that her emergency fast-track visa and one-way ticket to a non-extradition country was a vacation. On November 7th of 2023, this defendant Googled a list of U.S. extradition treaties. She was looking for a non-extradition country, and she booked a ticket to one with a stop in another non-extradition country. She applies for a fast-track emergency visa for Vietnam. I wanted it the fastest I can get it. She indicates a 30-day visa is not sufficient. She requests for the longest visa, which is 90 days, which is past the bar mitzvah date. She tries to get Wendi to help with business assistance. And when Wendi doesn't respond, she ends up asking her friend, Annie Cunningham, who y'all met in court. She says, I can't say exactly why, but we need you guys to come here, both of you. Wendy's not responding to us, and we have an issue that we cannot discuss over the phone. Why can't you discuss it over the phone? You're just going on vacation. Annie responds, basically, just say the word. When they leave for the airport, Harvey leaves this note dated 11/12/23 for Wendi regarding what is needed to sell some property, a gun. Donna makes notes in her planner to have Wendi have the lawyer tell Charlie where they are on the lawyer's private line, so the call will not be recorded. Why not? Y'all are going on vacation. You're coming back. You're not fleeing. There's also a note in her planner to cancel disability insurance. That doesn't seem like something one does when they're going on vacation. There's a note, tell Wendi due October expenses, child support through mid-November 2025. They're presumably for Charlie's son planning to pay child support 2 years in advance. So this is made in 23. All right, November 13th, 2023, the defendant is arrested trying to board a one-way flight to a non-extradition country. I mean, y'all decide if it's a vacation. This is a conspiracy. I mean, this took a lot of thought and effort. It's not a typical murder case. The defendant and her son set this up in a way that was designed to protect them. The main benefit of the structure of this conspiracy is that each party can insulate or distance themselves from each other. The primary risk of a conspiracy is that you're doing it with other people, right? You can get caught. Somebody can squeal. Somebody could give you up. And that's why the conspiracy is not shaped like this. Rather, they're not all huddled up together. They're going to be more like train cars. This is the way we see the communication flow throughout the course of the conspiracy. The best way to insulate yourself from your co-conspirators is to organize the conspiracy like a train car, with each car only communicating with the one in front and the one behind. That way, if someone gets caught or cooperates with law enforcement, they won't have enough information on you to give you up. And it's also very important to position yourself within the conspiracy such that those that have the most information on you are those most loyal to you. And that is exactly what Donna Adelson did. To be guilty of conspiracy, it's not necessary for the defendant to say any particular word or do any particular act. But in this case, she did do that. We have all those words and acts that we went over that directly tie her. They are direct evidence tying her to this conspiracy, plus all the powdered sugar dust. Don't let the way she thought she was going to get away with this be the way she gets away with it. Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
Members of the jury, at this time we are going to take our lunch break. The bailiff will take you into the jury room. Lunch will be provided for you. Once again, I'm going to remind you, do not discuss this case with each other until we have come to its conclusion. You may discuss any other matters, but do not discuss the case. Do not seek out any outside information. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. The lunch will be delivered shortly. Everyone can be seated. If the defense can go ahead and move forward with setting up the room in the manner in which you'll need to do. We will come back at 1:45. The defense will give its closing. The state will give any rebuttal that it has. 7 minutes and 6 seconds. Ms. Kappelman.
Flexible 7.
You may request additional time if needed. Mr. Zellman.
With respect to us setting up, we're going to need the exhibits. The exhibits are obviously not going to stay in here during a lunch break. So once the clerk gets back from her lunch break, and we'll obviously come back a little bit early, but
Please return then by 1:20 so that way you can get set up.
thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, do you want the demonstratives that were admitted, not admitted, but that were shown as demonstratives to be admitted as court exhibits?
Yes. If anything does need to be reviewed, anything that was presented to the jury, even as a demonstrative, I'm sure will be of use to the appellate court.
Yes, sir.
All demonstratives for the state or the defense that were used during the trial, these will be court exhibits.
Yes, sir.
We're in recess. Defense is to return at 1:20 to set up. For everyone else, please return by 1:30.
All right, so they're coming back at 1:45. Lunch is being delivered. Defense needs some time to set up for their demonstratives. This is a new angle. I like this angle. This is a new one. So the defense needs some time, so they're coming back at 1:30. So the state has 7 minutes and 6 seconds left for their rebuttal, but they can request additional time. So they can request additional time. Yes, Betty, Judge said 7 minutes and 6 seconds, but he did say you can request additional time. So, and it is currently 12:40, well, 12:41, but yep, basically it's 20 to 1. So we have an hour. They're coming back at 1:30 to set up their demonstratives. So we'll be back, I don't know if they'll show that or not, but I'll leave it on here. All right, so Georgia's closing. She goes over, let's see, where do we stop? There were two paths, right? There's motive and then the shooters in the Prius. Before Dan was even pronounced dead, Wendi revealed to law enforcement that her parents had more reason to dislike Dan than anyone else. Donna cared more about the relocation than Wendi. Who solicited Charlie, right? Charlie gets things done. Wendi needed their help because according to them, she doesn't have a brain in her head to run her life. Ouch. Wendi says she had no knowledge of Donna being involved in her divorce, but there is. She shows the emails between the two of them. She talks about the whole gibbers thing, dressing the kids up in German uniforms. Donna kept Charlie in the loop all the way. She shows, when I say she, I mean Miss Kappelman, shows July 10th and 19th emails. One of them saying, don't sign anything without the two of us looking at it. Then there's an email from Donna to Charlie. This is what this F is sending to your sister on a regular basis. I mean, yeah, Donna was just terrible to Dan. And then Halloween of 2013. Halloween of 2013. That's very pivotal because Wendi files the motion of finding Dan in contempt. Wendi backs out of this home. She had a home contract in Tallahassee. She backs out of that. And then Charlie meets with Catherine in Miami Beach. And he jumps into her car and says, hey, do you know anybody that can harm someone? So 3 major things. Those are 3 really, really big things that happened on Halloween of 2013. Then Miss Kappelman talks about emails from Donna to Wendi, talking about Wendi's lawyer and her plan of action. So again, Donna was a huge part of that. Of course, yesterday we heard from Miss Bailey saying, I didn't see any evidence of that. But We did. We did see that. Let's see. I got complete mayhem happening over my shoulder here. All right, let's see. Charlie jokes about hiring a hitman. He has several conversations with Catherine. Let's see. Then she talks about Catherine McBanowa renting the car for Sigfredo on June the 2nd. Now here's the thing that I always go back to this. Oh no, get out of there. All right, nope, come on. No, all right, there you go. One thing I always go back to. Yeah, feed us. There. It is late. I usually feed them before. They have a few more minutes. Then I'll feed them. Yikes! You okay, buddy? I think he just fell. I have to watch that on. Yeah, he just totally fell. Yep. Boink. Everything. I always go back to my question to people who believe Donna is innocent, Wendy's innocent, Charlie's innocent, Harvey's innocent. How then do you explain? And I would truly like somebody to answer this if you believe they're innocent. How then do you explain two men from Miami that travel 2 times, 500 miles, right? 500 miles, Tallahassee to Miami. Tallahassee to Miami is 485 miles, 7.5 hours. So let's just say 500 miles twice. So that's 500 there, 500 back, that's 1,000 miles. And then 500 there and 500 back. That's 2,000 miles. That's 7.5 hours. That's 14. It's 15 hours on the first trip. That's 30 hours of driving, 2,000 miles. How do you explain the connection, and why would these 2 men with not the best background, let's just go with that, not the best background, how and why would they travel that amount of distance and that amount of time to shoot and TV a guy, because I'm going to use TV now as my verb, to TV a law professor at a university whose background is completely different than yours. Dan is Jewish. Sigfredo and Luis are Latin. Luis is a gang member. Sigfredo is, he harms people. What's the connection? What is the connection? And truly, I would love to have that conversation with somebody who believes that they're innocent. What then? I mean, I know you don't have to prove that, whatever, but what then? Was it a disgruntled employee? Was it a student? I know that was kind of thrown out there, the student, maybe a disgruntled student. Okay, but there's no evidence of that. Dan was pretty well liked by his students and his colleagues. There's really no evidence that showed that Dan was not liked by his colleagues and his students. Really, the only discord that was going on in Dan's life at that time was Wendi and the custody battle of the kids. So the only connection is Katie and Charlie. Shirley, yeah. Allie says, and like Rivera said, if they knew that they had money, they would have just robbed. Yeah. I just don't get it. Sherry, that is exactly what the jury is going to be thinking too. They're all guilty. Yikes. All right, they're having fun back there. CJ says, Sigfredo hated Charlie because he was seeing Katie. That is true. That is true. Lily says, they had to be getting inside information from someone, couldn't pick Dan randomly, right? Because Katie said they have $1 million to bribe Dan with, so that means they will pay us $1 million instead. And then why didn't they just go and get the money? Yeah. And they asked Luis that, they said, why didn't you just go rob Dan? Or why didn't you just go rob Charlie? He's like, yeah, we would have. We would have if we knew that. We would have just gone and robbed him. Where's the 2% when you need them? Betty says, yeah. Clarinet Girl, if Georgia wins this prosecution, will this be 4th successful win? It will be. It's Sigfredo. Sigfredo for one, she got a hung jury on Catherine. Catherine, she got convicted. Charlie. So she's 3 for 1 right now, if you will. The 1 was a hung jury for Catherine, and then 4 now for Donna. So yeah, this will be her 4th. But Charlie was just using Katie. Yeah, I think so too. All right, let me just continue on, then I'm going to feed them and then get some food going here. All right, so Luis and Sigfredo have a paper with Dan's information on it. That's the same information that Donna has written in her daily planner, which is Dan's car, his make, model, and license plate. I mean, again, Georgia said at one point, you want direct evidence? Here's your direct evidence, right? That's direct evidence number 1. They have specific information about Dan Markel, and that is written in Donna's day planner. Direct evidence right there. She talks about this Evite, July 3rd. Dan's not even shot yet, and they're already saying Wendi, Ben, and Lincoln Adelson. They're already saying the boys' last names. Wendi texts Dan, are you in Tallahassee, July 14th through the 18th? And guess who's up there the 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th? Sigfredo and Garcia. Sigfredo and Luis, sorry. So Jeff impeached Wendi about their discussion about Wendi moving to Miami. Wendi told Jeff about Charlie joking about buying a TV. It's cheaper than hiring a hitman. So July 15th, they rent the Prius. July 16th, they actually arrive there. So yeah, so they're July 16th, 17th, leave the 18th. Donna uses TV as a code. Donna doesn't call Dan. She doesn't call the daycare. She doesn't call 911. But what does she do? She goes and she buys bourbon and goes to a restaurant. And some of you brought this up in chat. I don't know how law enforcement knew that she was at the restaurant. I still haven't figured that one out. But they went to the restaurant and they told her. I still don't know that one. Without calling her, right? I mean, they had Dan's phone, obviously. They saw Wendi Adelson. They probably called her number. But did she say, hey, I'm at a restaurant? Or did they locate? I thought you knew. I don't know. I don't know how they figured that out so quickly. So Donna, Harvey, they take Wendi and the boys back to Miami less than 48 hours after Dan is shot. Then she talks about the damp, moldy money. Catherine tells Charlie, and he says, well, my mom washed it. They made a joke out of that, if you remember that. Donna calls Rob and says, don't talk to law enforcement. Like, if you're innocent, why would you say that? These are those things of like, I always go back to that. If you're innocent, why would you then do this? If you're innocent, why would you then do that? If you're innocent, why would you tell your son, don't talk to law enforcement? What's the big deal? Yeah, we're innocent. No worries. Yeah, tell them everything they want to know. Innocent people talk. Innocent people say, yeah, gosh, I have no idea. Ugh. Guilty people say, nope, not going to talk. Let's see. Then they talk about the checks to Catherine. If Donna's not involved, there's no reason for her to write these checks. Remember, Catherine didn't work at the Adelson Institute. Why was she writing all these checks to Katie? Why? Just why? Answer me that. Riddle me that, Batman. Why would she get 44 checks? Right? It was 44 checks. Why would she get 44 checks? Over the course of, a year, I think? Year and a half, maybe? I forget. Why would Donna write the checks without asking any questions, right? Everybody to a person was saying Donna asks questions. She's very involved. She doesn't, all this stuff. Why would Donna be like, why am I writing all these checks to this Katie Magbanowitz? Your ex-girlfriend, Charlie? Okay, but what is she doing for the company? Why didn't she ask those questions? All right, you get out of there. Get it. Here. Come here. Where is it? It's over there. All right. If anyone here, this was really good. Then they talk about direct evidence. So the wire, excuse me. The wire is one. Charlie asked Donna, does it involve me or other people? And Donna says, well, probably both of us. Probably both. That to me is like, boom, that's huge. The bump is huge, and this came from the bump. Does it involve me or other people? Well, probably both of us. Again, if you're innocent, why would you say probably both of us? Makes no sense. Use your common sense. Lawyers always say that. Use your common sense. Use your common sense. So then Georgia says, if anyone in the jury room wants to acquit her, then have them tell you, how is this not a confession? I wouldn't quite agree that that was a, okay, I would agree. That is a confession. Well, probably both of us. Then there's another one, another direct evidence. Quick question. Oh, one thing I was going to tell you. Obviously, don't talk about things in the apartment or in any place. She's the original coder. The TV was probably about 5. Remember, they wrote the bump. They wrote on this article, $5,000. Donna says the TV was probably about 5. Charlie says they asked you for $5,000. How does Charlie know $5,000 when she says the TV was probably about 5? 500? Why does Charlie say 5,000? Donna says, Georgia says, innocent people don't talk in code. And then she also mentions, she also says and mentioned, like an ex-girlfriend. How does Donna know that Katie Magbanua is involved with Dan Markel's shooting? How does she know that? Kitty Uprising. We call it monkey mayhem. How does Donna Adelson know that Catherine Magbanua is involved with Dan Markel's shooting? How does she know that? Then she talks about Charlie's story. Fulford asked to approach, so we had that huge break. Sorry, 35 minutes left for the state. So that was overruled. So then Charlie and his text to Katie about the hitmen. Then she goes into Dolce Vita meeting. Charlie calls Donna. Donna and Charlie were insulating themselves. Donna knew about the ex-girlfriend, but didn't know about Luis and Sigfredo. And Charlie's story originally was, it's a drug deal gone bad. They must have shot Dan because it was a drug deal gone bad. So again, they're throwing Dan under the bus. Dan's a drug user? Come on, man. There's no evidence in the world that Dan was using drugs. If anything, Jeffrey Lacasse was saying Wendi would take pills. So if anything, there's abuse on that end. Then he changes his story to extortion for his trial. And then Donna's script talks about extortion. So Wendi was not in on that extortion story. Okay, then there's the November 1st, Donna texts Wendi about keeping it from her. Why let Wendi move to Miami without telling her about the bad guys? That's a really great point. If they're being extorted by these bad guys, these Latin King members, and they're being extorted by these guys who are really, really bad guys, why have Wendi moved down? And Wendy's trying to protect her sons. That's why she changed the name. That's why she changed the names from Markel to Adelson, because she's trying to protect her kids. Why have her move down to Miami where, I don't know, the Latin Kings are like stationed and positioned? Makes no sense. Again, common sense. Use your common sense. Makes no sense. Then November 6th, while Charlie's jury is deliberating, Donna says, your brother protected you for years. Ms. Kappelman says, protected you from what? Donna seems angry that Wendi isn't appreciating what Charlie has done for her. Then they talk about guilty as a principal. So you can be a principal. No, she didn't pull the trigger, but, she organized all this. Then she talks about... She talks about direct evidence, and I took a screenshot of this. I want to show this screenshot. I took a screenshot as best as I could, and I want to show this because this is all the direct evidence. So they're saying, what about direct evidence? So direct evidence. So here's the direct evidence. You don't know anything anyway. It involves both of us. It involves the two of us. Dan's vehicle info in the planner, statements to Bird, and then the script. So that's direct evidence. And then there's a ton of circumstantial, of course. But that's the direct evidence that she's talking about. And then, of course, the Vietnam. That I didn't get that on here, but there's the Vietnam. Googling extradition treaties with the U.S. She did that on the 7th and the 13th. Again, if you're just looking to vacation, why not go? You could go to the Caribbean. You could go to, France. You could go to England. You could go to South America. You could go to Hawaii. There's any number of places you could go. And I'm not saying Vietnam is not beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's a gorgeous country, but why go through Dubai, which is also non-extradition, to Vietnam, which is another one? I mean, that just sounds like a long way to go in a very, I don't know, it seems like a long way to go, and just seems highly suspicious that both of those countries are non-extradition, I should say. All right. Donna and her son set this up. For conspiracy, it's not necessary for Donna to do anything particular or to say anything. She did this plus all the donut dust. So she talks about the donut dust. All right. She has 7 minutes and 6 seconds left, but she may request additional time, and they return at 1:30, which is a half hour. But so actually they return at 1:45, but defense is going to return at 1:30. So let me put this out. All right. So they're on break until 1:45. Let me just get this going here. Nope. Okay. So we'll get this going for you guys. I'm going to feed kittens. We'll get some kitty cam going for you. Darren, love the squeak caps. Thank you for that. Brett, if it was really a relaxing vacay, she wouldn't be on tape talking about going to a non-extradition country. That recording totally destroys the vacation bit. I agree. Kitty cam. No Hanoi Hilton in Hawaii, Crazy Mary says. Yeah, I agree. They do have me well trained. I agree. They do have me well trained. All right, you guys. I'm going to go get some quick food for myself, get the kitty cam going. And let me see. I'll open this up a little bit. Blink. All right. We'll get some kitty cam action going for you. All right. See you in about a half an hour. Well, defense is coming back in a half an hour. We'll keep an eye out, so we may have to come back too, but we'll keep an eye out. But basically, they're coming back at 1:45.
abbiano scicare tu davvero saporito amami l'ammazzaro povero cieco mio chi me da voce via pari a grandi nudi scicare tu di lume cori come io dai a scordare scicare tu di lume cori come io dai a scordare. Quando cantava vagia io scicare tutti lume cori come io dai ascoltare.
Hello there, welcome back. Court should be starting any moment. How was everybody's break? Hope everybody had a good break. What do I do?
Demonstratives, here in
The ones that are in evidence, yes.
It's not in evidence.
It's not just the ones that are in evidence, Your Honors. It's also the other ones that we had requested to be put in evidence and submitted as court exhibits.
Well, if these are items that are not in evidence, I believe the state's demonstrative specifically dealt with items that were in evidence as a part of its closing presentation.
I don't dispute that, Your Honor.
Or anything that is not admitted at this time, it cannot be presented to the jury at this point as evidence for consideration or argument for consideration. The pages of the two calendars that are in evidence, you certainly can use. You can use the physical books themselves as demonstratives if you want to show the jury. Beyond that, getting into pages that have not been admitted and are not a part of evidence, what would be the proper basis of doing those?
Again, Your Honor, the way in which it's been presented is misleading. My client has, even if it's not a specific basis for admission of the rules of evidence, the Constitution allows my client to present evidence in support of her defense. And just based on, as I said, the way that the state has misrepresented items in the calendar, we would like to be able to present that as an argument to the jury.
Again, at this stage, for items that are not in evidence, I do not find that these are specifically exculpatory. You can make any reasonable argument or inference as it relates to the admitted evidence, but items that were never admitted at this point are not to be presented to the jury.
Yes, sir.
You can bring in the jurors.
Your Honor, since we don't have a beautiful presentation as a state, while Ms. Fulfer is giving the closing, I will be assisting by putting the items on display.
That's fine. everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. At this time, we are going to continue with the defense's closing. Defense, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. It's been a long day. You've heard a lot, but I hope you'll stay awake so you can hear me too, okay? So, it's been, 2.5 weeks, I guess, since you started this venture with us, and you've heard an awful lot. And I'd like to take you back to my opening statement, and my opening statement, there were some things referred to today that I'd like to address. The first one is that I stood up in my opening statement and said all of these wonderful things about Dan Markel, and then I called witnesses to attack him. That is not true. That is not true. In fact, the defense is the only part of this case that actually elicited evidence through testimony about the good qualities of Dan Markel. We elicited that on cross from his ex-wife, Wendi. And all of the things I told you in opening about what a wonderful man he was, a wonderful father, well-educated, successful, we elicited that testimony. And criticized today for having 2 witnesses who came and testified on the stand about the dissolution case and things that had been filed in it. That was not to attack Danny Markel. We didn't put that evidence on. The state is the one that made it an issue. They put those documents into evidence, the things that Mr. Markel had filed. So we're the defense, and we represent Donna Adelson, and we're just supposed to say, okay, well, they've put it in, let's just let it sit there. We have an obligation to represent our client, and what happened in that divorce, whether it was contentious or not, was an issue the state brought up. They've been calling this a bitter custody battle for years. And they started this case by saying the same thing. So to have the people who were actually involved in the case point out that there never was a bitter custody battle is important, because there never was one. There was never a time when they were fighting over somebody having access to the children. In those pleadings, nobody says, you can't have them, I've got them. You can't have them, I've got them. When they filed their initial pleadings, they did what everybody, according to the lawyer who was on the case for Mrs. Adelson, meaning Wendi, on the case for Wendi, they all filed their typical pleadings. And in the beginning, you ask for certain stuff, and she asked for 5149, maybe for a tax purpose. But there was never one single time, and you can't be convinced that relocation was the issue where they were going to take Danny Markel's kids away from them. If you believe that, you are ignoring the evidence that the state of Florida put on against Donna Adelson. And when I told you in opening that this was all about theory and belief of what a motive was, and there was no evidence that a crime was committed by my client, Donna Adelson, that is exactly what has happened in this courtroom. The state is ignoring the evidence that came in through their witnesses that support our defense, and instead they stand before you with calls and text messages, and they tell you what they mean. That's not evidence. Their argument about what a conversation means is not evidence. You decide what it means. You've got it in front of you, and you have to consider it in the context of all of the evidence that's presented. Not just what the state puts in, but what the defense puts in. And I know at some point when we were putting on evidence, you all were looking probably at me like, what are you doing? Who cares? Some of those little things matter, and I'm going to cover those in the defense, and you'll see why we put those things in that didn't seem like that I had a hoot to do with anything, because they actually did. Now, I think the state, near the beginning of the case, and I don't recall who the witness was, but near the beginning of the case, the state, through a law enforcement officer, elicited testimony about how this event transpired, this brutal killing of Danny Markel, how it transpired, and how they were able to break the case. And what did they tell you? They told you they broke the case because Luis Rivera, who was one of the killers,
decided he would cooperate with the state of Florida in exchange for a deal, which for his crime, he ended up, the testimony was, he got 7 more years for committing that crime. This is the man who got in the car, got the gun off the street, drove up to Tallahassee, Florida, stalked, is the best way I can describe it, Danny Markel in a car with his children from his home, watched him take his little boys out of his car and put them into the daycare center, followed him again to where he went to work out at Premier Gym, and sat in wait for him. Sat in wait for him. And then when Mr. Markel came out, trying to work some things out with his ex-wife Wendi about having the kids and who's picking them up at what time, even leaves her a really nice voicemail that they could get together and walk at the school to talk about the education of their older child, where he was going to be going to school because he was going to be starting kindergarten. And Wendi pushed back. You know, she pushed back. This was his time with his little boys, and she's telling him no. You know, I've got plans. Well, it wasn't her time to do that. So leading up to his death, she's arguing with him over about an hour and a half worth of time that she thinks she's entitled to with the kids, but it's his time. And I agree with the state of Florida. The most important thing to that man was those little boys. And he fought for every minute he could get, and rightfully so. Then he drives home in his car while he's on the phone, and Luis Rivera, driving the car that's been stalking him all day, pulls up behind him in his driveway. Sigfredo Garcia gets out and shoots him twice in the head, and they pull off at a pretty high rate of speed and leave Danny Markel dying inside his garage. Left him to die. Those are the people that killed Danny Markel. Those 2 people. And the state has all kinds of arguments about how Mrs. Adelson's involved because she said these things about him, and we'll get to that in a second. But if Luis Rivera is telling the truth, what did he tell you when he got on the stand? What did he tell you? He said, and this is his signature on this document dated March 11th, 2025, when he was deposed, and those numbers and circles are his. And he testified to you that, where are my numbers? That Catherine Magbanawa, that's right, Catherine Magbanawa is the person that elicited Sigfredo Garcia to kill Danny Markel. Now, her versions change over time, so we'll have to address a few of those. And then she says she didn't even know Luis Rivera was involved. This is a woman who the state has admitted lied first time, second time, third time, fourth time, maybe the 5th time. Every time she puts herself under oath and swears to tell the truth, she's going to say more. She told you she didn't even know Luis Rivera was involved, but the phone records that were put in by the state of Florida prove otherwise. Because during the time that they're traveling to Tallahassee, when she can't reach Sigfredo Garcia, whose phone is she calling? She's calling Luis Rivera. This woman can't tell the truth. But in any event, Luis Rivera then puts this number 2 next to Sigfredo Garcia because he's the one who actually killed Danny Markel. Number 3 next to himself because he's the one who got the gun and drove the car to kill Danny Markel and then away from the scene. This is the man that he says they killed. Who else on this document do you recognize? On this exhibit? Who else? Who else was involved in this? Well, all the players that the state claims are involved are pictured on this document, and he says, Wendi Adelson, she's the lady who wanted to get her kids back. This is why we were committing the crime. Wendi Adelson. And Doctor, the dentist, he called him, which is Charlie Adelson, who he identified, was the one with Katie. This one and this one are the reasons that they're coming to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel. And I said, well, what about Donna Adelson or Harvey Adelson? No, they weren't involved. I said, would you put an X next to them if they weren't involved? And he did. Donna Adelson's name never came up, but Luis Rivera is telling the truth, according to the state. That's who you're supposed to believe, and he says my client is not involved. There's some issues that I might address further, but I want to go through some of the things that the state stood up and told you. Relocation, 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 that's the issue. That is the reason that my client had Danny Markel killed, because relocation was lost. Danny Markel was killed July the 18th of 2014. Relocation was done for over a year. That's the motive? It's been over for a year, and they said yesterday in court that the relocation issue didn't stop when Danny Markel was, when the divorce was over. It continued going on. The emails showed that. There is not a single email that's been put in by the state that shows that my client, Donna Adelson, was continuing on a rampage about relocation. The last email that they showed you today that my client wrote about relocation was July the 19th of 2013. The divorce was final on the 31st, said and done. They bring Wendi Adelson in here to testify. That's their witness. And she said it was done. Now, have Charlie Adelson and Wendi Adelson been honest with their mother? The evidence says no. They haven't been. Because the whole time Wendi Adelson is telling her mother, she's telling her mother that relocation is what she wants. She's the one who starts that. She's the one who asks her lawyer about it. The whole time in the spring leading up to this hearing, Wendi Adelson admitted in her testimony she's sending these messages to her life coach and telling her life coach, you know, I think I want to stay in Tallahassee. But she didn't bother to tell her mother that. Her mother still thinks she's trying to get relocation. She does it in April. And then she writes to her again in May. I think I'm going to give up relocation. I can stay in Tallahassee. The kids will be close to their boys. There won't be any plane rides. And I like my job. It gives me all this flexibility. I'm going to stay. But she still doesn't tell her mother. She has her mother believing we got to fight for this relocation. She testified. Well, why did your mother get so upset? Well, she's venting to her mother about what she claims Danny Markel is doing, and she's venting to her mother about what she wants to accomplish, only she's not being honest with her. On the backside, she's making other plans. It'd have been nice for my client, Donna Adelson, to know that, because these emails that have been submitted here, which are proof that she wanted to have Danny Markel killed, would not have been written. And when she goes to her hearing on the relocation in June of 2013, she has her mother stay outside. Her mother can't hear what's going on in the hearing. She admitted she had several witnesses to call beyond the two that got on the stand. And then after the judge made the comment, she gave up. She could have continued with the hearing and put her witnesses on. The judge could have ruled against her, and then maybe she has an appellate issue. She gave up because she didn't want it anymore, but she didn't tell her mother that. When she told her mother, well, this is how the judges ruled, the mother understood that through the court system it was done, but not with her daughter, Wendi. Because you can continue to negotiate all the way through a final judgment. And that's what those emails say. They do suggest some crazy stuff. They do. But she puts in there, we're trying to negotiate. We're trying to negotiate. Get this, you can still work on this. She doesn't know when she's writing those crazy emails that there's no reason to write them because her daughter agreed. You know, you can have a dismissal on an issue. You can have a denial on an issue. She agreed to it with prejudice, which means it is over. She already made an agreement. She's not going to seek relocation anymore. So my client is hanging out there trying to support her daughter, and now she's sitting in a court of law charged with murder because of what she wrote in emails. Because the truth is, you are here to judge my client based on her conduct leading up to and to the time of death of Danny Markel. That's her conduct. Can you consider things she said and did after to see if it corroborates that she was involved? You can. But her conduct leading up to the day that Danny was murdered is in this book that the state has entered with emails. It's separated between where you can see it, where they lead up to the divorce, and then after the divorce until the time of the homicide. Now, my client did say ugly things about Danny Markel. During the divorce, she did, and the state has put them in. This is State's Exhibit 64. And they have emails going up through July the 11th of 2014. These are the bad names that my client called Danny Markel. During the course of a divorce where her daughter is constantly venting to her about what she says Danny is doing, she said some really bad names, and I'm going to say them, although you shouldn't say bad words in court. She called him some ugly stuff. The first one that they wanted to put in was from 2011. He was killed in 2014. They introduced this email from March the 28th of 2011 at 64A, and inside that email, they claim, shows the hatred for Danny Markel. And you want to know why? According to their exhibit list here, because Mrs. Adelson referred to Danny's parents as, quote, the royal couple. And she and Wendi were bantering back and forth about some issues with Mr. Markel's parents. That's not hatred on Danny. It's not even hatred on his parents. We're sitting here with murder charges because she did something like that, called somebody a royal couple. She said other bad things. She called Danny a major fucker, Gibbers, which Wendi Adelson testified that she came up with that nickname for him, a religious zealot, and Wendi testified that the issues in their marriage included matters of he had now become more strict in their religion than she wanted to follow. That was one of their problems. She called him a royal jackass, a piece of shit, a fucker, crazy, a bastard, and she called him Elvis. That's why we are sitting here today. That is hatred for somebody. That proves they wanted to have him killed. Are you serious? You call somebody some bad names and that means you wanted them dead? My client has lack of any ability to stop herself from saying things. She can't do it. And I'm not trying to be offensive to her, but she can't. And all of these emails that they have introduced prove it. She is not a one-word person. She goes on and on and on and on. And they believe that she had Danny Markel murdered because she said some bad words. There's not a lick of evidence in here that they submitted of what she did prior to July the 18th, 2014, where she said not a single word, that she wanted him killed, she was planning to have him killed, she was going to find somebody to kill him, she was going to pay somebody to kill him, she was going to kill him, that she was glad he was dead. That's not in here. And this is it. This is it. Before he was killed. You're judging her conduct before he died, up to his death. And that's all you've got. And I told you that in the opening statement. They have a lot of theories, and they like to spin evidence a certain way to make her look bad because she said ugly things. That is not proof of somebody having somebody killed. And that's it. Besides the relocation issue, which has been dead for over a year before he's killed, bad choice of words, I apologize. It had ended over a year before he was killed. Now they want to bring in something called the grandmother motion. This is what had to push her over the edge. Their own witnesses said she didn't know about it. Let's see who testified to that. Wendi testified, her daughter, that she never showed it to her and she never talked to her about it. But then there were two more witnesses for the state. And they were Craig Isom and Jason Newland. And when they testified on cross, they admitted that there was no evidence that that motion had ever been forwarded to my client. Not a single piece of evidence. What if she had gotten it? Do you want to know what it accuses her of? That a 3- and 4-year-old said that they called Abba, that she had called Abba stupid. Stupid. And that drove her over the edge? One, she didn't know about it, but two, somebody claiming you said the word stupid, that's what brings us to murder charges? It's unbelievable. But that's their spin that they want to put on it, because they've got this theory that she's the mastermind. And then they stand up here in their closing and they say, everybody who's been charged in this case, so they want to point at the other one, point at the other one, and point at the other one. No, 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 no. Who is pointing at these people? The state of Florida. The state of Florida is doing the pointing. They're the ones getting the warrants. They're the ones doing the investigation. They're the ones charging people, deciding who they're going to give deals to and not. That's them pointing the finger. That's not my client. There's no evidence of that. They bring the charges, they prosecute, they get the convictions, they get people sent off to prison. Not us. What, we're pointing the blame at the killers for killing them? They proved that those are the people who killed them. That's not us pointing the finger. They actually did it, and it's been proven. And we're distancing ourselves from Charlie Adelson? Let me tell you something. They elicited the testimony about Charlie Adelson over our objection, if you happen to remember that. It came in. Charlie Adelson is not on trial. You may be sitting in that jury room thinking, well, Charlie did it, and it sure looks like Wendi did it. That doesn't have an ounce to do with Donna Adelson doing a thing. Not a single thing. If you think he did it, he's been convicted. He admitted in his testimony that he is the person, although he claims he was extorted, he is the person that took $138,000 out of his refrigerator-size safe that he has at his house, with the money exactly like he says he kept it, stapling $100 bills together in stacks of 1,000, staple, 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 staple. He said he took that money out of his safe and he gave it to Catherine Magbanowa that night. Whether that's his girlfriend and they're still fooling around on the side, that's between the two of them. That's got nothing to do with my client. He did it. But now they want to say Donna Adelson did it. Pick one. You don't like our theory? That's what they say. You don't like our theory? Oh, well, you like our theory on everybody else. Pick one. If you have prosecuted Charlie Adelson for paying the $138,000 stapled just like their other witnesses in this case said, why are they now saying Donna Adelson provided the money? Oh, wait. Oh, because Catherine Magbanowa, who's been sentenced to life and is telling her 6th story now, has decided she'd like to see her kid someday, so now she's going to come in and provide information that will help the state prosecute an innocent woman so she can go home to her children. That's what that's about. So she claims that this all goes down. Charlie puts the money, Charlie, not Donna, Charlie puts the money stapled just like she knows he does into her trunk. She drives it the next day to Sigfredo Garcia, her baby daddy. He takes it out of the trunk, and a day or two later, she gets hers back. And she says he puts it in her closet, and to this day, she wants you to believe that that money sat in her closet and she spent it along the way. The records that Miss Hull testified to, showing all her cash deposits, she clearly was doing something with it, right? But to this day, she wants you to believe she has absolutely no idea how much money she had. Never counted it. Really? She must have think y'all was born yesterday. But here's something. She's got this new thing she wants to testify to. That the money was wet, and Charlie told her that Donna had washed it. Her money's wet, that she hasn't touched, that's been somewhere else for these number of days. Well, what did Luis Rivera testify to about his money that he got? He said it was weird. Well, how was it weird? Well, it was stapled in $100 bills, stacks of 1,000. Not a single word about wet, and he got his money before she did. He got it straight from Sigfredo. This washing money wet thing is nonsense, and they've already proven that it was Charlie Adelson's money that was paid through Katie Magbanawa to those two killers. Whoops, it's gone. But now it's her fault. And I'm not sure what this is all about. The state standing up saying that the defense has suggested that Harvey is the one that did the Evite. We haven't said a single word, presented any evidence, or made any argument that Harvey Adelson is the one who created the Evite. Their witness that they called, Wendi Adelson, sat up there and said, what did she say? She probably did it because her mom doesn't know how. And then their other witness, Chris Corbett, Sergeant Corbett, who does all the media and cell phone tower stuff, he sat up there and he said it was clear to him from his research and investigation that my client, Donna Adelson, didn't have a clue how to work that. But she's responsible for sending out an Evite that Wendi says she did, where the names come up with guests who are going to be there that are Wendi Adelson, because she kept that name, and her two sons. So it's Wendi, the name of her two sons, and then Adelson at the end. If that's how it appears, Wendi did it, not my client. And there's more proof of that real quick to come. But the Evite thing is a non-issue. I just can't imagine what that is about. The state has argued that between the time the killers came to Tallahassee in June and the time that they came back in July and actually killed Danny Markel, that Catherine Magbanawa said in her testimony that between those two time periods, when she was discussing scenarios with Charlie, he would say he had a call from his mother, step out, have the call, come back in and say, oh, they're stressed, they're stressed. Catherine Magbanawa, not one single time testified to when that occurred, number one. Number two, if you've heard evidence in this case and paid attention, Charlie Adelson is not a one-woman man. He's got lots of girls. She doesn't know if that was really the mother on the phone. She doesn't know who he was talking to or what they were talking about. But she wants to get out of prison. So she's got information she's willing to share now. Charlie's business. There is a slide that the state had in its presentation this morning that they showed to you that shows that Charlie Adelson owned the dental practice up until 2015. Do you remember seeing that slide? Well, here they are again, ignoring the real evidence. They got a theory and they got to spin it some way, but the evidence from their expert witness, Mary Hall, financial investigator, forensic investigator, Mary Hall, she's up here testifying for them, and she says that Charlie Adelson was the owner of the Adelson Institute until 2020. And yet their slide says, oh, he sold it back to his father in 2015. That's not what the evidence is from their own witness. There was some argument from the state about some things that were in Mrs. Adelson's planner in 2023 around the time that Charlie Adelson was convicted, and they apparently were going to flee the country, take flight to a non-extradition country. And there's a notation in there shortly after Charlie is convicted that says cancel disability insurance. They want you to take what they believe that means as they were canceling their insurance because they were going away and never coming back. Could it be? Those were the words that were used. This is not a could it be situation. This is beyond a reasonable doubt. They have nothing other than that notation. Well, could it be that Charlie was convicted and he no longer needed disability insurance because he was going to prison for life? Just as likely. How about this? Could it be? Could it be in State's Exhibit 142 on the front page that they showed you with this little notation, notify everyone who was invited to the 70th birthday that party is off if that's what HJ decides to do. And that's on June the 13th. Could it be, the state says to you, that if the killing had actually taken place the first time the killers came up, then they'd be canceling the party because Danny would already be dead? What? Does that, where's the proof of any of this? Could that be what it means? This is not, could it be? And a birthday present. The birthday present, according to the state, for a 70-year-old man is that they're going to have Danny Markel killed. Happy birthday. Let's have a party. What? There's no birthday present, according to Rob Adelson. Wendi Adelson, who was at the party and who was involved, and there are emails that tell this, involved in helping get a caterer for the party where the man came and cooked paella out on the balcony for everybody, that's what Charlie decided to give. But you got to read the worst in every single piece of evidence that they present to you. You have to, because that's the only way you can convict, and they want you to convict her. There's no evidence that there was a birthday present to Harvey Adelson to have this man killed. None. But that's their theory, and they're still spinning it. And you gotta ignore the witnesses that they put up there in order to follow their lead into that jury room and convict my client. Let's talk about Rob Adelson. They brought him in here, and he got up there and he testified on the stand about allegedly all of these things that he claims his mother said. If you were paying attention by the time we got to cross-examination, what did we learn about Rob Adelson? Well, he's a doctor, and he's got little kids, so he's real busy, which is his explanation for why he rarely speaks to his family on the telephone, and has, in that time period, only been down to see his family 2 times in a 2.5-year period. And he rarely talks to him on the phone, but somehow Miss Adelson has made all of these comments. This is a guy with an axe to grind, right? He doesn't have any of this information. He's not talking to him. They got him to come for the birthday party, and what was his testimony? He's a busy guy. He flew in the night before the birthday. He was at the birthday party and got up the next morning, packed his bags, and put him and his wife and his kids on an airplane and left because he was busy. He's not hanging out with his family. He's nowhere to be found. Oh, but you got to believe everything he tells you. A huge percentage of the argument of the state was, well, what did Rob say? What did Rob? Rob doesn't have the knowledge of anybody. He's not here. He lives in Albany, New York, and he's not around these people. But let's use her son, who's clearly estranged from the family, to try and bury her. You're smarter than that. So my client has been charged with the murder of Mr. Markel, conspiracy, the planning to commit murder, and solicitation, hiring the hitman that killed. We're going to go through the jury instructions briefly. The judge has already gone through them, but we're going to go through in a minute what actually is there that the state has to prove. And just like I said in opening, what the state thinks happened does not matter. What they believe happened does not matter. What spin they want to put on it does not matter. You can only make your decision based on the evidence presented to you, and up through the time that Dan Markel was killed, that's all they got. She said some ugly things, and she meddles in her children's lives. Meddles in their lives. Gets involved in their divorce. She's a parent. She's just being a parent, not a killer. She's a meddler, not a murderer. They haven't proven that to you. Just like I told you in opening, what they were going to be able to prove, and that what you were going to hear a lot of evidence about, lots of introduction of exhibits was going to come in. They proved that those two men killed Danny Markel, that Catherine McDonald was the one who found the killers, that Charlie Adelson is the one that paid the money. That's it. Oh, and Wendi Adelson is the one who wants to get her kids back. That's why they're killing him. Nothing about Donna Adelson. We sat here for days listening to testimony of witness after witness getting on this stand. Not a single one of them connected my client to Danny Markel's murder. Not one. I think the state introduced a couple of exhibits. They would be 64C and F. Sorry, I can't do technology. Somebody has to help me. And these are emails where she's giving her daughter advice on what she should do, preparing for mediation. Oh, how terrible of her. But what they didn't want you to see in this email, you see that highlighted part? If she thinks she's going to have him killed, why is she telling her daughter in mediation, make sure in the final order that he has to pay half of this expense and half of that expense and extracurricular activities and tennis lesson and baseball teams and travel? Well, who cares if they're going to kill him? Why is she writing that? Negotiate. Negotiate. Shame on her getting involved in her daughter's divorce. Negotiate. Let him know that you want him to see his children. And they talk a lot about this bribe. Bribe. This man, they were considering giving him $1 million to relocate because he had already lived in Miami with Wendi. Relocate back to Miami. He taught, according to Wendi, 2 days a week. He could commute by airplane. They were willing to pay for plane tickets, give him money to buy a house, expose his children to a more strict Jewish environment where they had Jewish schools and all kinds of activities and be around more kids, kosher like Danny. Relocation was never about taking those kids away from him. It was, how can we make it happen? You can live in the same city, we can co-parent separately, but be together, be around each other, and all have family support. Shame on them for wanting to help him like that. They act like they were doing something illegal. That's not illegal. You heard the woman testify. It happens a lot in divorces. People offer money to get certain things that they want, or they concede something they're entitled to. But if Mrs. Adelson does it, she must be up to no good. This grandmother motion, I want to point out something to you for just a second. That would be 60JJ. The state calls this the grandmother motion because they're prosecuting grandma. Sounds kind of cool, right? There's this terrible motion, this grandmother motion that was filed against my client, Mrs. Adelson. This pleading is actually entitled, let's see here, Former Husband's Counter Motion for Enforcement of MSA, which is Marriage Settlement Agreement, on Parenting Issues, and Motion for Contempt and Sanctions. And this pleading goes on and on about He says Wendy's refusing to facilitate video teleconferencing with the 3 and 4-year-old, that she's failing to regularly facilitate telephone contact with the children, that she routinely violates the right of first refusal, resulting in the children missing days from preschool, that she violates her duty to inform that's in the MSA. She fails to follow clinical recommendations. She violates by refusing to communicate with Mr. Markel. She persists in inhibitory parental gatekeeping. Refused to provide access to have both children on one of the child's birthdays. The only single complaint he makes about my client is she called him stupid, according to a 3 and 4-year-old. And I'm not sure I can do this, but I'll try. Number 6, this is the section. You can write a motion and put all your complaints in it, your legal argument, and then you ask for what is the relief that you want. He wants all kind of relief related to Wendi. And this is what they say. The state says that he's saying that the grandmother cannot have any unsupervised contact with the children. That's not what it says at all. It says consistent with the right of first refusal. And safeguard the children so she doesn't call him stupid anymore. This does not mean she can't have unsupervised contact. It means consistent with the right of first refusal. If grandma's in town and she's going to watch the children, according to their marriage settlement agreement, he has to be given the opportunity first if he wants to take care of the kids. That's what was agreed to in the divorce. That doesn't say no more unsupervised contact with grandma. Now, besides her not knowing about it, what is the evidence? I don't want to mess this up. What is the evidence that supports 2 things? 1, that my client did not know it had been filed, and 2, that Danny Markel was not trying to keep my client from having unsupervised contact with him. Well, the proof is, from Wendy's testimony, that he continued himself because during the course of the marriage and separation and divorce, my client, Mrs. Adelson, didn't just continue to assist Wendi when Wendi needed help with the kids. She continued to assist Danny. And in fact, that motion was filed on March the 26th, and the testimony was, for almost 2 weeks in April, my client watched the boys while both parents were out of town. And my client facilitated the Skype with the grandsons for Mr. Markel. Now, if he's really worried about her having unsupervised contact, is he going to leave him with her for almost 2 weeks in April? And he does it again and again. And the last time that he does it is on July the 11th. That's according to Wendi. He comes home and he needs help. She's going to go do something, and then now it's his time to have the children. So he asked my client, Mrs. Adelson, if she could watch the boys, and she does. And she knows he likes this particular kind of banana bread that she makes, and they're going to mock us for this, but that's okay. He likes this particular kind of banana bread. It's got chocolate chips in it and no nuts. And so what did my client do? Before he came to pick up the boys the next morning, the evening before, she makes him a loaf. But she hates him. She hates him and she wants him dead. And clearly he hates her because he filed a motion. It's unbelievable. Us sitting here is actually unbelievable. Now, I want to talk about the day that Danny was killed with respect to my client. We're not going to go through all the details again, but what is the evidence about my client? The state has said that my client tried to set up an alibi for her daughter. I don't know how it could have ever been considered an alibi because the man was going to get there at 8 o'clock in the morning, and the evidence is he got killed around 11 o'clock. But State's Exhibit 64FF is from the Geek Squad. And the state presented earlier that not only did Donna Adelson send an email to Wendi that morning, or before then actually, not only did Donna send an email to her about the appointment, but Harvey, the dad, did as well. And here is the form that was completed, not by Donna, they say Donna arranged it. Mr. Harvey actually made this appointment for the broken television. They had purchased a plan for protection on this television and believe they may get a replacement or a repair. When they made it, you have to fill out some information on the form. And what does this say? Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one became available? Yes. Well, now, are you going to accept an earlier appointment if it becomes available? If you've got a homicide planned? That doesn't make any sense. This is supposed to be her alibi, but they're agreeing you could come earlier if you want. And then the mother sends an email. Do we have that? And what she tells her daughter is, if you can't keep Friday, July the 18th between 8 a.m. and noon, call that number to reschedule. The contract is under Harvey Adelson's name with Dad's cell phone number, but the purchaser is actually Miss Donna's name and cell phone number, and she provides her with a work order. Here, we did this for you, like we do everything else for you, and apparently that's a bad thing according to the state, helping your kids this much. But here, we helped you out, but if this doesn't work out for you, change it. A fake alibi, that's what they want you to believe. You got to read bad into every single thing they present to you to come to the conclusion that they come to. Now let's talk about Defense Exhibit 71. There was, according to the testimony that you heard from the state, Wendi Adelson was interviewed at TPD the day that Danny was killed. They went and found her at a restaurant, and they've introduced these pictures about what she did that day and where she went and how she took the long way around. But she's sitting at TPD being interviewed, and she has requested to be able to call her mother. And unlike other exhibits where the state hired someone to enhance it so you could hear the call better, they didn't do that in this case. And the recording is actually inside the room. You can see it. That's an interview room at TPD. And not only are you hearing what Wendi is saying, there's the victim advocate that testified that my client was shocked when she heard the news, but my client is actually on the other end of the phone, so it's not real easy to hear. But if you put the headphones on, you're actually going to hear some things, and you can hear what my client's reaction is to finding out that Danny Markel has been shot, excuse me. Can we play that? If you could just please put your headphones on. It's not easy to hear.
Station, and I'm gonna leave soon. Jane might, I have the car here, but Jane might take me. I'm not going to be alone, so I have a lot of support and I'll be fine. Yeah, if you could just come here, that would be great. He's in the ICU in the hospital. Okay, but be careful, okay? Okay. Okay. Okay, love you too. Bye. Mom.
I haven't actually put the headphones on, but hopefully that assisted you in hearing. But like the victim advocate for TPD testified, she was shocked. She's not sitting home waiting for a phone call, let us know that it's done. It's 7 o'clock at night, and Wendy's calling from TPD to tell her mother that Danny has been shot. She has to tell her to calm down before she gets on the road, and you can clearly hear her elevated voice. She's asking about Danny. How did it happen? Where was it at? Well, where's he at now? He's at the hospital. This is not somebody who's planned for him to be killed. Now, the state has made a pretty big deal about the road trip that this 70-year-old man and 64-year-old woman take that evening when they leave their home. It's 11 years into this case. It's this July that just passed before the investigator in this case, who's given testimony again and again, after he's deposed, decides, I'll go ride the route. 11 years. They've been claiming now, my client, arrested almost 2 years ago, that this ride is completely off, but they haven't even tried it themselves, right? And even when he testified, and also when Agent Sanford testified, first of all, he didn't do the whole route, he did a segment, because he's determined that in this segment is where Mrs. Adelson was at for too long. Did you take any snacks when you did the ride? And he's only doing part of it. Well, yeah. Did you get some coffee? Yeah. But they've calculated this drive for these folks who have just received horrible news and they're clearly upset about it, that they had to be at their son's house dropping off money that was washed, because there's a period of time that it takes them longer to get to their hotel in Orlando than it should have. They took into consideration nothing with respect to their age, that they hadn't had anything to eat. They didn't calculate any time in to stop and get gas, or to use the restroom, or to maybe sit down and have a meal. None of that's counted in. It's got to be a strict from here to there, and you're not there, then you must be doing something bad, and it must have something to do with murder. They give no consideration to that whatsoever. But what's stronger than that is their own testimony from their expert. They have all of these slides that they've shown you where they can show where everybody is in the entire world. And did you notice that for the killers, they had collected records with SunPass and cell towers, etc., and they have a whole map that they're showing you where they went and what they got. They got the SunPass records for the killers. Agent Sanford said that my client was a person of interest from the beginning, but he had her locked in a year. And yet here we are 11 years later, and they never bothered to get her SunPass records. They can get them. They got the killers. If they want to tell you that they're stuck in a certain area and they've gotten off in a certain place, all they had to do was get those records. But they didn't do it. They can prove where the killers are, but not my client. But one thing for certain that they did say is they cannot put my client's phone at Charlie's house during this time period that they say that they took too long to get somewhere. They also testified that there is never a point in time that evening where Charlie's cell phone is hitting on a tower and either Harvey or Donna's cell phones are hitting on the same tower. They don't even have them in the same vicinity, much less the house. But they want you to believe that means Mrs. Adelson was there dropping off money. They have no evidence of it. It's just their theory. That's all it is. You can't convict somebody based on theory. You have to have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, how about this text message that says outside your house? According to them, outside your house means outside your house. I'm not saying that's illogical to jump to that conclusion, but do you have any evidence of it? No, they can't put her there. And according to State's Exhibit 142, if Mrs. Adelson was at Charlie's house, what in the world is she doing hanging outside for over 30 minutes before he gets there? She's got the garage door code to get in, but she's outside the house? They introduced this. She had talked to him, according to their records. She had been on the phone with Charlie. She talked to Charlie. And then later on, they send this text message, and it could mean many different things. But it would have been 30 minutes while they were waiting there for him to get there. And there's no reason for them to be outside the house because they know he's not there. It took him 10 minutes to send, or 20 minutes to send a message back saying he was 10 minutes away. And then he had to travel there. They don't have proof that she went there. They want you to envision it and imagine it and believe it because that's their narrative. That's what they tell. And I don't think I said it before, but the witnesses, the additional witnesses that testified that Charlie kept his cash, these $100 bills stapled together, that was Miss Umchinda and Mr. Fitzpatrick. They both testified they knew Charlie well, and that's what he did. No evidence at all that my client did that. Do you remember back in jury selection? I didn't do it for Miss Adelson. My co-counsel did, Mr. Zellman. But he asked you a series of some similar questions, and he asked you, would you agree that the state could make a mistake in the theory of their case? Yeah. Would you agree that law enforcement could make a mistake in their investigation and determining who they think committed a crime? Yeah. That was the overall response that we got. It was asked of everybody who came up that got individual questions. I mean, questions as a group. Well, according to Special Agent Pat Sanford with the FBI, do you remember his testimony? According to him, he has never made a mistake. Not one time in his career has he ever thought somebody committed a crime and he ended up being wrong. You know what the problem is? When he thought she was a person of interest from the beginning, and then he, according to his testimony, locked in on Donna Adelson, the path didn't lead to Donna Adelson. They tried to build a path with something as flimsy as these emails that they say are the motive for her to have him killed. They made some other mistakes. Rob Adelson calling him to testify was a mistake because they've clearly relied on his evidence, and he testified himself. He wouldn't have the basis to give it. He's never around. And then they called Patricia Bird. That's their next mistake. She claims, different ways, that Donna was going to buy her some land and a trailer to put on it, a small car to drive, and fix her teeth to testify untruthfully. She said that a white female investigator actually offered her all of those things. But then when it was pointed out to her that the investigator that came to see her was actually an African American female, oh, it was her that did it. Then she wants to tell you that my client confessed to her. I asked her, did she do what they said you did? And Miss Donna said yes. Well, she's not clear on this confession because when Mr. Zellman was asking her questions, she couldn't remember if it was Donna said she wrote the checks or she confessed to the whole crime. But here's a woman sitting in front of you that has come up all of a sudden at the end of the game, and here she is claiming that an investigator offered her these things, and that was for false testimony, that Ms. Adelson was trying to elicit false testimony, have her come in here and swear under oath and testify to things that were not true. Well, both investigators came in here and said that never happened. She was never offered anything. She never told us that Donna had offered her anything. Most importantly, she never told us that Donna confessed. None of that. She's facing going to prison, and she has an opportunity to come in here and testify against Miss Adelson so she can get a deal. What was she facing, 5 or 6 years? Here's the biggest part. Did you hear what the judge read to you this morning before he started with the jury instructions? He read to you a stipulation. As he explained, that means the state and the defense agree to certain facts and you must accept them as true. And what was the stipulation? Patricia Byrd was never on the witness list for Donna Adelson. Well, isn't that interesting? She was going to come in and testify falsely for Donna Adelson, and she's never been on a witness list. And then you got Drina Byrd. This is not just someone who is hoping for some help in her case. She already got it. Her testimony was she is a 27-time convicted felon and/or crimes involving dishonesty, facing 15 years in the Department of Corrections as a prison releasee reoffender, which means you get day for day with no gain time. Here she comes saying she's got all this evidence, and Donna's offering to do the same things for her that, oddly enough, Patricia Byrd in the same cell block has said is going to happen. What does she do? We tried really hard not to bore you by playing the whole tape, but there's an exhibit that we put in, and it's the video of where Donna and Miss Bernhardt are sitting at a table. Oddly enough, Miss Byrd wasn't there, and she told you that she was with Donna Adelson day and night talking about her case. She wasn't anywhere around when they're sitting at this table, but you can watch that video again. I would just like you to recall this. Who shows up to that table first? Drina Bernhardt does. Who shows up with paper and a writing instrument? Drina Bernhardt does. And while they're sitting at the table, is Donna sitting there just telling her? No, they're having a conversation. How does the writing start? Miss Bernhardt gets out her little hot pink folder, paper, whatever it's called, notebook, plops it open, shoves it towards Donna Adelson, and starts tapping on it. Let's get busy writing. You don't hear those words, but that's what she's doing. Here, right. And allegedly, she's going to do the same thing, give false testimony, and her name is not on a witness list. A little bit more about Catherine McBanawa. No, actually, I covered that. So if this is all they've got, up until the time that he died, just that she said bad things about him and helped her daughter with her divorce, what is the evidence that they have after Danny Markel was killed? They put this evidence in. They got nothing to show that my client was involved in any way leading up to the time that he was killed. But they elicited the testimony that it was 2 months after the murder when Charlie Adelson discloses for the first time to his mother what he knows about the case. Now, all she knows is what he's telling her, but it's 2 months after the murder. when he's telling her, well, what happened was I got a girlfriend, and I had told her about this $1 million offer, and she said it in front of some of her friends, and they've gone up there and killed Danny Markel, and now they're demanding money. And so they said if I didn't turn over my third of the $1 million, this is what he claims that they elicited, if I didn't turn over that money, then I'd be dead in 48 hours or they'd kill my family. So he goes into his safe and pulls out $138,000 cash, puts it in a bag, gives it to Katie, tells his mother 2 months after the homicide, now he's being extorted. She works at Adelson Institute. They want you to believe this is a family business. Does family work there? Clearly. But who owns the business? Who does the money belong to? Who is Mrs. Adelson writing and paying all the bills for? Who's she doing the salary for? Everybody there. Everybody there. So he tells her, right around $1,000 a month to Katie Magbanawa, it'll save my life. They had this forensic investigator, and they didn't present anything to you, not a single check ever, that Charlie Adelson signed for his business, because he had his mother paying the bills, doing salary and other things at the dental office. That's him paying these people. She's doing her job because he says it'll save his life. She believed it was the truth, so she did what he told her to do. Was there pushback or not? We don't know. They didn't present any evidence about that. They claim she would have pushed back. Maybe she did. We don't know. But what we do know is it's 2 months after the murder before she knows what has gone down. That's their evidence. But she conspired with people to have him killed. She got the hitman to have him killed, and she wanted him killed, and he ended up dead. She doesn't even know about this going on. And the only version she knows is what her son has told her. Did she say, oh, the truth's coming out, the truth's coming out, the truth's coming out? She did, because that's what Charlie had told her the truth was. And that's her son. And she believed him. And she didn't want her son to die. She wrote paychecks at Charlie's instruction. That's not her giving cash and paying off murderers. That's a paycheck to Katie. That's it. That's all she did. So we're bumping along, and now we're in 2016, and it's a bump. Law enforcement testified to you that they created this scenario where they could try and get information to further investigate this homicide. So they've locked in on Mrs. Adelson, so they're going to set her up. Funny thing is, Mr. Sanford testified to what probable cause is that you have to get a wiretap on somebody's phone, and you have to have proof that a crime has been committed, and this is likely the person who committed the crime. It's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It's the same that you have to get a warrant to arrest someone. But when they do this bump in April of 2016 to June, who do they get wiretaps on? Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa. Not Donna Adelson. But they're just sure she's the mastermind behind this. So what do? They follow her. They watch her daily routine. They pick a location where she is taking her grandchildren, Mr. Markel's children, to and from school. And they decide that's where they're going to do this bump. This is State's Exhibit 113 of the bump on the street that took place on April the 19th of 2016. Am I in anybody's way?
Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen, no, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Hugo for quite some time after your problem on the one that was resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Hugo. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
What did she say? You scared me. And he goes on his little explanation, and her response is, I don't know what you're talking about. Now, the state says, from what happens next, which is a phone call that Mrs. Adelson makes, she has to be involved in this murder. Because she doesn't call the cops, she calls Charlie. Well, why'd she call Charlie? Because Charlie has confessed to her his role in paying the killers back in September of 2014, that it's his money, claiming he's being extorted, claiming his life is at risk. That's who she's going to call, because guess what? Now this man is talking about the people who are involved in the murder. You're taking care of Katie. So yes, she calls. And the state wants you to believe that there's this huge made-up code. They allowed you to look at the transcripts when that was going on. And you looked, I watched, you were all intent looking at the transcripts and listening to the calls. If you go back and want to hear them again, you're welcome to do that. She's responding to his questions and his instructions not to talk about this on the phone. But he keeps pushing and pushing and pushing, so she's trying to give him a hint without actually saying on the phone what's going on. These are hints, not code words like the state wants you to believe. Can I have just 1 second, please?
Interesting that they're taking a break here. So she was just kind of talking about the bump there and taking the children to school. Wonder why they're taking. She said she needs a moment. Then everybody needs to approach. Let me just rewind that. What was she?
Members of the jury will take a brief break at this time. If you need to use the restroom, please do so during the break, and we will continue with the closing argument.
She's been going about an hour and 13 minutes. 1:49 to 2:49 would be an hour. 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, she's been going about an hour.
Everyone can be seated. If you need to use the restroom or stretch your legs, this is your opportunity. Or something to keep yourself from passing out. This is your opportunity now. 5 minutes.
Careful there, Judge Everett. Something to keep you from falling asleep. Yeah. Something from keeping you from passing out. Judge Everett said what we're all thinking about halfway, or what we're all thinking about out loud. All right, yeah, so she started at 149. I have she ended at 302, so 149, 249, plus another 10, 11, 12, 13 minutes. So she's been going about an hour and 13 minutes or so. All right, how is Jackie Fulford doing? How is Jackie Fulford doing? 173 votes. If you haven't voted already, please take a moment to vote. We have Love It. Keep yelling at me, Jackie, 14%. She's going to win a prize, 7%. 16% say, I find this to be scary. And 63% say, please make it stop. So if you haven't answered or if you haven't taken our poll, please do so. All right, I'll just go through what we've heard so far. I'm not gonna reenact it the way Jackie has said, but she started out with, "It's been a long day. I hope you stay awake and hear me." She kind of did the same thing for opening. Like, she tries to be folksy, or that's her shtick, is just being like, "Oh shucks, it's been a long day. I hope you stay awake and hear me." I guess that's just her trying to communicate with the jury. So the state said, and then from there she started, her voice definitely raised up, and she started to basically got very animated, if you will. So the state said that my opening I said all these wonderful things about Dan Markel, and then called witnesses to attack him. That is not true. It was through the cross of their own witness, meaning Wendi, that we heard all of these bad things about Dan Markel. It was the state that made it an issue with the documents that were filed, and then the two experts came in and said, these are two people that were involved in the case, and they never once said it was a bitter custody battle. Well, it was those two people that threw Dan under the bus. It was Miss Bailey and Miss Adelson who represented Wendi, and who the other Miss Bailey looked at Miss Adamson's testimony. They were the ones that were trashing Dan. So I don't remember Wendi really trashing him the same way. Wendi said, yes, he could be difficult. I think Miss Bailey trashed Dan. What do you guys think? Did Wendi trash Dan more than Miss Bailey? It was Linda Bailey. She had the proffer yesterday. She was a lawyer. She reviewed Kristen Adamson's testimony. Remember, she was in the courtroom yesterday. I thought she trashed Dan way more than Wendi did. The real question is, will Squeegee and Georgia be color coordinated 2 days in a row for verdict watch tomorrow? I'm going to try. Brat, the defense witnesses did the majority of the trashing. That's what I said. That's what I think. Sally, was she listening to the same testimony? Cindy says Bailey was worse. G. Stewie, the defense lawyer, definitely trashed him more. Yeah. Sharon, definitely. Linda. Caffeinated teacher, in the transcript, Wendi really does not trash Dan. Yeah, I don't think so either. Dwayne, Squeegee should scream at us. That would be priceless. Joanne says Bailey was horrible. Yep. Alexa, are your tags highlighted when someone tags you with the original name? I don't know. It's a good question. I don't think so. I think that's gone. Sally, Linda was the trasher. I agree. All right, so let's move on. I don't even know if I can get my voice to go that high. It was the state that brought up a bitter custody battle for years. Yeah, no, I'm not even going to try. So to have the people that were involved in the case, okay, we did that. This is all about theory, and there is no evidence against Donna. The state tells you what the calls and texts means. It's up to you to decide. So she's saying that the state presents this evidence, and then they say, well, this is what they meant. This is what Charlie and Donna meant. I don't know. It's not that much of common sense. When Donna is handed an article about Dan shooting, and it says $5,000 written on the top of that, and he goes on to tell him, hey, you're taking care of Tuto, you got to take care of Tato. And then Donna calls Charlie minutes later And Charlie's like, who's it about? And she says, it's about the two of us. How can that not be taken as evidence that she knew? I just do not understand how somebody can say that's the state saying we want to control the narrative. We want to tell you what you should think. How else are you supposed to take that? Donna calls Charlie, and Charlie's like, "Who does it include me?" And she says it includes the both of us. Why would she say that? Why would she say that? That makes no sense. All right, so state is the one that told you relocation is the issue. When Danny was TV'd, relocation was done for a year. They called Dan bad words. But it goes back to 2011 as the first one. Yeah, because they didn't like Dan from the beginning when they got married. Remember the whole kosher thing when they got married? It was supposed to be kosher catered, and the Adelsons didn't cater it kosher. They did kosher light or half kosher or whatever it was. So there was problems right from the get-go. So sure, go back to 2011 and say you're calling Dan bad words. Absolutely. This was a long time coming. I have no problem with that. So you call someone some bad words and that makes her want to kill someone? Well, yeah, in this case. Donna is not a one-word person. She goes on and on and on. We know that. They haven't found any evidence proving Donna has anything to do with this. Well, that's not true because Miss Kappelman showed at least, 6 or 7 instances? Well, let's go. You want direct evidence, right? There's direct evidence. You don't know anything anyway. It involves both of us. It involves the two of us. Putting Dan's vehicle info in her planner, her statements to Patricia Bird, and then the script that she wrote. So there's some direct evidence for you. So let's see. Now they want to bring in, and then she does air quotes, now they want to bring in the grandmother motion. They brought in Charlie's testimony, but he's not on trial. Charlie was the one that took out $138,000 and stapled it like he does. He took the money out and he gave it to Catherine that night. So the money is wet and Donna was the one that washed it. They talk about that. Luis said it was weird. And I looked this up. So Luis didn't say anything about it being moldy or wet. He was the one that said it was stapled. He was the one that said it was stapled and he said that was weird. So the state says that we suggested Harvey did the invite. We didn't bring that up at all. Charlie has lots of girls. This is where Georgia yawned. That's classic. Perfect. Then they start to throw Rob under the bus. Rob testified to allegedly all the things Donna said. He has little kids. That's why he doesn't talk to his family. He's seen his family a few times in those few years, and then he says Donna says all these things to him. Actually, he said Donna called him or texted him. He was at a conference in Chicago, and then he calls her back, and she says that, yeah, I mean, it's not like, yeah, no, he didn't need to talk to Donna like every week. He talked to her. The one time he did talk to her was, Donna said, we heard that somebody came up to Danny at his house and said, are you Dan Markel? And then shot him. And then she said, don't talk to the FBI. And he says, I already did. So it's not like Donna's saying that didn't make sense to me either. And then she says, this guy has an axe to grind. So there you go, Rob. You were just thrown under the bus. Then let's use her son, who is clearly estranged from his family, to bury her. And then she says, you're smarter than that. She says that to the jury. Then she admits that Donna meddles in her children's lives. She's a meddler, not a murderer. Okay, well, I guess that's up to the jury to decide. We listened for days of witnesses getting on the stand, and not one connected Donna to the murder. Well, Luis Rivera did. Luis Rivera said it was the lady that no, that's right. He tied it to Wendi. Wendi is the one. Well, how about the bump? I think the bump connected Donna to the murder. Donna called Dan stupid, according to a 3 and 4-year-old. So here she is saying 3 and 4-year-olds are liars. Then let's talk about the evidence on the day of the shooting. State says Donna set up an alibi for Wendi. How is it an alibi is repair was to get there at 8? Well, because it happened, the repair was between 8 and noon, and Dan got shot at 11. So Harvey made the appointment, not Donna. Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment? Yes. Now, I agree. I forget, somebody in chat, I forget, Stephen maybe, or no, was it CJ? I think CJ, maybe you said that was a good point. I agree. I think that was a good point, and I caught that when they brought that up during the evidentiary part. In the list of questions, would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if it becomes available? And they did say yes. So that one I would be like, all right, I'll give that one, because what if you said yes and then that sooner appointment came on Thursday? So does that tip the scales though? I mean, if you have scales, right? Scales, so we'll give one to Donna, but then, everything else, just piles on. So that's one thing. Does that get rid of my reasonable doubt? For me, no, because I'm sure they could have worked around that. So she asked the jury to put on the headphones while they listened to Wendy's call to Donna from the station. Wendy sounded really calm. The road trip that night she talks about, Donna and Harvey. And she kind of dismisses it. Why would Donna text, I'm outside or I'm here? I mean, you're there. You admit that you're there. We have evidence. We have direct evidence that you were there outside Charlie's house saying, I'm outside. So you traveled to Charlie's house that night. Why? Just why? You're on your way to Orlando, I get it, but why stop off at Charlie's house? For what purpose? Then they make a big deal about Patricia Bird never being on the witness list. Remember her and Drina Bernhardt were the jailhouse informants? She's like, isn't that interesting? Well, isn't that interesting? So Patricia Bird, who was supposed to flip for Donna, was never on the witness list. I guess that means Donna's innocent because she wasn't going to put this person on her witness list. I guess. Hold on. Let's see. Then Trina shows up at the table first. So Drina shows up at the table first in the jail with paper and a writing instrument. She's the one that starts tapping on the notebook. And I was, my thought was like, yeah, because Donna's like saying, hey, can you help me out here? And then Drina hands the notebook over to Donna. Donna writes it. And don't forget, the defense never debated or argued that was Donna's handwriting. They never said, oh no, we're gonna contest that. They never contested that. So I don't know why they're making a big deal out of that. So let's see. Charlie told Donna it will save his life. That's why Donna wrote the checks. So now it's going back to Charlie was being extorted. So that's why Donna was writing these checks. Then they play the bump again. And then Jackie asks for a moment and everybody approaches. And then now they took a break and here we are. All right. I saw Cynthia, clarinet girl, you asked me a question. We're back. Richard, I'm sorry. It was you that said that. Okay. I knew somebody did. Sorry for that. Did not change your handle it looks correct under my profile. Yeah, YouTube is going back to original. I don't know why.
All right, let me get the timer back in the correct position.
All right, they still haven't. I haven't started my clock yet. He says he's got his stopwatch ready to go, but. Judge cracking his finger or cracking his knuckles there.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Fulford, you may continue with the defense closing argument.
As you recall from the testimony, there was a meeting between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa after the mother had it was after the bump, right? Do you have that? There's a transcript of that. You can't make out everything they say, but this is part of the transcript that I wanted to point out to you. This is Charlie Adelson talking. Don't waste your time with mom. They need to talk to someone who's first person. Wouldn't it make sense that they make a connection to my family, to me, to my family, not my mom? And then he says to Katie, "You're the office help. Checks are on me. That's just because they found out you come in and work on the weekends. Trust me, I'll keep you on full time, so you're going to get your checks." That's Charlie Adelson agreeing that he's keeping her on payroll, and the checks from him will keep coming. after the bump on the street, Mrs. Adelson receives a letter. And the statement from, or the evidence that came from the state's witness, you recall that he said that his instructions on when he met her on the street was to be polite. This is not so polite. The next thing, she gets a letter and it says, "So my phone is not ringing, so you don't care about Tato and what he did for you. He knows he is fucked, and soon so will you." Now, it doesn't say, "I'm going to kill you," but now the threatening behavior is coming, and they're taking the next step to try and get Mrs. Adelson to come out and admit to something. If she pays the $5,000, bingo, right? She doesn't do that. So that happened on April the 26th. Then she does nothing still. She's scared, and you recall from the phone calls, she's scared. She thinks it's someone related to the killer. She's worried about her safety. She thinks something bad is going to happen to her, but Charlie just keeps saying, "Mom, everything's okay. You have nothing to worry about." Then on May the 4th at 2:09 in the morning, the undercover sends her a text message, 2:09 in the morning. "So you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta call me to see if I'm for real? If you think what Katie baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're fucking crazy. I want the now, or I'm going after the 100K. So, threatening. "I'm going to go to the police. This is not going away. Don't think that I'm gone. We're still here, and you're going to do something about it." That happens on May the 4th. As you recall from going through the wire summary with the state, other calls take place in between. And then on May the 6th, finally, Donna calls the undercover at the number that he had provided initially, that shows here on State's Exhibit 83 with the article about Danny Markel being murdered. Call or text, that's the number that was provided, 305-712-6570, and the dollar amount of $5,000. Now, the state has said to you, innocent people don't fold the paper up and put it in their pocket. I'm pretty sure there's not going to be a jury instruction that tells you she must be guilty because she folded it up and put it in her pocket. She took it very seriously. She got her grandchildren, she went home, and she immediately called Charlie to report that. But now she's calling the number that was provided, and you've heard from the testimony, she downloaded an app so it could be recorded, but of course it was being recorded by the undercover as well. Could we play that call? And I think we have provided a transcript to you because it wasn't provided previously, if you'd like to read along.
This is Mrs. Adelson. Is this Danny? Danny. Okay. My grandchildren had my phone before, so
And you're Adelson?
I'm Mrs. Adelson.
Yes.
My grandchildren had my phone before, so that's, and I just saw that you called.
Oh, okay. You left a message on my voicemail.
Right, you did.
No.
This is my problem. You approached me on Alton Road. You handed me an article from a newspaper about my ex-son-in-law. You told me I need to call you and help your friend who is in prison. Now, at the time you did that, I didn't understand what you were talking about. I didn't call you back. Then you mailed me a threatening letter. Then you send me a text message to my phone that says I'm not taking you seriously. So I am taking you seriously. And I really want you to listen to me. I have to tell you, I mean, this is important. I have been so stressed out. I have spoken to 10 or 12 people who are close friends of mine, telling them about this and basically picking their brains and asking them what I should do, because I don't know your friend who is in jail. You mentioned a name. I don't even know his name. I never spoke to him. I don't know what he looks like. I've never met him. I'm sorry your friend's in jail, but I don't know what that has to do with me.
You know exactly what it has to do with. You know exactly what it is. Listen to me carefully. Listen to me. You just got to listen to me.
You need to who this person looks like, what their name is, something, because I know there's a big reward out there, and if you need money for your friends, that's the way to get it. I mean, I'm asking you nicely. I don't know who he is. I am out of the loop. It is not me. If I can help, I would help. I mean, that's what...
Just like I told you, listen to me. Just like I told you that day, we know that your family had a problem up north. We know that problem was taken care of about a year and a half, 2 years ago. And we know that Katie has been taken care of. And has been taken care of. Now my brother in jail, we were in Broward together. He told me the whole thing. And he hasn't been taken care of. You know. Now, all that's being asked for is 5K. That's all we're asking for is 5K. And he told me everything, and I know everything. I know who's involved. I know everything, and I'll get the 100K for myself.
You know,
all I ask is to send the 5K. Everybody knows what's going on.
I don't, you're saying everyone knows. I know I lost my ex-son-in-law. I did not have anything to do with it. That's why I said, ask him what...
That's what my brother Tato told me. He told me everything when we were in jail. He told me everything and who was involved. I know everything.
Well, I don't. That's the problem. I'm telling you, it's not me. It's not me. I have had a year of aggravation, a year and a half of aggravation over this. My daughter, my grandchildren. It is not me. And when I asked my friends, what do they think? They said, well, this person needs to get a description of you because of what you look like, or it's not me. I don't know who caused it. It wasn't me. I mean, I don't know.
I'll tell you, just like that day when I talked to you, this is not going away. This is not going to go away. The Tato told me everything. He wasn't being taken care of. He needed the 5K. Send 5K. That's all we were asking for. Don't do that?
I don't know who Tato is. You don't understand.
We know you don't know who Tato is, but you know who Katie is. And you know the contacts Katie has. And she has, listen to me, let's stop fucking around. Let's stop fucking around. Okay? You know who Katie is. And you know that Katie has somebody that knows Tato. And they took care of a problem for you people. That's just the bottom line. The bottom line is you know who the fuck Katie is.
Look, I'm not fucking
around with it. You know who Katie is. You know that they took care of Katie and her people. Nobody's taking care of Tato. I know you don't know who Tato is. But we know who all of you are. And this ain't going away.
You know what?
So I can give you that. You want to send the 5K?
Here's what you need to do. You need to go and...
Don't tell me what to do. I know what to do and I'm doing it.
You're looking for money. Bet $100,000 or whatever whatever the reward is. It isn't me. You have got the wrong person. That's why I said ask your friends.
You're Donna Adelson.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Well, I know. We know who's involved in all this.
this is not making any sense. I mean, if you want the money, you should get it from the police. They can give you a whole lot more than you're asking me for money for someone. I can't do this. I have had too much stress and too much aggravation from this, and I don't know what you are talking about. I just don't know. I just don't know.
Good. I think you should talk to Katie. Talk to people that are involved in this. You'll know. You know what's going on.
That's why I'm.
You can tell me. You know that you can tell me all you fucking want, but I know you know. Because I know, because I heard when I was locked up in Broward with my brother Cecil, he told me everything. Everything. He told me everything. I just wanted to take care of him because fucking Katie was being taken care of with her fucking food.
I just think instead of asking me, you should get the money from the police. There's a lot of money out there, and I know if you think you know who this is, then go ahead and do it, because I know it isn't me. I know it isn't me. And I can't take this kind of level of stress. I just can't. I know I didn't do anything.
You talk to people, you talk to the right people, you talk to people, you make this 5K come to me. That's all I need. Just do it and get it to me. Do it and get it to me. Bye.
They tried 5 different times. I'm sorry. Did you want a particular position? Yeah.
Leave it right there so it's not moving around.
Sorry, Judge. 5 times they tried. They tried to get her to pay the money. They tried to get her to admit that she was involved in this, and 5 times it failed because Mrs. Adelson tells them in this call, he keeps telling her, I know everything, I know everybody, I know what happened, and she tells him in this call, if you know, go to the police. Go to the police and get the reward. Why in the world, if she's guilty of committing these crimes, is she telling somebody who apparently knows everything to go to the police? If you're guilty, you're not sending anybody to the police. That's why they think they can get her with the 5K. But she didn't do it. And still consistently, Charlie is saying, nothing to worry about. Don't worry. You can hear the fear and worry in her voice on that call. Now, the state talks about coding and code words, and one of the things they say is that in one of the discussions with Charlie, Mrs. Adelson says, it's about the 2 of us. It couldn't be more clear what that means. Her son told her in September of 2014 that he got extorted, he has to pay this money, he has paid the money, and he's going to keep paying the money so he doesn't get killed. Right? Now somebody has walked up to her on the street about the exact same subject, Mr. Markel being killed, and demanding $5,000 from her. So now he's brought her into this. It is the 2 of them. They're not knocking on his door. They're coming up to her on the street. They're sending her text messages. They're sending letters. They're calling. They won't stop. But she didn't do anything. If her son did, that's on him, not her. There's no evidence that if Charlie Adelson had not told her in September of 2014 what he told her, there's no evidence that she would know anything at all about what happened. That's her single source. And he brought it to her. Bring cash. That's one of the things she says. Bring cash. Without telling him what has happened on the street, she's telling him they want cash. That's not code. That's hint, hint, hint. You don't want to talk on the phone, but you won't stop asking me, so I'm going to hint to you what this is about. There's nothing code about that. The state is interpreting what they think these things mean. It's not their interpretation that matters. It's the evidence that's presented. The judge has read you the jury instructions. So I'm not going over all of them with you, but I want to say this. Murder in the first degree, the state has to prove that on July the 18th of 2014, Donna Adelson intended that Dan Markel be killed on that date. They have to prove that. There's no evidence of it. First-degree murder is killing with premeditation. Is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. They've got no evidence of her doing anything until after Mr. Markel is dead, when she writes the checks at the instruction of her son. Conspiracy. The state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the intent of Donna Adelson was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed on the date that he's killed, not after the date, before and up to the time that he shot and killed. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she had that intent, and they have nothing. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. They have to prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm sorry, back to conspiracy. I forgot to say this. In order to carry out the intent, Donna Adelson had to agree, conspire, combine, or confederate with Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to cause the first-degree murder to be committed. Had to be before. No evidence of it. Solicitation. Prove the following two elements beyond reasonable doubt. Donna Adelson solicited Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to commit first-degree murder. During the solicitation, Donna Adelson commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. What does solicit mean? It means to ask earnestly or to try to induce another person to engage in specific conduct. We know that the state has not presented evidence of Mrs. Adelson actually shooting and killing Dan Markel. They are asking that you find her to be a principal, that these other people did the killing, but she's a principal. And to prove that she's a principal, you have to show that she helped another person or persons commit the crime. In doing so, the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intended the crime to occur and the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Daniel Markel occur. Then you heard the instruction of a principal when active participant is hired by the defendant. If the defendant paid or promised to pay another person or persons to commit a crime, to commit a crime means she paid or promised to pay them before they killed him. There is no evidence of that at all. She never paid any of her money. All she did was write the checks that her son told her to write from his business account. So you have to show that she made or promised the payment in exchange for the commission or promised to commit the crime or to help commit the crime. Nothing. There's nothing at all linking her to Catherine Magbanawa, Sigfredo Garcia, or Luis Rivera. Her link to Charlie Adelson is it's her son. They like to show those little arrows going back and forth like it's a train, I think they said. This isn't a train. This is somebody's life. Danny Markel's life. And now Donna Adelson's life. This isn't cute. This isn't powdered sugar. They have charged my client with first-degree murder. conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, solicitation of the people to kill, and their example is she's got powdered sugar all over her. No, she doesn't. They want you to believe it. That's their theory, but a theory doesn't prove a crime. They have to present evidence, and they haven't done that. Let's talk about Vietnam and the evidence that the state has introduced. Their exhibits 129 and 130 are the visas for Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson. That one's Harvey's. Would you put that one? Now, there's something very important about these. It says their name and what they're going to do. You see that line? It's in, I guess that's Vietnamese, but underneath it, it's in English. And it says, good for single/multiple entries. That it is a visa for tourism, not residence. It's a visa for tourism. They can come and go as they please. And that it is good until, where's that date? Here it is. It's good until, they put the dates backwards. So this is February the 5th of 1950. And the state says, oh, well, she was going to be gone past the date of the bar mitzvah. This visa allows them to come home, and if they want to go back, go back. Now, here's something really important. The state said that we're trying to tell you she was going on vacation. That's not true. Her prior attorney testified that before there was a conviction, she was very upset and said she wanted to kill herself if her son was convicted. And her husband was concerned about her doing that, so he wanted to get her away, to clear her head so that she wouldn't take such a drastic step. That's not a vacation. She's beyond herself. And then he gets convicted, and it's worse. And here's the thing, the state has been saying, since this woman was arrested, that she was going to flee this country to avoid prosecution. Flee. She's going away. She is not coming back. She's going somewhere where we could never get her and bring her back. They took almost nothing with them. They took a few credit cards, some cash, 2 pieces of luggage, and 1 carry-on. This is Defense Exhibit 147. When the search warrant was executed, after Mrs. Adelson was taken into custody, here's the luggage in plain view with the tags on it to go to one stop and then to Vietnam. And that's terrible. I'm sorry, I'm not criticizing. I think you gotta hold it. In any event, there's the luggage. It's there when the search warrant is executed, and the gentleman from Miami, what did he tell you about that when they executed the search warrant? They didn't even look in the luggage to see what they had. Not even look in the luggage. More important than that is they conducted, according to him, a thorough search. And this is State's Exhibit 160. And it's not real easy to see, and I might just have to pass it along to you because this is really blurry. You see that? You see that little light down there underneath the white shirt? See that? That's the size of Mrs. Adelson's safe, sitting there on that little shelf. They never even bothered to open it and look in it to see if there's any stapled cash. That little bitty safe on that shelf, is that where she allegedly got $138,000 in cash and washed it and stapled it after she got this phone call and took it up to Charlie? Never happened. Couldn't happen. Wasn't going to happen. And the investigator was so concerned about it, he never even touched it. But here's what the state presented, and just like so much other evidence that they presented in their case, this is a state witness. And on cross-examination, when asked, Sergeant Chris Corbett testified there was no proof that they were actually going to flee. When confronted with the 90-day visa, his testimony was, well, they were going to be gone a long time. That's not fleeing. That's not avoiding prosecution. She got arrested almost 2 years ago under that claim. And it took them almost 2 years to come in here and have a jury seated on these serious charges, and they finally admit there was no evidence that she was going to flee. Dan Markel was killed on July the 18th of 2014, and Mrs. Adelson, according to Agent Sanford, was a person of interest, but she was not arrested in 2014. They immediately started, according to him, gathering bank account information, emails, phone records of Donna Adelson. 2015, she was not arrested. In 2016, they conducted the bump operation against Donna Adelson, and we've just gone through that entire bump operation. And still, even though others were arrested, Donna Adelson was not arrested. She was not arrested in 2017. She was not arrested in 2018. She was not arrested in 2019 or 20 or 21 or 22. Not arrested. And what did Agent Sanford tell you? That they had listened in on this call or heard the recorded call where Mrs. Adelson thinks she's gotten cut off from her son, and she's talking about going away, getting airline tickets, and she wants to kill herself. She talks about it on there. She wants her and Harvey to do it together. And he wants to get her out of town and away from the media and clear her head. And Agent Sanford said, here's how invested he is, they think they might get a warrant for her on the day that she's arrested. They're not sure if they're going to try or not. But maybe they're going to. So he's up here in Tallahassee, and what does he do? He hops in his car and he starts driving towards Miami, not even knowing whether they're going to try to get a warrant. When Mrs. Adelson got her visa, there was not a warrant. She was doing nothing wrong. When she booked the ticket, or Rick Sugarin helped book the ticket, there was no warrant. She was not doing anything wrong. She got advice of her legal counsel that there was no warrant. There was no promise with Mrs. Kappelman, but her lawyer told her of the possibility if they got a warrant, she could self-surrender and turn herself in. She packed her bags, no warrant. She gets in her car to drive to the airport, no warrant. She gets to the airport, and sometime therein, they actually get a warrant, and she knows nothing about it. They go to where she is seated with her husband, waiting for the flight to board, sitting down amongst the crowd, and they watch her and wait, even though they've got a warrant. They don't arrest her. And he gives some, oh, well, you know, there was a crowd of people. There's no more crowd than when you enter the jetway and everybody's trying to get on the airplane. They waited until she presented her ticket and walked through the little door so they could say that she was actually fleeing. It was a setup. They knew exactly what was going on. They set her up so they could claim, oh, we captured the matriarch murderer. She was fleeing the country to flee prosecution, never to return. It was a great story. Got a lot of headlines. Spun with their theory. But we're in trial almost 2 years later, and they know she wasn't fleeing this country. You know, I'm going to sum it up here. And this is from the state's evidence. TPD, FDLE, the FBI, and one agency in Miami-Dade are all involved. They have people listening to phone calls around the clock, 24 hours a day during this 2-month bump period. In their investigation, in their words, they have collected hundreds of thousands of emails, over 2,000 phone calls during that 2-month period, recorded text messages, bank records, They got experts analyzing all of this stuff. They got cell tower records, and I don't even understand all that stuff, but it supposedly can place you in places. They've been working on this case, according to Agent Sanford, right up until the time he was sitting on the stand, still investigating Donna Adelson. If you were going to have proof that Donna Adelson committed a crime, you should have had it beyond a reasonable doubt before you put handcuffs on her in the Miami International Airport. They still didn't even know that day if they were going to arrest her. In all the evidence they have collected, she can't help herself but run her mouth. Not a single email, no phone calls that are recorded, no written documents, no emails, not one single thing that said anything about wanting Danny Markel killed. The most aggressive thing they have are her foul words and wanting to aggravate him. This is not, could she possibly have done it? Could she probably have done it? Might she have done it? You have been sitting here hearing testimony for almost 2 weeks, and there's not a single piece of evidence that connects my client to that murder. Charlie Adelson? Yep. Potentially Wendi Adelson? She's the one who said she hated him. She's the one fighting with him in court. Donna Adelson? Nothing. Not a single piece of evidence. You have to find her not guilty because they have failed to do their job on all 3 counts. They cannot prove she had him killed. At the time that he was killed, she had paid anybody or asked anybody to do it. Please take this case seriously. Please go back and review the evidence. Please discuss what's been presented. Don't get talked into something that you don't agree with. The verdict has to be unanimous. If you don't reach an agreement, if you can't be unanimous, there's another procedure we go through. But please don't buy into what the state is about to do, telling me how wrong I am or telling you how wrong I am about everything and how they have this mountain of evidence, because they admitted it. Agent Sanford admitted it. There is no direct evidence linking Donna to anything. And all this circumstantial evidence isn't really circumstantial evidence. It's argument about what it could mean, what it possibly mean. Could it have been? That's not beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fulford. State, you may give your rebuttal.
Well, y'all tired of hearing lawyers talk yet? Down for another hour or 2? Kidding. I think I've got 7 minutes. He hasn't started the timer yet. I haven't. Okay. It does not matter what Miss Fulford thinks, if she's right, if she's wrong, if I'm right, if I'm wrong. What the lawyers say is not evidence. You have the evidence before you. They say it means one thing, I say it means something else. Only you guys decide, right? I think outside your house means outside your house, but apparently outside your house means something else. I think a very contentious divorce means a very contentious divorce. They think it means an amicable divorce. You guys decide, right? Look at the evidence and you guys decide. Is everything not what it seems and actually something else? You guys decide. A TV repair appointment is not an alibi because she could have changed it to earlier, but she didn't change it to earlier. That's where she was when he was getting killed. That's an alibi. This TV, that doesn't mean, that's not code, that's a hint. A hint for what? It's code. What does it involve? The two of us. Oh, well, that actually means it doesn't involve the two of us because we're being extorted, we're victims, it doesn't involve us. So what does it involve? The two of us actually means it does not involve the two of us. That's what we've heard. A one-way non-extradition ticket to Vietnam? It's not fleeing. It's a setup. How did I set her up? I didn't make her do that. I didn't get her a fast-track visa. I didn't get her a one-way ticket. She did that. She made those choices. Wendi didn't bother to tell her mom she was ready to give up on the relocation. Yes, she did. Look in the emails. She was giving up, and Donna wasn't having it. That's when she gets the totally unhinged email from her mother suggesting, you're not going to give up. You want to move on with a sense of peace? Hell no, we're going to fight this guy. We're going to dress your kids up as Nazis. That's what happened when when Wendi suggested giving up. Never, never, never give up, right? This murder charge is not based on the fact that she said some bad words. I mean, I'd be facing murder just in this courtroom. Obviously, people. That is not what this case is about. You've got to look at all the evidence. I mean, it is death by 1,000 cuts. It is powdered sugar. You've got to look at the whole thing and make a decision. And I'm sorry that there's not a smoking gun, but she was too smart for that. She thought about it. She planned it. She made sure we could never get her, right? She took precautions. But she did make mistakes, and that's what all those exhibits are. Mistakes. My spin and the spin I'm putting on all the evidence, that's not, it doesn't matter what my spin is. It's your spin. You look at the evidence, you decide. I tell you what I think it shows. They tell you what they think it shows. Here's the other side. And what do they think it shows? They don't have to prove anything. I have to prove the case. Yes. But what are they saying? Circles. Wendi. Oh no. Charlie, definitely. Wendi, maybe. Not Donna. But also, not Charlie. We were getting extorted. Not Charlie. I mean, you can't have it both ways, right? It's like hard to get your head around it, but we can't be getting extorted by the killers who killed Dan Markel on their own. And also, Charlie's pretty guilty and Wendi looks a little guilty too. It's got it like, there's no lane that's been picked. And they don't have to prove anything, but they're throwing all that out, right? And it's like, you were getting extorted, or Charlie and Wendi did it behind your back and they don't tell mom what they're doing. Can't charge Donna because Charlie already went down for this. No, that's not true. Everyone that's responsible for this murder should be held accountable for their role. Not just Charlie, not just the two killers that came here and shot him. Everyone that played a part in it should be held accountable. They said some things in their closing that doesn't comport with my recollection of the evidence. For example, Corbett said that the defendant did not send the evite. My recollection is the complete opposite. You guys took notes, you have remembrances, you guys rely on your own memory. I don't want to go through every single thing, but there were a few of those. The only complaint from a 3- and 4-year-old was, Grandma says you're stupid. Oh, that's dumb. Well, no, I remember that the kid also said, Grandma hates you. Rob has an axe to grind. Mary Hull said that the Adelson Institute was Charlie's until 2022. Not my recollection, but hopefully you remember that it changed hands in 2015. No SunPass records. Do you need SunPass records to know that Donna Adelson was outside Charlie's house on the night of the murder? We didn't know that. Catherine Magbanoa told us when I got to Charlie's, he told me his parents had just come, right? And brought the money. But when we looked in the records, there's a text outside your house corroborating what she said. That's important. She was outside his house. Oh, well, she had the garage code. Why didn't she go in? I don't know if she went in. Maybe she did. She told him, I'm outside your house. He said 10 minutes. It's going to be there in 10 minutes. Maybe she did go in. I don't know. But she was there. That I do know. I don't know why she's denying that. Grandma motion. We disagree with what the words say. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I say the words say, I don't want the kids around Grandma because she's disparaging me. Somebody needs to be there to monitor. They say, no, that's not what it means. It means something else. Charlie's extortion story. She wrote the checks because she had to save her son's life. Well, right. So if that's the case, we're picking lane 2 here, down below. And that's where all that evidence comes up about that pushes back on that. Like, that couldn't happen. They're not going to be spitballing the drug dealer defense years after they've been extorted. Like, that didn't happen. That was a lie, right? That Charlie came up with in his testimony, and that she then kind of got stuck with after saying all the truth is out, truth is out, truth is out. Plus, she's got to come up with something for writing those checks. She paid for the murder. Could you just give me 5 more?
All right, she's been going more than 7 minutes, so maybe that's why the judge is asking for them to approach. Yeah, she's been going for about 9 minutes now. She started at, say, 3:58. It's 4:07. So...
Please continue.
Sanford said he never made a mistake. Not my recollection. What's the pushback on extortion? Her behavior on the wire. She doesn't say, oh my gosh, it's happening again. She doesn't say anything about the prior extortion. If the prior extortion had occurred, she would immediately tell him it's happening again, or some reference to the fact that this is something that's been ongoing. She doesn't do that. Instead, she talks in code. It's a TV. What the heck? Why are you talking in code? Her Googling extortion versus blackmail 7 days before Charlie's trial. That wouldn't happen if the extortion was real. She wasn't extorted. Charlie didn't tell her there was an extortion because there never was an extortion. She was paying for a murder. She knew it was going to be a murder. She's the one that wanted it done. Her discussion of Charlie's lawyers meeting with Garcia's lawyers. What? If she was being extorted by Garcia and Charlie was being extorted and his life being threatened by Garcia, their lawyers aren't going to be meeting up. Look at those text messages. She said, bring cash. They say, oh, that's not code. She said, bring cash. She literally said, bring cash for dinner on that call. It's not a hint. It's a code word. They say the bump failed, I say the bump succeeded. She said it involved the two of us. That was before we got made, before that Matt Surrey operation where they literally see the camera in the bag and know the camera's in the bag. Yeah, she called and put on a great show when she called the undercover, but what did she say in the first call, the second call, and the third call before we got made, before she knew it was law enforcement? She said it involves the two of us, both of us. To these, okay, I want to hit one more thing. Don't call time on me. 2 years after the murder, we've got two emails, 64T and 64I. The defense told you in opening that this defendant cares about others more than she cares about herself. The problem is that she decides what other people need, what's necessary for other people in their lives, and she is willing to justify whatever ends she thinks are needed, right? Any means to get to those ends are justified in her mind. The problem is, she doesn't care about the collateral damage to get to her ends. The evidence has shown that this defendant, I think, did believe that Wendi and those boys were better off in South Florida. She thought that's what they needed. They would be better off with her, and she was angry that that couldn't happen. Dan Markel was the thing standing in the way. What was the cost of that to not only Dan Markel, but to those little boys? Those little boys lost their father. Look what she says in 64T. Children are 2 and 3. Children do not even have a memory of life before age 5 or 6. Look what she says in 64II when Wendi is concerned. This is 2 years after the murder. Her child is having trouble at school, crying because he misses his father. And this woman, this nice grandmother, innocent woman, says, quote, "I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father." Quotations on the sad. 64II. "I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father. I spend a minimum of 25 hours a week with him, and oftentimes more than that, including weekend times and sleepover days, and have never experienced a time when he was sad. I think it's just another phase of the many, many phases that kids go through. The problem is they have a highly intelligent and sensitive mom." She doesn't believe that this kid is sad because she can't take accountability for her own actions and the catastrophic consequences that this had on everyone's life in her family. Not just her son, not just her daughter, not just Rob, not just Dan Markel, but those boys who lost their father. It wasn't better for them to be in South Florida. It was better for them to have their father. You must not base your verdict on the feelings of sympathy, prejudice, bias. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and the law. Yes, she's a grandmother. Most murderers don't look like that. But the evidence has revealed what she is. Please don't let her appearance influence your verdict in any way. It involves the two of us. What about the script? They didn't even talk about the script. She wrote a script for a witness that was perjured testimony based on a lie, an extortion lie that's been proven in court to you to be false. This defendant tried to erase Dan Markel, thinking there would be no harm to those little boys. They don't have a memory of their father. They feel the absence of their father. This defendant decided they didn't need their dad. She doesn't get to decide that. She wanted it done. She brought the money. She stroked the check. She didn't have to do that. Charlie was a signatory, had signing power on that account. He could have written the checks. She wrote the checks. Why? Because she was neck deep in this thing. She wrote the checks. She said it involved the two of us. She wrote that script. May you have the strength and the common sense to see this evidence for what it is. It's only one thing. There's only one truth. It can't all be right. It's only one truth. Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is to choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. The photographic, disc, jump drives, reports, and document exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. If you wish to see any other exhibits, please request that in writing. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Before the deliberations begin this still afternoon, we are going to discharge at this point the alternate jurors. If the clerk could please read out the names of the alternates. Please let the bailiffs know. I will have my assistant contact you with that information. We thank you for your service. You are excused at this time. Members of the jury, you may follow Ms. Tolbert and Ms. Vance. Your instructions and your notepads with you at this time. One moment before you go back in. The transcripts of the recorded call, these are to remain out here. Please leave those in your seats.
Sure, you leave those on your seats.
Only the jury instructions and your notes.
We're going to take care of the headphones and all that. It's okay.
I'll send you a bill. Deputy Bunk, if you can check on the radio to see if there's another jury room possibly that they can be taken to temporarily while the headphones and the audio equipment is moved.
Okay, Judge, we learned that the headphones can just be unplugged, and there's stuff already set up back there for them to plug them in, so we don't have to do anything with that.
Well, that makes that perfect.
Sorry,
then.
I forgot to tell you that.
Everyone can be seated. If the parties can review the items that will go back into the jury room with the jurors. The instructions that were read aloud with a copy of the verdict form. You can inspect that as well before it goes back. I will hand that to the clerk at this point. Instruction 4.2, Instruction upon discharge, that will just remain out here as the case is not yet concluded. Also, please leave your phone numbers with the clerk so that way if there is a question or a verdict, everyone can quickly assemble. Unless there are any other matters to address for the court, we will be in recess at this point. I'm aware. There's instructions.
And the verdict form is in here?
Verdict form is in there. Check for pages 8 and 9. For everyone else, you may step outside the courtroom or you may remain at this point. We will be waiting for the jurors.
All right. We have our verdict clock going on, verdict watch. What do you guys think of the verdict clock there? Mike says, good trial. I enjoyed it immensely. Definitely time for a poll. Absolutely time for a poll. Definitely time for a poll. All right, let's, so they have about an hour. They can go till about 5:30. They can go longer if they want, as we talked about earlier, but they need to get the courtroom to stay open. They need to make sure resources are there, bailiffs, sheriffs downstairs, so they can go longer than 5:30, but chances are they're going to go home probably by 5:30. They may just, we've seen this many times where they pick a 4-person and then they go home. We've seen that before. We've seen that a couple times. So Mel, you like it? Looks great. Cool. Ellen says looks great. Yes, Aaron. Yep. Aaron did make it. So if you guys like it, Aaron made it. If you guys don't like it, it came from somebody else. Great verdict clock. Whoa, the verdict clock is sexy. Nice. I like the verdict clock. Easy to see. Good. All right. Yeah, he just dismissed the jury. The alternates. He didn't, because what happens if one of the jurors gets sick or can't come back? He just dismissed him. I don't get that. I thought that the alternates were supposed to stick around. I don't know. Maybe back in 30 minutes like Lori. Fanny says, beautiful job, Aaron. All right. Princess Mish says, nice clock. All right. Verdict by noon tomorrow. All right, let's get a poll going. Let's get a poll going. How long will the jury deliberate? Let's see. Verdict before end of day. Let's see. We'll go tomorrow. Let's see if they come in at 9, 10 tomorrow before 10 a.m. Tomorrow before noon. let's see, that would be next week. All right. Well, we can say tomorrow before noon, and then tomorrow before end of day. All right, so we've got verdict today. How long was it? So, how long will the jury deliberate? So before end of day today, tomorrow before noon, tomorrow before end of day, next week. And then we can get into it more once. If they go into tomorrow, we can get into it more. All right. So let's go with that poll for now. Okay, there we go. All right. So new poll for you, chat. New poll for you, chat. Oh, poor Polly. Poor Polly. Poor Polly. You guys hear? Oh, poor Polly. Poor Polly. She's getting attacked. I'll zoom in a little bit. Let me zoom in real quick. Polly. They're getting a little big to be, but there's some kitty love. Some kitty love going on there. All right. Pull this back down a little bit. All right, so how long will the jury deliberate? Before end of today, tomorrow before noon, tomorrow before end of day, or next week? Let's go ahead, take a moment to vote. And if they go into tomorrow, then we'll do like 2 to 3 hours, 1 to 2, 3, 1 to 3, 3 to 5, all that stuff. All right. Remember, there's not that many instructions that they have to go through. There were not that many lines of instructions. So there's a lot of evidence. Definitely a lot of evidence. Abe, your hot take, Wendy's innocent? Kelly, yeah, if a juror drops out, they have to start deliberating all over again. Yes. So, but did he send the alternates home? No, they have to. They have to stick around, right? Ellen, end of day tomorrow, serious vote this time. Sarah, 4-letter word. Did conscious of guilt charge get added to the jury instructions? I don't think so. I don't remember any conscious of guilt. Oh, Cindy says, I read that George's father played football at FSU. Nice. Amanda, after their lunch tomorrow. Children, Mama is tired. Give her a break, Sinbad says. Mel says, once a mom, always a mom. Mallory, are they still nursing? Yeah, but she's been fixed now for like a month. Yeah, she's pretty good. You know, I think it's like just like a comfort thing, to be quite honest. Yeah. So they're nursing, but I think it's like just a like sucking your thumb kind of thing, you know. All right. He released the alternates, Amy says. That's what I thought too. So what happens if a juror gets sick? What happens if a juror can't make it in? Yes, I know they have to start over again. I get that, but do they call them back in? Princess Mish, no, they are not sequestered. They are not sequestered. Sinbad, the first time kitties bite down, Polly will say, I'm done. Yep. Drunky the Bear, can we call the pilot to announce the verdict? Mel, the judge discharged the alternates. So what happens then? What happens if they need to call him back in? Sarah, George's father was a quarterback. Nice, I didn't know that. Pacifiers, yes, exactly, that basically. Jennifer, going back to Cali to visit, to see Oasis concert and visit with your kids. We'll be back in Florida next week. Nice. Carol, he didn't say what time they can stay. He did not. Gretchen, or if a juror says, I'm not coming back. Yeah, like in the Alley trial. JMS, definitely a verdict tomorrow. It is Friday and the jury won't want to come back after the weekend. I can see them going for, let's see, Junkie, the alternates get called back and they start over. So they're released, but then they get called and they come back. Brad, in theory, in Florida, you can have as few as 6 jurors. Correct. That is correct. For a non-capital case, I'm pretty sure it's a non-capital case. I think that's what it is. Florida, 6 jurors. I think it's non-capital cases. 12 persons shall constitute a jury to try all capital cases. 6 persons shall constitute a jury to try all other criminal cases. So it's not a capital. So why 6 instead? How many jurors are on a jury trial? Florida first adopted the 6-member jury rule in 1877, shortly after federal troops withdrew from the state at the end of the Reconstruction. Wow. Why does Florida still have 6 members? Let's see. Florida first adopted in 1877. Timing was not coincidental. All right, so in 2022, they talk about Guzman versus State, rejected a constitutional challenge. Yeah, I guess it's for capital cases. 6 jurors shall try felony and misdemeanor cases. So it has to be a capital case for it to be 12. And it's funny, I was guessing that the jurors would get this around 4 o'clock, and they got about quarter after or so. Definitely, Stefan, that's what we have to always remember. George's mom, JMS, George's mother has been in the courtroom? Oh, I didn't know that. All right, Snowcat, they don't come back. Usually the alternates are instructed to not talk about it and stay available. That's what I thought, Lily Wayne. Abe, jurors went back in the 70s. They went back to 6 jurors, you think, to save money? No, they're not going for DP, and they only need 8 out of 12 now. That changed as well after the Parkland shootings. They changed that. Legislation changed that. Instead of having unanimous for DP, they after the Parkland shootings, they changed that to just 8. Sinbad, geez, it's hailing there now? Wow. Yes, this is a capital case. That's why they have 12. So the 12-person jury has built-in redundancy. Carol, they will wait for their free lunch tomorrow by the end of day tomorrow because of the weekend. That's usually how it works, right? Woke says, I heard that Dan was dating the sister of well-known interior designer Jonathan Adler at the time of his demise. Somehow that sounds familiar. I think so. Erica, who was the older lady they were showing with the short blonde hair and black glasses? That would have been Ruth. That's Ruth. That's Dan's mother. If I'm thinking of the same, because she was the only one that was wearing sunglasses. That would have been Ruth. Ruth Markel, that's Dan's mother. And I saw her have through the glasses, like the first day she started wearing them might have been Tuesday, because she didn't have them last week. So I saw she had a little Band-Aid here, and then she had the glasses. And now Joanne said that she heard that she fell. So a lot of rumors are going on, but it's Ruth Markel. It's a lot of rumors are going on, but I saw what looked like to be a Band-Aid right here on Tuesday, I think, Tuesday or Wednesday, through her glasses. So to me, maybe she had work done. Joanne thought that she may have fallen, so maybe something happened. So Lily Wayne, a lot of juries come back with a verdict on Friday afternoon. You saw some bruising, Fancy Nancy says? Yeah. Being Dan's mother explains why the cameras periodically zoomed in on her. Absolutely, yeah. And then the sitting next to her is Phil, and Phil is Dan's father, married to Ruth, and then Shelley is there. That's Dan's older sister. So if I can get a picture of all of them, let me see if I can get a picture of all of them. Was there a picture of them all together? Let me just see if I can get a picture of all of them together, if that actually happened or not. So Shelley was there. Ruth is there. She's got blonde hair, shoulder length, has the dark glasses. Phil is Dan's father. They've been to every trial. They've been to every single trial, and now this is 4 of them. That weighs on you. And she wrote a book. I'm in the process of reading the book that Sinbad sent to me. Really good book, by the way, you guys. And thank you again, Sinbad, for sending that. I'm just trying to find if there's a picture. It doesn't look like it, of all of them together. It doesn't look like it. Okay. Yeah. So. Ruth and Phil are divorced, you read. I go back and forth with that. I'm not, I thought so as well, Sherry. I thought so as well. But I'm not, I haven't 100%, not 100% sure about that. So Sinbad saying they are divorced now. I thought so too, but if you guys are saying that, we'll go with that. Ed, they will deliberate until when? The judge said at the beginning of this was a 9 to 5:30 trial. So I'm basing my comments off of that. I think they're going to go till 5:30, and then they'll decide what to do after that. There's also the possibility that they choose a 4-person and go home. We've had that happen as well. We were Carlos Dominguez. If you guys were with us for that out in California, we're sitting around. We thought it would go to 7:30. 8 o'clock, we're hanging out. And Cameron Ward, who was the camera operator there, I texted him around 6:30 or 7, and he's like, oh yeah, they left at 3:30. I'm like, what? Which would have been like 6:30 our time. So, they picked a 4-person and took off. And so we've seen that happen before. So. Amy, must be the worst to lose your child. I know. I agree. Widespread. The Markels are divorced, but still united when it comes to this. For that. All right, Joanne, have a good evening. Thank you for being with us. Give Joanne some mod love as she exits. Some mod love for Joanne. See if I can get my mod love. There we go. Some mod love for Joanne. There's some mod love for you. Thank you, Joanne, for being a fantastic mod here for us. Abe, I know some jurors like to sleep on it after a full day. I agree. We've seen that a lot, Abe, right? We've seen that a lot where a lot of jurors will come back and they'll say, yeah, we came to a decision, but we wanted to sleep on it. And then they came back the next day. We see that a lot. We see that a lot. So that won't surprise me if Charlie's jurors took like 3 hours or something like that. So I don't think they're going to come back with a verdict today. I could be wrong. What was it? Lawrence Doherty, they took him like an hour, something ridiculous like that. What was that? It was very quick. 90 minutes. It took them an hour and a half. The Lawrence Doherty, he's the one that shot Adrian Payne. We just watched that. We just watched his sentencing, actually. Took them 90 minutes. So it is possible. It is possible. I don't know. Kevin, who is the blonde with the sunglasses? She had my attention the whole trial. That's Dan's mother. That's Dan's mother. Alex Murdaugh was less than an hour, right? Abe, I consider 2 to 4 hours a fast verdict for a simple case like this. You think this is simple? You think this is simple? Sharon says 1 hour lunch included. Yep. All right, since you guys are asking, let me pull it up. Let me get a photo of Miss Markel. This is Dan's mother. See if I can get a nice photo of her. She's wearing the dark glasses. Of course, when I want to find a photo of her, scrubbing through. Oh my gosh, I found like 3 or 4 before, now I can't find any. Okay, there. Okay. All right, this woman is Dan Markel's mom. Her name is Ruth. So this is Ruth. So that's Ruth. So that's Dan's mother. I'm trying to find a picture of Phil. Did they have a shot of Phil today? I don't know if they showed Phil or not. They've shown Phil and Shelley before. Shelley is Dan's older sister. So that's Ruth. I'm showing Ruth. Trying to see if they zoomed in on Phil or not. Let's see. Are there any zoom ins on Phil today? None that I'm finding. You got a few zoom ins on Harvey. Donna definitely had a lot of people in her corner today. More than poor Charlie. Charlie didn't have anybody in his corner for his trial. All right. Yeah, maybe Phil wasn't. I thought Phil was there today. I thought I saw him. He's definitely not sitting next to Ruth. There's a shot of Dan's dad as they're walking out after it goes to the jury. Let me see if I can find that. Okay, there goes Ruth. Okay, Ruth is not talking to, I thought Ruth was talking to Shelley, but she was not. I'm watching them walk out again. See if we can find a... I don't see it. Watching them walk out. Okay, there's Shelley. All right, let me see. All right, it's not the best. Okay, okay. All right, they're not the best. All right, so this is Dan's father. Not the best, but at least it's something. So this is Dan's father, Phil. Not the best photo, but there's Phil. So that's Phil. And then Shelley. Let me get you Shelley. All right, here's Shelley. So this is Dan's older sister. So that's Phil. And then we have, and then this is Shelley. Again, not the best photo, but that's Shelley. Shelley and Dan look a lot alike, right? Shelley and Dan look a lot alike. So that's Shelley. Yeah, they've been at every trial, 4 trials. That's got to be a lot of money, right? I mean, and time off of your whatever it is you do. I mean, obviously, the Markels are retired, but the Shelley, like, how can Shelley take all this time off? It's just amazing. So that's Shelley. They've been to every trial. They've been to every trial. All right, Walk on Wheels. Thank you for joining us. Dan's dad was shown this morning. Pink shirt, sweater was over his shoulder. I saw him earlier this morning. Cindy, Ruth, possibly cataract surgery. I had it done in both my eyes. That's what I always thought when you wear those really big, heavy, thick glasses. And there was another woman that had almost like ski goggles on. I don't know if you guys remember her from the first, I think it was the first day, maybe the first 2 days. She was wearing really, like, almost looked like ski goggles, like real thick. And I always think that too, Cindy. I think when I see that, I think of cataract surgeries. Sharon, yeah, hotel costs, flights, food, right? They're coming in from Canada, from Toronto, and they're flying down. They have to stay in a hotel for 2 weeks. Food, that maybe they get an Airbnb. They could get an Airbnb, but it's still it costs a lot. Costs a lot. Sinbad, yep, she was there the first 2 days. Yeah, he saw her. You remember her? Oh, Phil is in Palm Springs. Hey, Mona says, still quite a trek. Palm Springs, California. He's in California. Oh, hey, Mona said she fell. That's what Joanne said too. Joanne said that she fell. Hey, Mona, you heard that she fell as well? Let me go back to, that's what Joanne said. I don't know if she got that from you or not. Harvey's frown is even frownier. All right, I don't see that you said that, unless you said it another time. But, okay, so, yeah, we have a couple people thinking that she may have fallen. Shay says, Dan's parents sat together yesterday and talked a lot. Ellen says, is it true Donna and Harvey are actually divorced? That's what we've heard. We've had a couple people say that. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Donna and Harvey. I'm thinking of Ruth and Phil. That's who I was just talking about. So Donna and Harvey are divorced. Okay. Haven't heard that yet. Let's check that out. Let's see if we can find out anything on that. Let's see if we can find anything on that. Not finding anything about that. I'm not seeing any confirmation on that. So, Ellen, where did you hear that? So Ellen, don't know if that is a fact or not. It doesn't seem like it. Do you know where you heard that from? Was it a YouTube or did you read that somewhere? Because I just did obviously a very, very brief search and it doesn't seem like they are. Sherry says, if so, he would not be there. Joel said the Markels are divorced. Yes. Yeah, Golden Girl. We're hearing that from a couple different people. I read it here in chat, stuck in my mind. Well, Phil and Ruth are, but are Donna and Harvey? I don't want to be spreading rumors or lies or whatever. I want to make sure we get it right. Yeah. JMS hasn't heard that. Alicia says they're still married. That's what I thought. Sinbad, if Harvey and Donna were divorced, he'd already be in Vietnam. Bama Green Eyes says Donna and Harvey are talking several times a day via phone calls. Yeah, so it's Dan's parents that are divorced, not Donna and Harvey, Caffeinated Teacher says. Justice is your bias. Not familiar with Ellen Greenberg. What's going on with Ellen Greenberg? Oh, yeah, she had 20 stab wounds and she was ruled yeah, I remember her. Whatever happened? What's going on with her? Is it coming back? Hearing continues. Family pushes for an autopsy review. I remember this. This was 2011. She passed away in Philly. She sustained 20 stab wounds, and her death was officially ruled a self-inflicted. Yeah. I remember that. Elizabeth, any idea as to how long the jury will deliberate tonight? We think until 5:30. I'm going with that for now, only because the judge said at the beginning of the trial, he said this is a 9 to 5:30 trial. So that I'm only basing it off of that. So take that for what you will. I'm only going off of that. So let me just... I'm only basing it off of that. Let me just make sure. Yeah, it's a 9 to 5:30 trial. So I'm only basing it off of that. So take it with a grain of salt. That's all I'm going. That's all I'm saying. So Yeah, 20 stab wounds, and it was ruled self. She did it herself. Yeah, that was the official ruling. So go figure on that one. All right. Charlie's in South Dakota. That's why we do it, lazy boys. I think so, JMS. I think so. So is this, well, let's see here. She even has a Wikipedia page. All right, here's CBS News. Philadelphia judge rips city for taking too long to re-examine the passing of Ellen Greenberg. So on Wednesday, this was Wednesday. Today's Thursday. So a common pleas court judge on Wednesday afternoon blasted the city and its attorneys for the time it's taking to conclude a re-examination of the 2011 suspicious passing of Ellen. The school teacher was discovered inside her Manianak apartment, where she had been stabbed close to 24 times. Her deletion was initially labeled a self-inflicted, but the ME disagreed, listing it as a homicide. Months later, after meeting with city officials, the ruling was changed back. In a virtual hearing, Judge Linda Carpenter said she was frustrated and didn't understand why the Philadelphia Medical Examiner's Office was taking so long to reinvestigate her passing. Earlier this year, her parents reached a settlement. In exchange for dropping their lawsuit, the city paid them $600,000 and agreed to expeditiously undertake a review of her passing. The Greenbergs, their attorneys, and the experts they've hired to investigate have maintained she was deleted. This past winter, a former pathologist who performed Ellen Greenberg's autopsy backed away from his ruling that she had died by self-deletion. In an affidavit, it said her death should be something other than. That was a major development in a case where it's alleged city officials conspired to cover up a botched police investigation into her passing. The pathologist hired by the family concluded at least one of Ellen Greenberg's stab wounds happened after she passed away. Wow. So the judge is allowing the city until October 14th to conclude its re-examination. So we have to wait. So to answer your question, no, I'm aware of it, but we're not following it per se because it's something that needs to be followed. So we'll see what happens on October 14th. Yeah, 2011. Can you imagine? That's just poor family. Wait, I want to pull this up. Ellen, after 14 years, I know, right? Hey, Mona, she tried for a job in Colorado a year ago, but wasn't hired. She lives in Austin with her boyfriend and her kids. Oh, you guys are talking about Wendi? Sure Life, one of the stab wounds was actually in the back of her neck. Come on. Come on. Seriously? Why do, right, Sure Life, why do people, meaning like people that are supposed to protect you, why do they say, oh, that's one thing when it's clear that it was not? I just don't understand that. Sharon, what's happening Monday? We have a case a trial that we have our eyes on, and we have it's still kind of up in the air. It's happening. Jury selection's going on right now, so we're hoping that it's going to be streamed. That's the question right now. Is it going to be streamed or not? Because if we can get it on YouTube, we'll stream it. That's the one. So we're going to be ready for it, and we'll know a lot more on Friday afternoon if they pick a jury. It's kind of up in the air right now. We'll have to check. We want to really cover this trial because we have people that are inside the courtroom, so we have to. We really want to cover this trial. So I can't say. I don't want to get everybody's hopes up and then it doesn't come true or come through. So I'm just saying we have our eyes on a trial happening right now, jury selection right now. And there's another one, but it's not being streamed. Widespread actually found it, but it's not being streamed on YouTube. So, and it actually started yesterday. Opening statement started yesterday, so we're not going to pick up on that one. So right now we're kind of up in the air, but we do have our eyes on one starting. When does it start? It's hold on a sec. I think it's going to be like a 8th the 8th through the 19th. So it's going to be a 2-week trial. So again, I don't want to say too much about it because I don't want to get my hopes up and then it doesn't come through. And I certainly don't want to get your guys' hopes up either. So we'll just kind of put a pause in that. But don't worry, we're always looking for the next trial. So don't worry, guys. We'll have something for you. I do too, Sparkling Princess. I hope that they stream this trial that I'm talking about because it needs to be covered. It definitely needs to be covered. So. Lily Wayne, we will wait. We have confidence that you will find another great trial. Thank you for that. I hope so too. Dwayne, which trial might be next? We were just kind of talking about that, Dwayne. We have our eyes on one in Tampa, but we're waiting for it to. It's hard to say if it's going to be streamed, if it's going to be picked up by a station that we will be able to stream. So we're kind of waiting. Jury selection is going on right now, so we're waiting before we say what it is because I don't want to get my hopes up, and I don't want to get your hopes up. So that's as much as I can tell you right now. Ruth, it is. I'm sorry, Bama. Hold on. I have that book. So Sinbad was kind enough to send this to me. So it's the unveiling. Kind of trying to get it so it's not. So the unveiling, Ruth Markel. Mother's reflection on murder, grief, and trial life. So I've gotten through a couple chapters, and it's really good. You know, some nice pictures of Dan. You know, really nice pictures of Dan. Let's see. So, oh, there they are here. All right, so this is his family right there. So there's his family. That's Shelley's older sister, Phil, and Ruth, right? So there you go. So, yeah, really great book. She describes her experiences, devastated mother with the unique human perspective of becoming a homicide survivor and victim, as a woman whose attempts to achieve normalcy in life, a healthy life, and live a healthy life are continually interrupted by painful reminders, a roller coaster of hearings, frequently changing trial dates, verdicts, and appeals. As an engaged citizen, using what she has learned to help other victims of homicide and violent crimes recover from trauma and begin an optimistic outlook on life. As an insider who shows how our collective network of family, friends, and experts, including a coach, have helped her family remain involved, motivated, and hopeful. As a grandmother who has not been allowed to see her grandchildren in many years, she used advocacy to inspire the Florida State Legislature to pass a grandparent visitation bill. And then as an experienced author of 9 books using the written word to effectively address how to shift from grief to promise. That's pretty amazing, right? She's written 9 books. So she says some really telling things about Dan and Wendi. She calls it Danny and Wendi. So she calls chapter 2 is hold on. Chapter 2 is Danny and Wendi. So she does say that after he left, he did drop Danny, though. See if I can find it. I can't quite find it right now, but I would love to look at this. He created a blog called Prof's Blog, PRAWFS Prof's blog for law professors. So between Dan and Wendi, issues in the marriage were evident from the start, even before the start. So the Thursday prior to Dan and Wendi's wedding in 2006, Dan came to Miami where Phil and I were staying at her uncle's condo in North Miami Beach. We went on the balcony facing the ocean and had a long talk, and he asked us not to mention that he went to Harvard at the various parties we were about to attend prior to the wedding. Why, we asked. Dan said he did not want Wendi to feel inferior around his friends. We never spoke of Harvard at these parties. Phil and I chose to be silent at the large gatherings on the Saturday night before the wedding, where there were many toasts and speeches. I think Dan must have also spoken to close friends about this issue, guiding them to avoid much talk about his accomplishments. There were few toasts to him, but many for Wendi. So, some of the earlier indicators of problems within the marriage had to do with Judaism. Wendi and Dan came from different Jewish backgrounds. Wendi's family was affiliated with the Reform practice. We leaned towards the conservative synagogue. Dan had strong traditional Jewish interests and often joined Orthodox services, which were more observant. After the boys were born, Dan, who was always more observant than Phil or me, wanted to keep a kosher home. This meant not eating pork, shrimp, and certain other kinds of meat and seafood. In the early years of their marriage, Dan and Wendi had worked out a kitchen where Dan had kosher meat and ate on different dinnerware. Most of the time, they ate vegetarian before the children were born. Dan and Wendi arranged to bring things like tofu hot dogs or falafels to the boys' daycare so that they would not feel left out when eating non-kosher meat products. But Wendi's parents, Donna and Harvey, were very disruptive about the kosher issue. They went out of their way to disrupt the dietary restrictions the boys had. They introduced them to cheeseburgers at McDonald's, a violation of Jewish dietary law. On one of my visits, the boys wanted McDonald's, and before Dan answered, I said, "Great idea, we can go to McDonald's for milkshakes and fries," which would keep the meal kosher. And Dan said, "What a great idea." So Donna never stopped questioning us as to why Dan was more observant about Jewish dietary laws, as to why was more observant about Jewish dietary laws than the rest of her family. It irritated her. So interesting, right? Big issue number 2, Dan and Wendi was their adopted home at Tallahassee. Wendi disliked Tallahassee while Dan became increasingly established at FSU. So this was written in 2022. So this was before Charlie's trial, after Catherine's and Sigfredo's trial. So to make matters more complicated, Dan's career had taken off. As an academic speaker, he was in demand and frequently needed to attend conferences out of town. Wendi felt stuck and frustrated with Dan's travel, which required so many trips away from home. So, but after Wendi graduated law school, Dan secured a position for Wendi at FSU as a spousal hire. But rather than making Wendi feel valued, this may have had the opposite effect, making her feel less empowered than if she'd found the job in her own right. So pretty interesting, right? No verdict yet. I thought this is interesting. Although Wendi never said it out loud to me, there was resentment. In 2011, Wendi published a novel titled This Is Our Story. So that's Wendi's story. This is Our Story, a thinly veiled account of her marriage as well as her fight against human trafficking. Wendi's depiction of her fictional character, Lily, mirrored what we would later learn were her feelings in her own. Her fictional Lily felt trapped in a small Florida panhandle town, while her bumble-prone professor husband, Josh, brought little excitement to her life. Ultimately, Lily left her husband along with their child shortly after the publication of her book. Wendi did the same. That's really funny. Wendi writes this book, and she makes it in Panhandle of Florida. I mean, seriously? Why can't you make it? Why does it have to be Florida? Why can't it be? I don't know. That just seems so weird. The book is called The Unveiling, yes. So The Unveiling. So, and Sinbad sent this. So once again, thank you, Sinbad. Really appreciate it. I'm looking forward to reading the rest of it. It's good stuff. I mean, sad, but it's good that, you know, Ruth is getting this. Well, she wrote it came out in 2022. So, but she does say at the time of this writing, so it must have it was before Charlie's trial for sure. After Catherine's. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, the unveiling references my lowest emotional moment, going with my family to the cemetery to see Dan's gravestone for the first time 9 months after he passed. And then she calls it her trial life. Yeah, I mean, I think it's really good for her that she did this, gets it off her chest, you know. She's a strong woman. Hiawassee instead of Tallahassee, and FSU instead of FSU. That's what she says, right? Ellen, I'm reading a free chapter. It's gripping. Patsy, does Florida sentence them as soon as verdict is read, or do they wait? Charlie, they had to wait. Charlie, they did not sentence. Sometimes they do, but Charlie, they did not. The Lawrence Doherty, they sentenced him right away. Charlie, they did not sentence him right away. Sarah, they did not sentence her right away. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sinbad says she was riding on Dan's coattails as long as she could. She wanted to be as smart as he was, but her personality lacked much. Yep. Kathy says, Wendi likes to be a victim. She had a good education and job. She had so many options. Sinbad, you can bet she'll write a follow-up after all is said and done. I'm waiting to see her reconciliation with Dan's sons. Yeah, I agree with that. Mrs. Baba Yaga, I agree with others about Rob. It was obvious that he was hurting. I think he left to get away from the control and drama, 100%. He wanted to marry his sweetheart, the love of his life. I don't know if it was from childhood. I'm not quite sure. But she wasn't Jewish. She was Indian. And Donna did not like that. So she made him break up. And he got married to a Jewish woman, and that didn't last. And then he's back with the love of his life. So, yeah. Sharon says, Adelson's had it all. I just can't understand how people throw it all away. Yeah, I don't know either. All right, Fancy Nancy, have a good night. Have a good night. Thank you for being with us. Aretha was her name. Yep. Thank you for that. Ellen, yep. Sharon, didn't Charlie look crazy in the back of that van with him stuffing down that appropriately or weirdly that they stopped at a Wendy's? So he's like shoveling in the burger, I guess, or chicken, whatever he got. All right, it's almost 5:15 here. So let's see if they see what happens. Hey Mona, thanks for keeping me company. I'll be listening in while I try to function like a free human. What's up, buddy? So if they leave at 5:30, they only have like 15 more minutes. Kathy, Rob was a smart man. He got away from these toxic psychopaths. Dwayne, in your opinion, Wendy's smile in pictures always looks fake, but I'm very cynical. Sharon says he looked like a crazy man and scary. Well, Jeff Lacasse said, Wendy was the type of woman you would like throw yourself in front of a bus for. Those were his words. In either, I think it was one of his police interviews, he gave 3, right? He went, because he was traveling, and he when he came back, and he found out about Dan, he went in and he talked to the police, and then he, like, within, I think, 5 minutes, he said, yeah, look at Charlie. Jeff Lacasse solved this case in like 5 minutes. He's like, yep, look at Charlie. So then he went back a couple days later, and then he went back a couple months later. So Jeff said Wendi was the kind of person, men would throw themselves in front of a bus for. So she had some kind of appeal. Let's see what's Aaron sending me. So law and crime doesn't have their cock up. Okay, that's fine. All right. All right, so Kathy Russin says the judge did not indicate a stopping time. So he did say they could deliberate as late as they wanted. All right, so they can go as long as they want. I don't remember hearing that, but that apparently is what's coming back from Kathy Russin. Let me see if I can hear. Now, hold on.
By the bailiff. The first thing you should do is to choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should...
Now, I'm just going to replay what he said, so I just want to... So if you're hearing it again, that's just me replaying it.
See to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. The photographic, disc, jump drives, reports, and document exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. If you wish to see any other exhibits, please request that in writing. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Before the deliberations begin still afternoon, we are going to discharge at this point the alternate jurors. If the clerk could please read out the names of the alternates.
So just waiting to hear, I want to hear him say you can deliberate as long as you need to. Just waiting for him to say that.
Please let the bailiffs know. I will have my assistant contact you with that information. We thank you for your service. You are excused at this time. Members of the jury, you may follow Ms. Tolbert and Ms. Van. Your instructions and your notepads with you at this time. One moment before you go back in. The transcripts of the recorded call, these are to remain out here. Please leave those in your seats. Only the jury instructions and your notes.
So I don't hear him say you can deliberate as long as you want. He doesn't say that. So I didn't hear you can deliberate as long as you want.
I'll send you a bill.
So he doesn't say you can deliberate as long as you want. So
Deputy Bunk, if you can check on the radio to see if there's another jury room possibly that they can be taken to temporarily while the headphones and the audio equipment is moved.
Okay, Judge, you learned that the headphones can just be unplugged, and there's stuff already set up back there for them to plug them in, so we don't have to do anything with that.
Well, that makes that perfect then. Everyone can be seated. If the parties can review.
all right, I didn't hear him say you can deliberate as long as you want. So I'm not sure. I mean, I want to trust Kathy. She's reliable. All right, so then, yeah, so Kathy just said the judge did not indicate a stopping time, and somebody just said he did say they could deliberate as late as they wanted. That's not true. Unless he said that and we didn't hear. If that person's in the courtroom, then bully for them, but he did not say that. So all that exercise was to confirm we don't know when they're going to stop. That's all that says. We have no idea. Itty bitty, that's what we're talking about right now. We don't know. We have no idea. How long are they staying this evening? We do not know. Judge said at the beginning of the trial, well, when they were doing their first initial jury voir dire, he said this is a 9 to 5:30 trial. So I'm basing that off of 5:30 they're going home. That's what I'm basing it off of. That's pure speculation. That's all I'm basing it off of. The judge says 5:30. Now with Sarah Boone, they could stay late, but they had to get their resources in order. So the Judge Kranick, had to ask his supervisor, and then they had to make sure there were bailiffs and security guards, not only in the courtroom, but don't forget you have downstairs as well. You have a downstairs area. So. Well, I don't think there is a cutoff. I don't think there is. I don't think there is. And I think if they stay past the courtroom closing, they have to, it's almost like, well, I was going to say get permission, but it's not. They need to get their resources. They need to make sure the downstairs is maintained. The bailiffs are because the bailiffs are getting paid overtime, so they're supposed to be leaving at 5:30. So we don't know. Jennifer, fight delayed. Any updates, questions? Nothing. You can see we have a new verdict clock though. Jennifer, Aaron created a verdict clock for us, so they've been going an hour and 4. It's not official, but by our count, it's official. Snowcat, you've seen Florida go until 11. I'm only basing it off of what Judge Kranick did when I was there, and also what Judge Everett said. That's all I'm basing it off of. So I'm just kind of making, if you want to call them educated guesses, that's what I'm going to call them. But that's I'm going to go with that. So. Amy says, I'd be shocked if it isn't in by tomorrow, plus that's what I voted for. Our count is all that counts. That's right. Our counter, our verdict watch is the only one that counts. Aaron said that Law and Crime didn't even have one. So we may be the only ones that have a verdict watch, you guys. How about that? Our channel may be the only one that has a verdict watch going. I have not watched 12 Angry Men in a long time. I got to rewatch that. I watched that as like a teenager. I got to watch that again. Fur Baby's mom says, nice verdict clock. Well, then everyone else just got to trust us, Widespread says. Lily Wayne says, that is definitely official looking and official enough for us. Well done, Aaron. Snowcat, I don't remember which Florida trial the verdict came in at 11. Maybe Summers trial. Let's see. Was that Trevor? Let's see. Trevor Summers. We did a rewatch of that. Do you guys remember that? All right. All right. He was found guilty Friday evening. Okay, so August 26th of 2022, he was found guilty Friday evening. So that could make sense. The jury began deliberating at 2 p.m. Friday. So I guess they went, so I guess they went through. Shay, Aaron is the bomb diggity. Yes. Randy has a cock up. She says 105. Okay. All right. We're close. We're close. We're close. Dwayne says, you remember that? We chatted till very late. All right. So it looks like Trevor Summers, they started deliberating at 2 p.m. Friday, and then they went to Friday evening. I don't see how late they went, but let me see if I can find that. See if I can find, they just say Friday night. They finished just after 7. It says jury deliberations began just before 2 and finished just after 7. So it wasn't that late, just after 7. So that took them 5 hours. They started at 2. This is from Tampa Bay Times, and published August 26th of 2022. Trevor Summers, jury deliberations began just before 2 p.m. and finished just after 7. So, not that late. And Sarah Boone, I got to remember Sarah Boone. When it was definitely late. I'm trying to remember. She was like 9 o'clock. When did jury return a verdict for Sarah? Let's see. I should remember this because I was there. Took them less than 2 hours. They deliberated less than 2 hours on Friday evening. I remember that. I remember it was short. And I remember it was dark. I remember it was dark out. So I want to think maybe it was around 7 or 8. So I'm trying to find out when they actually came back. George Zimmerman verdict came in late. So 1 o'clock Pacific would be like 10 o'clock. Let me see if this says it. When did they actually come in?
Let's go ahead and bring in our jury. Everyone.
Is there an actual time? They're just saying Friday evening. How come nobody says at 8:32 they came back? Why don't they say that? Well, I just remember it was the evening and it was 2 hours. So they probably finished at like 5 or 5:30, I guess, maybe 6, and they came back at like 7 or 8. Let me type in what time. What time? So they expected to go until 10. If a jury can't reach a verdict by 10, they will return on Monday. They definitely came in before 10. Okay, 7 o'clock they went to the jury room. So at 7 o'clock they went to the jury room. So by 9 o'clock. So that sounds, I remember it was dark out. So 7 o'clock they went to deliberate. And so 9, probably basically around 9 o'clock they came back with a verdict. So that was Sarah Boone. So they stayed until 9. So that was Sarah Boone. They were going to stay until 10. If a jury can't reach a verdict by 10, they will return on Monday. But so that was Sarah Boone, and that was Orlando. So this is Tallahassee. We'll see what they have to say. But it is officially 5:30 here. It's officially 5:30. Judy, are we going to do a rewatch or something tomorrow while we wait? Yes, just curious. Also love your kitties. Thank you. Yeah. What we usually do is we'll play past testimony. We've been doing that lately. The last couple verdict watches, we'll play some past testimony. So we can do from this trial, we can do from Charlie's trial, we can do Catherine's trial. But I'll probably replay maybe Wendy's testimony, maybe openings, closings, that kind of stuff. So yeah, we will replay some of past testimony, and maybe compare and contrast that with other. Maybe we can do Catherine's testimony, Luis's testimony. We can do all that. So thank you for being with us, Judy. Widespread says, asks, anyone think that Judge E will allow Donna and Harvey a last hug if she's convicted? She really shouldn't. Really shouldn't. Once you are convicted, that's it. Once you are convicted, that's it. Oh, is Pammy with us? Elizabeth G, I think Ashley Benefield was the latest I've ever seen. It was quite late. All right, I'll check that next. There you are, Pammy. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Pammy, they've gone back. YouTube has gone back to your original names, just so you know if you haven't noticed that. It's no longer, Pammy MC, etc., etc. So, all right, let me see Ashley Benefield. Let's check out Ashley Benefield. When did they come back? Let's see, what time did for Ashley Benefield? Came in a verdict before 11. Oh, so maybe that's the one you guys were thinking about. I think Snowcat, you were saying one went to 11. So they were informed they could leave for the night and come back in the morning, but they continued to into the night and came back before 11. After almost 7 hours of deliberation, so 7 hours, they went until 11 o'clock. So there you go. After almost 7 hours of deliberation, Manatee County jury found Ashley Benefield guilty on Tuesday. 6-person jury decided around 10:30. So it was around 10:30. The verdict came less than an hour after the jury sent a note announcing they could not reach a unanimous verdict. So around 10:30. So Sarah was around 9 and Ashley was around 10:30. So Donna, did I just hear let's bring in the jury? That was your imagination. That was your imagination. Ellen says, chat this book. I mean, the first chapter, so many details. Berserk, yeah. I have 10:30 from Bradenton Herald. I have around 10:30. So close enough, right? Pammy says, hey, I noticed that. Yeah, it just happened. It just happened this afternoon. I think after lunch, it just popped in. It's just really weird. Sally says, yeah, did Dan get a last hug? He did not. Donna, if she's guilty, they will snatch her up immediately. Snowcatish says, I think Anthony Tott verdict came back in late too. That's another, let's see. That's another Florida trial. Let's check that one out. Right? Wasn't he in... I want to do a rewatch of him. I definitely want to do a rewatch of him. Let's see. Shortly after 6:30. So that was in Orlando. That was Osceola. That was Stefan Stern's area. So that was after shortly after 6:30. So Ashley Benefield is 10:30. Sarah Boone is 9. Anthony Tott is 6:30. So looks like they're going past. Looks like they're going past 5:30. So Jennifer, it seems like they're still there as long as we have a seal. Alicia says, I can't remember the trial, but Everett had a jury deliberate until 11 o'clock one night. I'm assuming AB is Anthony Benefield. Ellen says you're in the Danny and Wendi chapter now. It's a good read. It's a good read. Woke says, if verdict watch runs late into the night, will you stick around? Yeah. No, we'll be here. We're not going anywhere. Did Ashley get life? I think so. What did she get? Ashley Benefield. Sentence. What did she end up getting? We were at her sentencing. She got 20 years. 20 years. 20 years. So she did not get life. She got 20 years. Yeah, Jules was in the courtroom, you guys. We were there. We were there. I was streaming it. I had Scott's equipment. I was streaming it. And Jules was in the... courtroom. Snowcatish, Anthony Todd trial broke me. It took months off. You took months off for trial. Wow, that was a brutal trial. I want to do a rewatch of that one. Patsy says, do they have snacks in jury room or dinner break? I would think dinner break. I think at 6 though. I think 6 o'clock they'll take a. I think they're going to sort out what they're going to do at 6. I would think because they broke for lunch at like 12:30. When did they break for lunch? They came back at like 1. What was it? 1:45. They came back, so they broke from like 12:45 to 1:45. So say like 2 o'clock to 6. Yeah, I think 6 o'clock they're going to be like they're going to start to be getting hungry. You know. So I think another, 20 minutes or so, and then we're gonna have a deciding. We're gonna have to figure it out. How is Jules doing? I don't know. Aaron's texted her a couple times. I don't know. I need to text her too. We haven't talked to her in a while, so I really don't know how she's doing. She's on Twitter still, or X, so she's still. I haven't talked to her since August, like almost like two weeks now. So she's on X, so I guess she's doing okay. But we need to. I want to connect with her again. So, Anthony Todd, it's T-O-D-T. T-O-D-T. Let's see. Let me see what okay. He's got a Wikipedia page. So his multiple homicide that occurred December of 2019 in Celebration, which is around Orlando. It's just south of Orlando. It's in Osceola County, very close to where Stefan Stearns is. So he was a physical therapist from Connecticut. He confessed to deleting his family, which included his wife, 3 kids, and their family dog. So pretty bad. At the time of the events, his physical therapy clinic in Connecticut had been raided for healthcare fraud. Authorities coming to issue the warrant found the man living in his house with the badly decomposed bodies of his family. So 2022, he was convicted, sentenced to life. So he was arrested. His father was arrested July of 1980 and was charged with hiring one of his former students to shoot his wife. Jeez, wow. Then he dated Megan, who was a physical therapist and a yoga instructor. Then they married. So they moved to Florida after living in Connecticut for several years. They moved to Celebration, which is, again, that's down by Orlando. The motives are unclear, as his testimony about them changed multiple times. At one time, he claimed Megan stabbed herself in her liver after killing her children. In another testimony, he said he was trying to save the family from the apocalypse and join them in the afterlife. So police performed a welfare check December 29th. There was no response. They returned January 13th. Oh my gosh. So he was living with them for weeks. Youch. So that's who Anthony Todd is, or Tot. Tot. Brutal. Sinbad, I'm just waiting for Courtney Clenny and Corey Richens, 2 more Wicked Women. Yeah, we're going to cover both of those. Courtney is in December and Corey is April, I think. I think Corey is April or February. Yeah, I definitely know Courtney is December. I think December 1st. At Widespread, both of those trials are going to be hot messes. Yep, that is for sure. Hey, stop it. Hey, don't hiss at me. Stop it. Come on. Be nice. Don't hiss at me. Super Ball. Super Ball being Super Ball. Green-Eyed Cat, should you look him up? He's got a Wikipedia page. I think he's on YouTube. That's why we wanted to do a rewatch of him. It sounds pretty brutal, like you guys were saying. Yeah, it does look pretty brutal. Corey's February. Jennifer Gledhill is in December. I love Super Ball, except when she hisses and attacks the poor little kittens. Sally, excited to see both of those. Good. Bama Green Eyes, Anthony has to be the rudest person ever. I know nothing about him. Other than I was doing research on rewatches, and I'm like, ooh, that looks pretty interesting. And yeah, it looks pretty brutal. Physical therapist, kids, his wife, and their dog. Ugh. That's terrible. Oh, it's pronounced Tote. Anthony Tote. Thank you, Bama. Lily Wayne, we love hot messes here. Totally. Sinbad, Scott says, Scott is supposed to go to Corey's trial. Yep, maybe Jules will be at Courtney's. Courtney is in Miami, so that might be a little out of her range. That'd be great, but she's going to probably stick to ones in Tampa. That's probably more her speed. Patsy, I don't want a Super Bowl. I want a Powerball winner. Amanda, I'm not sure I could listen to something like that. I know, right? Does sound pretty brutal. Ambi. Haha. Yeah. You are a piece of work. Little Super Bowl. Joan says, how many charges will Corey have by the time she goes to trial? I think they added like 18 or 20 or something. She's up to like 22, something like that. Woke says, when the cat hisses at me, I respond with, don't forget I feed you. Exactly. Michael says, November 3rd case in Las Vegas. Not sure if it's going to be televised. 2 teens stalked a retired cop and unalived him. All right. Super Bowl is teaching the kittens who the top cat is. That is true. River Girl, would you cover the Tony McClure case when it eventually goes to trial? We will cover pretty much anything, you guys. Here's our criteria. Super Bowl is not the dad. No, Super Bowl is a female. All right, here's our criteria. A, is it an interesting trial? And most trials are interesting. So criteria number 1, is it interesting? Criteria number 2, is it actually probably criteria number 1, is it streamed on a channel that we can use without getting in trouble, which would usually mean one of the big channels or a news channel. So that's criteria number 1, is it streamed? Is it going to be streamed? Criteria number 2 would be how big is it, and is everybody else going to be covering it? So some trials we stay away from because everybody and their grandmother are covering it, and we're like, okay, we're just going to be yet another YouTube channel that covers it. So criteria 3 is, does it interest Aaron and I? Generally, we try to find the more off the beaten path trials. We try to go more for those trials that don't get a lot of hype, but still like Casoda's trial. I didn't hear anything about it, and then we started watching it, and I was like, wow, that trial just blew my mind. What the stories that guy was telling was just incredible. That being said, Donna obviously is a huge trial. I get it. Everybody and their grandmother are covering it. So that sort of blows my theory out the window. But we were in South Florida. I remember when I remember when that happened. We know West Palm down to Miami. We know where they were living. We are very, very familiar with that area. So it kind of held a little special interest for us. So that's why we wanted to cover it. So we'd been watching it well before we started a channel. We watched Catherine and Sigfredo back in 2019. We watched Catherine's second trial back in, was it 2022? Then we watched Charlie's trial in 2023. So those are kind of the criteria. I guess the first one is it going to be streamed? So whenever you guys suggest a trial, yes, we'll cover it. If it's going to be on a channel that we can stream without, having issues, then yeah, we will definitely cover it. So I hope that helps. Mike, my grandmother doesn't stream trials, so we're cool. Like Karen Reed, the Adelson saga is watched by everyone. I love Cementili. No one but major channels covered it. We had the best chat. Yeah, Carlos Dominguez was another one. Nobody was covering Carlos Dominguez. We were watching the local channel out there. Law and Crime had it for a little bit, and that's where we met Newton. If you guys remember Newton Ward, he was the camera operator, and then Law and Crime just dropped it. So we had to go with the local channel that was covering it. So, and that ended up being a crazy trial. Monica, not a lot of people were covering Monica. So, those are our criteria. So whenever you guys suggest something, awesome, keep suggesting them. But just keep in mind that it has to be streamed. Like Widespread had a great one. Widespread suggested this one out in Green Bay and Samantha Krebs, but it's not being streamed. So I think it's on Court TV's website, and opening statements were like yesterday. So unless it's being streamed by a channel that we can pick up and use, it's our hands are tied. We can't stream it, So I hope that helps. Ellen was listening while making pudding. So you're reading Ruth Markel's book. You're making pudding. Great criteria. I imagine this is fun, but it has to be workable as well. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, Cindy, did you say Courtney Clenny? Yes, December 1st. You want to do background. We did a couple, we've done some deep dives on Courtney. We have a playlist. Let me see. We've done some deep dive-ins on Miss Courtney. Let me see what's our playlist for Miss Clenny there. Miss Courtney Clenny, where are you? I should probably just do a search for it, right? Shanna Gardner's another one. She's coming out of Jacksonville. We definitely will watch that one. We will definitely watch that one. All right, let me, Courtney Clenny. I guess we only did one for Courtney so far. Oh, you know what? I had to delete. We had to delete some after we got demonetized. We put together, her and her boyfriend have been horrible. Her more to him than her to him. Her more to him than he to her. All right, so I guess we only have one. We only have one hearing from December of 2024. So she was an OnlyFans, model, I guess. Is that what you want to call it? So she was an OnlyFans, and her boyfriend, I forget his name right now, Christian Obenselli. So they would get in these literally knockdown, drag out fights. Las Vegas, they had the cops called. Miami, they had the cops called. She's originally from Texas. I think they're originally from Texas, but she's an OnlyFans. She's on OnlyFans. And she stabbed him one night. She stabbed him, and the cops come, and he was still alive, but then he eventually passes away. So that's going to be an interesting one. So that's out of Miami. And his stabbing took place April 2022. So do your research there. There's definitely a lot out there. Cynthia, you will not have you won't have any trouble finding. There's definitely YouTube has a lot of stuff. Can we review Courtney's interrogation video in downtime? I need to go back to that because we put together all of their police videos, police interrogation, interviews, I guess, throughout. They had a couple incidences, and we put that together, and we had to bring that down because I wasn't on screen. So I want to do that. We'll definitely do that probably in November. We'll start to do deep dives into Courtney. We'll start to, because if she starts December 1st, we'll definitely start to pay more attention to her in November. There's also, who is that guy in up in Massachusetts, you guys? Brian Walsh, doesn't he start? We got to keep an eye on Brian Walsh as well. He's coming up. I want to cover Brian Walsh as well. October 2nd is Brian Walsh. So we got to remember Brian Walsh. October 2nd. So I'm sorry, October 20th. So October 20th is Brian Walsh. Definitely want to cover that. Is she a young girl, Amanda? No, she's like 26, 7, 8, something like that. Yeah, Brian Walsh, definitely. So we're going to do Brian Walsh, but that's October. We definitely have this one in Tampa. I want to cover that one. And we'll see what happens on Monday too. There's always something new that's coming up. Let's see. Did I see my comment? No, I did not. Let me see. Kent, Washington, cold case needs help scheduled for February. It doesn't overlap with Corey. I did not see that. Brian Walsh, don't hold your breath. Everything in Norfolk County is pushed around. Our Green Eye Cat. Remind me in January. If you can remember, remind me in January. Colin Gray trial will be now in February. I haven't seen when the Sun Colt Gray trial has been set. We're going to do Carlos Dominguez in January. I'm not sure when, but Carlos Dominguez is in January. Lily Wayne, love the deep dives first. Gives us great information. Absolutely. Sinbad, Brandy says she's going to try to go to Clenny. You know who should be there is Joel. I know some people have issues with him, but he's in Miami. Joel should go to that. I mean, that's like his hometown. Shirley, where have all the months gone? I know. Nomad, who's next after this trial? There's one out of Tampa. We're really, really, really hoping that they stream it. We have somebody there, so we're like really, really hoping that it's streamed. They're in jury selection right now, so we have somebody there, and we're like, oh, we're hoping somebody streams it. We're hoping at least a local channel streams it. So that's our next one that we have on our radar. And if that's not streamed, we have to figure out what we're going to do next week. Bama Green Eyes, Courtney Clenny is 28 years old. Mike, Clenny is interesting. Something wrong with that girl. She's got some serious anger issues. Serious anger issues. Serious anger issues. That's young, I know. Jennifer. Cindy, Brian Walsh is on your radar for the 20th. Oh, she is, Dwayne. I've got no love lost for her. She has some serious anger issues. Callie Graham, how about Sarah Patrick? She's 17. She went on TikTok after unaliving her mom. Not familiar with that one. And again, you know my criteria. It has to be streamed. We can look up all these people all night, but unless it's streamed, let's see. Let's see what her deal is. Court TV, August 19th of 2025. All right, she had a bond hearing, so that looks like it's not going to be around for a while. Georgia judge denied her bond. Teen accused of deleting her mother and stepfather. All right. I'm down with that, but that's at the very, very beginning. That probably won't. That won't happen until next year. 2 counts of straight up and then 2 counts of aggravated assault. So that sounds like that won't happen, although Court TV is covering it, so that has potential, Callie Graham. If Court TV is doing the initial coverage, then that bodes well. That bodes well, because that means they'll probably pick it up as it continues on. Don't forget we have Sean Higgins. We have another pretrial in September, right? Do we have Sean Higgins coming up? Yeah, the 18th. We have another pretrial for Sean Higgins on the 18th. So don't forget that. The teacher in Chicago with 13-year-old students starts this coming week. Why has that been coming up like so often? Like I feel like that's just coming up so often, these teachers with their students, right? I don't know if that's our algorithms. We watched one of them and then all of a sudden that's like all I see is like, that just keeps coming up in my algorithms. Sinbad, you love Brian Walsh's attorneys? Nomad, okay, can't wait, cool. Elizabeth, do we think Wendi will be charged soon? I'm no lawyer, but I would a lot of things. Wendy's name was mentioned a lot. Here, let's do an experiment. My notes, right? Let me put in Wendi. I'm going to do a search for Wendi. How many times was Wendy's name mentioned? 329 times. 329 times I have put Wendi down in my notes. So, as opposed to Harvey, so 329. Harvey was mentioned 86 times. Charlie, let's see how many times Charlie. Charlie was 343. So Charlie 343, Wendi 329. So Charlie's in jail. That's all I'm going to say. Ms. Holmes, which trial is coming up in Tampa? I'm not going to say right now because I don't want to get my hopes up and your hopes up and it not be streamed. So I'm just going to say for now, I'm just going to hold off on that. Chris says, So I'm not going to say for now, Miss Holmes. I don't want to be coy. I'm just saying if I say it and I get us all hyped and then it's not streamed, it's going to be like, it's going to be a bummer. Green-eyed cat. I don't think. Well, I can. Hold on. My niece was the Hot Springs FBI agent that helped catch the suspect. Oh, cool. No, I can see your comments. Let me see. Let me go back. Dorothy Seisel was the victim. 40-year-old TV case. Kent Washington case, cold case. Your niece helped solve. Scheduled for trial. Yeah, I saw that. I said, remind me in January. I saw that green-eyed cat. I said, remind me in January. Just remind me about that. That's awesome, though, that your niece was involved with that. That's so cool. Law and Crime will be covering the TikTok as well. All right, so we have Court TV and Law and Crime. But she's just doing bond right now, so I have a chance she's not going to, that's not going to come until next year, right? All right, Mike, got to head to the gym, late day. Any consolation? Usually when I leave, the verdict is announced. So, fingers crossed. All right, I hear you. Yeah, Miss Holmes, again, I don't want to get all our hopes up and then it's not streamed and then we're like, meh. That would stink, Oh, Snowcat has it, Tampa Trials, if you want to check it out. Can't keep anything from chat. Our chat is too well versed in, what do you call it? Too well versed in sleuthing. Austin Drummond, you guys mentioned that the other day. I have Austin Drummond down too. Yeah, you guys mentioned Austin Drummond the other day. Oh, is that that kid in DC, Texas? Oh, no. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. He like deleted parents, grandmother, teenage uncle. Yep. He was on the run for a while. Well, he's just on bond, so he just got arrested, so he won't be around till next year. So we have time on him. That's going to be a big case. Everybody will probably be covering that. I'm betting that's going to be one of those cases where everybody covers. Because he was on the run. I remember that. That was just last month? When was he arrested? August 6th. Yeah. So that's probably one of those cases where everybody's going to cover, which is fine. Research, they call it? Yes. Cindy says Austin Drummond. Yeah, I saw the thumbnail. I did see the thumbnail. Shane says, you're in Canada. You're a fan of Turtle Boy. You would think his trial would be important for your free speech. Yeah, we are M-minded. That is true. JMS Austin was just arrested. Valeria says, feel we are close to a verdict. Yes, Mike, yes. You are a party pooper. Courtney Clenny is December 1st. And all right, what's his name? Jay Bronius. Oh, there it is, Jay Bronius. All right, you guys were, it's not that. Jay Bronius. No. All right, so Aaron just found Jay Bronius. He spoke to somebody that said that Judge Everett had the jury stay until midnight, but you guys said that too. You guys said something that you watched a trial from Judge Everett, and they stayed until midnight or 1. Yeah, I just spoke with Katie Squire, who had an attempted case with Judge Everett, and they stayed until midnight waiting for a verdict. Though that was on a Friday, not a Thursday. So we'll see. All right, let's see. Let's see. The guy who took out Tupac February 9th. That's coming up February 9th. All right, when is Corey Richins supposed to start? Let's get... Corey Richins' trial date. All right, so scheduled to start February 23rd. All right, we have to start writing these down. All right, Corey is going to be February 23rd. All right, February 23rd. Well, it's February 10th jury selections, and then February 23rd start. All right. All right, Courtney Clenny, Miss Clenny there. She's December 1st, right? We have Brian Walsh. What did I say? October 20th? All right. Oh, Frazier Baum. Was he the one that stabbed that kid in... Oh, okay. He's the kid from Pepperdine. He was escaping road rage. Right. Okay. So he's the guy that was escaping road rage. I remember that. Actually, I don't remember that, but I remember looking this up. All right. When is his date? Trial is scheduled for September 5th. So is that going on right now? Nobody's covering it. Okay, August 6th. Pled not guilty. Let's see. Oh, Alan Jackson is his... Okay, that's... Alan Jackson's representing him. All right, he's due back for a pre-trial on September 5th. So that's tomorrow. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that dude. Alicia, that's it. They deliberated until 11:45 and they read the verdict at 1. Wow. Yeah, Patsy, no word yet. No word yet. Elizabeth, we do have a court calendar. Aaron made one, and I just have to I have to look at it and use it. AJ's client, yep, Frazier, yep. He's in court tomorrow? Yes. Today is the 4th. Kathy Russin said jury selection starts Monday. For which trial? Ari Jacobs and DUI guy are covering Baum's trial. All right. Oh, Aaron sent me the link. Oh, for, okay. You know what we should be following is, yeah. Or who else is in court? Is Joel tweeting? Oh, he is live. Well, he's at the courthouse, I should say. All right. So I would think he would announce it. Joan says, so many California trials are not streamed. Oh, 151. Wait.
This is
Oh, okay. All right. So we're right there with him.
Yeah.
Nice. Ohio Jen, good afternoon. Do we know how late the jury is allowed to stay tonight? We've been debating that, we've been debating that for the last hour and 52 minutes. I thought because the judge said that this is a 9 to 5:30 trial that they would be done by 5:30, but then people are saying Judge Everett had a trial that has gone to midnight. So I really don't know. Oh, Red Snap. Today's your hubby's birthday? Well, congratulations and happy birthday to him. Dwayne, I'll be bugged all night trying to figure out the upcoming... It's Sunny Bell. Sunny Bell. Because Mike already said it. All right, we'll figure it out. Gretchen, how long the jury can go is literally the $1 million question. JMS, thinking they might be close to a verdict if they are staying late. And Nomad, cake and ice cream for everyone. Yes. Happy birthday to Red Snap's hubby. Widespread Panic, happy birthday to your hubby. You're welcome. Let's see. We got a little monkey mayhem going on in the background. Yeah, can you see them at the top? We got monkeys up top. Oh my God, you guys. Do you see what they're doing? Do you see what they're doing? Do you see what they're doing? Little monkeys. Little monkeys. We got monkey mayhem going on up there. Little monkeys. As we say, we have monkey mayhem going on. Let's see, Valeria, I said they will take 2 hours for the verdict. JMS verdict, we were just talking about that. Sarah Boone, it was 9 o'clock. Right? Yeah, it was 9 o'clock. Ashley Benefield was 10:30. So 9 o'clock. They started at 7 and they came back at 9. Red Snap, his name is Gino. Cool. Oh my God. What are they doing? What are you guys doing back there? Can you hear them? Can you hear the destruction that's going on? Oh, why not? Let's look at kitties. Let's look at kitties being kitties. Kitties being kitties. Get out of the way. I'll come over here. Kitties. I'm trying to get out of the way. I can't. Everywhere I go, I'm in the way there. Meanwhile, we have Super Bowl. Super Bowl. Super Bowl. That's a Super Bowl. That's a Super Bowl. That's a good girl. Yeah, I know. Yes, I know. Good girl. Little monkey mayhem. All right. Almost 2 hours, you guys. Almost 2 hours. Sherry, I just left them all. Widespread. I wish we could get a tree like that for the space we've got for our chowder. Ohio Gin, so cute. Yes, they're being tried together. Cindy, yes, they're all being tried together. They're expecting it to go from the 8th to the 19th. I'm watching those blinds to see if they get attacked. Yeah, you can see them, Lily. Right there. Alice, thank you for sharing your kitty family with us. Oh, nice. Nomad says, is that a new guitar? I hadn't seen that one before. No, that's just an acoustic. That's an acoustic. It's a Yamaha acoustic. I've had that one up quite often. I have a blonde and I have the black one. Ellen, you guys keep mentioning Sarah Boone. You have no idea who she is. Oh my goodness. Ellen. Sit back and listen to a tale I tell. Sarah Boone. We were at the trial, and so was Jules. We have many videos. We have many recaps with Jules. So Sarah Boone and her boyfriend George or Jorge Torres were playing hide and seek in Orlando in their apartment, and they were drinking. And according to Sarah, Jorge or George climbs into the suitcase. She zips him up, and then she goes upstairs and she passes out. Well, poor George. The bad thing is, the good thing is, I should say, bad thing for her, good thing for George was that she videotaped it, and it's pretty heartbreaking. So, needless to say, poor George passed away, and Sarah Boone is one of those narcissists that just is. It's like her and Lori Daybell are just unbelievably narcissistic people. So definitely worth checking out. Her trial is definitely worth checking out. Dwayne says, "Yep, just read up on Miss Bell. So sad." And yeah, it's gonna be a tough one. It's gonna be a tough one. Woke, I'm a Sony and Yamaha only fan, except for Apple phones. Pups and cats love to feed at 4 a.m., so it gets me ready for the East Coast trials. Can't tag you at the moment. No news about Sarah in Europe. Listening now. Cindy going for the blinds. I know they are. Yeah, Ellen, go check it out. We have a playlist, and yeah, it's a pretty crazy, pretty amazing trial. Widespread. She videotaped him begging to be let out of the suitcase, and her telling him to F off. You know what really got me was Mr. J's rebuttal was a chef's kiss, because he comes back and he plays a video of. So they drank a lot, right? They were drinkers and they were getting fights. The cops were called multiple times on them. Sarah was known as Drunky, right? Was she Drunky the Bear? Yeah, she was Drunky the Bear. Not Drunky the Bear that's in our chat, but she was Drunky the Bear. And she would call the cops and she would be like, just, being so nice and sweet to them. And then, her expression would change when she's like, well, George has to go to jail because you called the cops and saying that he was abusing you. And then she's like, no. So she would drink a lot. She was known as Drunky the Bear in her complex. And there's a video that Mr. J showed in rebuttal, Ellen, that just breaks your heart, where George is at the top of the steps in the bedroom, and she just comes up to him, and she just cuts into him and just berates him, and he's like huddled in the corner, and she's just beating him, not physically, but with her words. And it's heartbreaking. And if you didn't think that she was guilty before then that just, because she was claiming self-defense. She was claiming that if she let him out, he was going to, do something to her. And that was her defense, was self-defense. And she was going for battered spouse syndrome, right? BSS, battered spouse wife, battered wife syndrome, whatever that was, that thing, she was going for that she was battered. So yeah. And he's a tiny guy. He was a tiny guy. He was like 5'8" and 140, something like that, 140 pounds. He was a very slight individual. Very slight individual. Cindy had never heard of Sarah Boone. Wow, yeah, no, definitely. You guys go check out our playlist. I went to it. Jules went to it. It was in Orlando, and it was quite a trial. Quite a trial. BS is correct, right? Let's see, JMS, she didn't go on trial for like 4 years after because of all the lawyers she went through. That's the other thing. She went through like 9 lawyers. She finally settled on a lawyer that himself has had some pretty serious allegations about SA. So then there's that. Mr. Owens. There's so much to get into with Sarah, but I would just suggest. Ellen says, "I'm not going to check. I am not going to check that out. Hope you understand. Horrible, but appreciate the recap. Yep. Sparkling Princess. That was a good trial. Sarah was going to go pro se because she couldn't get along with any attorneys. Amby, you hadn't heard of Sarah either. Wow, I'm shocked that you guys that's three of us haven't heard of it. Interesting. She is going through appeal lawyers too. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, if you guys, after we're done streaming and you're looking for something to look at, go check out Sarah Boone on our playlist. It's we did daily recaps with Jules, and we even had jury selection. Right? Nobody else had jury selection. We showed the last day of jury selection. Nobody else had it because I was there and I was tapped into the courtroom. So we streamed it, and we didn't get in trouble. We were able to keep that up. So we had the last day of jury selection. Looney Booney, yep, Dwayne, yep, Looney Booney, and George was only 42 years old. Yep, you know what you're watching after this? Some Looney Booney. That's where you met Peter. Yeah. I met. Yep. Peter, Jules introduced me to Peter Tragos. That was cool. Sarah, let's see. Sinbad says Sarah broke the record for the most lawyers ever, and it's still going. Right. Red Snap, what is going on with the jury? Here in Europe. Well, yes, we knew that. And the news is different here. The only reason I say that I was shocked, Ellen, was that it was one of those trials that everybody was covering. That's the only reason I'm saying it. I'm not, casting dispersions upon anybody that doesn't know it. I'm just saying that if you were following trials last year, just everybody was talking about it. It's kind of like Koberger. It's like, to me, Donna Adelson, and maybe that's just me being, naive when I think, well, if I'm interested in it, everybody's interested in it. But everybody was talking about Sarah Boone. So that's why I thought if you were at all even interested in LawTube and true crime and you were watching any of the, coverage of anybody, you would have seen something about it. So I guess that's where I'm saying I'm just shocked that or I'm surprised that people don't know about it. That's all. Peter's on his way to Tallahassee. He'll be in the courtroom tomorrow. I remember him saying that. Gail says Sarah Boone's trial was great, and so was Daryl Brooks. Yeah, Darrell. We have passed 2 hours. We have passed 2 hours, JMS says. We have. Amanda, I went back and watched it all, and all I can say is wow. Yeah, Sarah Boone. Oh, thank you, Widespread. There is the playlist if you guys are interested in that. JMS, she tried to claim George abused her, but Sarah really abused him a lot. She videotaped that on her phone too. Yeah. Peter was a student of Dan's. Interesting. Sky Girl, thank you. Thank you so much for your 10 pounds. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Amanda, never heard of her in the UK. The video of George was so tough. I know. Yeah, the only reason I'm saying that I'm surprised that you guys haven't heard of her is if you had been watching any YouTube, any LawTube last year. That's all everybody was talking about was Sarah Boone. So that's all. That's all I'm saying. Care Bear, one of the interesting things about Sarah was every person she questioned, she would make it all about herself. Yep. Yep. Example, the green chili chicken, just like Lori. Sinbad, I would love to see Peter talking to Ruth and Phil. JMS, I won't talk about Sarah anymore. Don't want to spoil it. That's true. That's true. Yeah, we won't give away any more details. Yikes. All right, I'm going to go get some more water. So I'll be back in a minute while you watch the kittens play. All right, kittens have been fed. That was an impromptu feeding. Usually we feed them around 5:30 or 6, so that was like an impromptu feeding. And then I usually let them out, and they're wanting to continue that. So they're unfortunately not going to be able to go out right now. So then I had to go to our well. I had to pump the well, had to pump the water. I had to make the water. That's what took me so long. I had to squeeze some clouds, and I got some water out of the clouds. So that's what took me so long. No, just an impromptu feeding of kitties, which takes time. Let's see. Are we certain they're still there? Yes. I've got eyeballs on Joel from Surviving the Survivor. Oh, here, you know what? Let me do this. Oh, Amy, thank you. Thank you for staying late. Appreciate your hard work. Oh, thank you, Amy. Thank you for your $9.99. Appreciate that. All right, let's, are we sure they're still there? Yes. Wouldn't that be the cruelest joke? That happened to us with Carlos Dominguez, trust me. We thought that they were going to be, we thought that they were going to be we thought that they were going to stay until whatever, and then Newton said, oh yeah, they left like an hour ago. All right, 23 minutes ago, Kathy Russin, deliberations just hit 2 hours. So that was 23 minutes ago. We're at 24, so yeah, they're still there, you guys. This feed is still there. So we'll stay with Kathy, and let's come over here for a second. Peter's on verdict watch. That's really funny. So Peter's on verdict watch too. Well, Peter's not there, so I want to go to somebody who's actually there. All right. So yeah, they are still there. They are still there. I had to squeegee the clouds. Yes. We saw they took off, thought they were being mischievous. Oh yeah. No, they were getting fed. They were getting fed. Paula, Charlie was between 3 and 4 hours. I want to say he was less than 4 hours. I want to think he was less, but let's find out. It said only 3 hours. So Charlie was, said only 3 hours. Yeah, Charlie was quick. Charlie was quick. Morag thought Charlie was only 2 hours. I have him as 3 hours. What time is it here? It is 10 minutes to 7, 6:47. 6:47. So 10 minutes to 7. 10 minutes to 7. Shirley, I'm betting they want to get her done tonight. Steve says, I wasn't expecting them to stay. Neither was I, to be quite honest. I thought they'd go home as well. I thought they'd go home. JMS, Charlie was definitely around 3. Let's see. Ellen, do you want to get some dinner? Yeah, I just had some nuts. I'm good for the moment. I just had some nuts. Emily says the judge will let them go however long they want. Seems like it. They're just having pizza and then they come with the verdict. Valeria says, yeah, they probably ate. I'm keeping my verdict watch clock going, but you're right. They probably ate around 6 to 6:30, and now they're probably deliberating it again. Have other channels? What's other channels verdict watch? Oh, like Court TV.
The only channel that has a clock is that.
Yeah, this is live.
So our clock's pretty close to theirs, 2:29.
Yeah. Let me see. What about law and?
They don't have their clock up.
Law and crime doesn't? No. All right.
No, I don't think Court TV has one. I mean, they do, but it's on their website. Oh, check that. Okay, so on their website.
Okay, so where are they at? 2:29?
Yeah.
All right. So
46 seconds. I want to see how close we are.
2:30 and 15, yeah.
What?
I thought it was
Oh my God, stop. Stop it.
2:29.
2:29 and 52 seconds.
And we're at 2:31.
Okay.
So we're close, yeah.
Well, we can alternate it.
Yeah.
We can make it specific to whoever we want.
Well, that's why I like he sent them off when I hit it. I should have waited till.
Well, you're on the same time Joel is.
Give him like a minute or so.
We're on the same time.
Yeah, yeah.
Because that's when they started their clock.
Yeah.
But at least Court TV, so you can.
All right, so we are watching another channel, and once their clock stops. I'm sorry. Then I will let you guys know. So we're watching another another channel here. So when they stop, I'll know. We got you guys covered. We take care of you guys. We take care of our chat. Gretchen, I appreciate your diligence, but personally don't care about a few minutes difference in the per dict clock. Alice, you and Aaron make a great team. Sharon, hopefully took a vote and now they see who they need to show why they feel the way they do. Oh, tennis girl. 321 relax. Hello to you. Timothy, do we think Wendi is next? I think that's a strong possibility. Tennis girl, there you are. How are you doing? 321 says Florida juries do not play. Isabel, thank you for joining us. Saying yum. I knew it was on, but thank you for letting me know. I knew it was on. Green-eyed cat just made mushroom ravioli. That sounds good. Jennifer, what is the likelihood of a verdict since they're staying late? I think it's pretty strong. And then I also think that they may get to a decision and then go home, sleep on it, and then come back in. I've seen that before too, where they may go home and then they'll come back in and they'll have a verdict within like 15 minutes or something. So I've seen that. So I could see it going either way. I could see, it could go this way where they're battling it out and they're going back and forth. And, it's like 11 o'clock and they're like, look, we got to go home. And then they come back and debate some more. So it's interesting. I see it going a lot of different ways. They could have a verdict tonight, but they want to sleep on it. I could see that. Then I could also see where they have a verdict tonight, but they want to sleep on it, so they come back tomorrow. Or they don't have a verdict tonight, and they come back and they hash it out some more. Or they just come up with a verdict straight away. Then they could just have a verdict straight away. Oh, Fur Baby's mom, thank you so much for your cups of coffee. Oh, Fur Babies, that is really, really appreciated. Thank you so much for that. I will, thank you so much. Fur Baby's mom just donated $50, so thank you so much. That was really, really sweet. Thank you, Fur Babies. Thank you for that generous donation. Really, really appreciate that. And that will go towards Polly and the kittens and their food and all that good stuff. So thank you. Sharon, I hope we spend the night together. We may. We just very well may be. JMS, they might want to sleep on the verdict. Yep, that happens. That's what I'm saying. We've seen where they come to a verdict and the only way we know this is that they talk afterwards. Where they come to a verdict, a jury will say, we've come to the verdict, then we wanted to sleep on it, then they come back and within like 15, 20 minutes they announce their verdict. Walk on Wheels, silly question, but can we review the charges that they are considering the verdict on? Sure. Aw, thank you, Fur Babies. Member for 7 months. Did you notice that we've gone back to, or not us, but YouTube, just in the middle of the stream, just went back to names. All right. Sinbad busting out some stones there. All right. Let me focus for a minute here. All right, review the charges. Yes, let's do that. Let's review the charges. Oh, Debbie, or Deb, thank you. We're going to review the charges, but Deb, thank you. We appreciate you, kittens. Aw, thank you so much for that. All right. Review the charges. All right, let me get a feed. So you want to just listen to Judge Everett saying the charges again? That's going to take like 2 seconds, but we can find that. All right, so do you want to just listen to her charges? All right. All right, hold on a sec. All right, so this is going to be, this is just, this is her charges again. You guys want to listen to that? All right, hold on a sec. Let me just make sure I get this audio. Where's the audio? Not sure why I don't have audio. Do you guys have audio out there? Where's the audio? All right, hold on a sec. I'm trying to figure out why I don't have audio. I don't know why I don't have audio.
So I got
No, there's not a verdict, guys. Just hang on because some people in chat want to listen to the. Just bear with us for a minute. No verdict yet. Just bear with us for a minute. We're trying to do something here. Let me pull this back up. There's no verdict yet.
So did you turn down the volume on the?
While I figure it out, let me go back to the live feed. There's no verdict yet. We're trying to replay some testimony and from this afternoon. So just hold on, you guys. There's no verdict. We're replaying from today while we wait. So just bear with us, okay? All right, so while we wait, we're going to play, judge's instructions to hear the charges. All right, so this is from earlier today.
Law and the closing arguments by the attorneys. I will have a stipulation to read to you. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is that Patricia Byrd was not listed by the current or previous defense counsel as a potential witness in this case. Does each juror have a copy of the jury instructions in their seats? Please raise your hands. For the record, each juror has been provided with a copy of the instructions. I'm going to read these instructions out loud to you. You may follow along by reading as I read them out loud, or you may listen. The important thing is that you pay careful attention to the instruction on the law. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I am about to give you. Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case, has been accused of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Donna Adelson is accused of first-degree murder in count 1 of the indictment. If you find Daniel Markel was killed by Donna Adelson, you must then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing and deciding if the killing was first-degree murder. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Donna Adelson may be found guilty of first-degree murder. Count 1. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1, Daniel Markel is dead. Element 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Donna Adelson. Element 3, there was a premeditated killing of Daniel Markel. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Count 2. To prove the crime of criminal conspiracy, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1. The intent of Donna Adelson was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed. Element 2. In order to carry out the intent, Donna Adelson agreed, conspired, combined, or confederated with Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanois or other persons to cause first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them or by some other person. It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, or confederation to commit first-degree murder be expressed in any particular words or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. Count 3. To prove the crime of criminal solicitation, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1. Donna Adelson solicited Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanawa or other persons to commit first-degree murder. Element 2. During the solicitation, Donna Adelson commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanawa or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense solicited. The crime of first-degree murder has been previously defined in these instructions. To solicit means to ask earnestly or to try to induce another person to engage in specific conduct. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed or attempted. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Daniel Markel occur. This instruction only applies to count 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2. If the defendant paid or promised to pay another person or persons to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all of the things the person who was promised or received the money did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, she made or promised the payment in exchange for the commission or promise to commit the crime or to help commit the crime, and 3, the crime was committed by the other person. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. This instruction only applies to count 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2. The intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in a case. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty, if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial, and to it alone, that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Has the witness been convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor involving dishonesty? Was the witness present in the courtroom during the testimony of another witness or other witnesses? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Check on what's happening in the hallway.
We never did find out what was going on in the hallway. And here I'm envisioning there was like some mad person, creating some kind of, something out there. And so that we never did find out what happened. So do you want to hear state after this? You guys we'll just go right into state. We might as well. We can just go right into state closing.
Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. You must consider the testimony of some witnesses with more caution than others. For example, a witness who claims to have helped the defendant commit a crime or hopes to gain more favorable treatment in his or her own case may have a reason to make a false statement in order to strike a good bargain with the state. This is particularly true when there is no other evidence tending to agree with what the witness says about the defendant. So while a witness of that kind may be entirely truthful when testifying, you should consider her testimony with more caution than the testimony of other witnesses. However, if the testimony of such a witness convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt, or the other evidence in the case does so, then you should find the defendant guilty. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove her innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by her decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. There are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. Number 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. Number 2, this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and these instructions. Number 3, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Number 4, remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Number 5, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Number 6, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Number 7, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. A separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crimes charged. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous, that is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to the crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. There is only one verdict form, which I am in possession of right now, but I will read to you all of the options that are available on the verdict form. State of Florida versus Donna Adelson, defendant, case number 2023 CF 3226. Verdict, count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 1. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 2. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 3. And then the verdict form is to be signed and dated by the individual who will serve as the foreperson. Both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Is the state prepared to proceed with its closing argument?
All right, so now we're going to get into the state closing argument, but before we do that, we're going to switch. Let me hold on a sec. Hold on. All right. Just have to do some coordinating on the back end here because YouTube doesn't like it. Well, when you go over 12 hours, they stop recording it. So we have to do some fancy finagling here. So we may have to portal you guys over to another feed because we want to because if this goes, we started streaming an hour and 5 minutes ago. So if this goes for an hour and 6 minutes, YouTube stops recording it or something, so we have to start another feed anyway. So I think we're going to end this feed now, and then we'll portal you guys over to another one. So just give us a second while we kind of sort that out. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to portal you guys over. And yeah, get your shoes on. And is Aileen with us? I didn't see you come in, buddy. There you are. Hey, Aileen, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Really ready to teleport. All right. So let me get the link. Hold on a sec. In case the portal doesn't work. Hold on a sec. Let me get the portal. So this is going to be part 2. So what happens is YouTube, you can keep streaming after 12 hours, but they don't record it. They stop recording after 12 hours. So we want, obviously, to keep recording. So we've already been streaming for almost 11 hours. So we only have 1 more hour to go. And I'd rather just do the switch now in preparation for whatever. I don't want to be scrambling, 45 minutes from now. So we'll do this now in preparation. Here is the link. I'm going to do it when it hits 3:10, 3 hours and 10 minutes. We'll go ahead and we'll do the switch. All right, everybody's ready to go. Okay, so here's the link. I just dropped the link. So that's the new link. All right, that's the new link. McCormick family's already there. All right. Plus, we're going to play Georgia, and Georgia goes on for it was like an hour, and well, I'll get you that information in a second. Let me just focus on this for now. All right, so the link is there. Hang on. T-minus 30 seconds and counting. And we're going to bounce you guys over to another stream. And I will play the outro. So I'll see you guys in the other stream.